Chapter 254. At the bottom of the pool was crystal clear water. Not only was the water extremely clear, but it was also fluorescent. Yang Dingtian carried Dongfang Bingling on his back and rushed into the water. Suddenly, a bone-piercing chill drilled into his body, causing Yang Dingtian to be completely frozen and unable to move. The water was so cold that Yang Dingtian could not bear it even though he had just dived in. Compared to the unfreezing pond in the abandoned mine, this place was even colder. The fluorescent pond here was almost as cold as the deepest part of the unfreezing pond in the abandoned mine. Of course, this fluorescent pond was also an unfreezing pond. As long as it was terrifyingly cold and did not condense into ice, it was unfreezing water. After his whole body was frozen, Yang Dingtian desperately operated the internal force in his body to provide heat and kept diving down. The temperature was getting lower and lower, colder and colder. After diving for 10 meters, Yang Dingtian's whole body was frozen again. After diving for 20 meters, Yang Dingtian could not generate any heat no matter how hard he operated his internal force. After diving for 30 meters, Yang Dingtian's whole body was completely numb and he could not feel anything. However, he still instinctively dived. Due to gravity, he kept sinking. The temperature here was even colder than the deepest part of the unfreezing pond in the abandoned mine. The coldest place in the universe was absolute zero. However, there was no place in the universe that could reach absolute zero. It could only be infinitely close to it. In fact, the coldest part of the unfreezing pond in the abandoned mine was very, very close to absolute zero. However, when the temperature was extremely low, just a difference of 1/100th or even 1,000th of a degree, the coldness and consequences would be worlds apart. Once the temperature reached absolute zero, all energy movements would stop. Therefore, at that time, even a heaven-defying expert would die. In other words, even a martial sage expert would die under absolute zero. This was the law of the universe. However, as long as there was still 1,000th of a degree from absolute zero, a martial sage expert might not die and would be safe and sound. Therefore, in terms of numbers, the unfreezing water here and the unfreezing water in the abandoned mine were only a few numbers apart. However, the consequences were absolutely fatal. After diving 50 meters, Yang Dingtian not only lost his senses, even his spiritual sense was about to be completely shackled. His soul, will, and life force were about to be completely devoured. Once his soul and life force were devoured, Yang Dingtian would be dead. At this moment, the bottom of the unfreezing pool was still far away. The unfreezing pool was fluorescent, so one could see very deep into it. However, it was still bottomless. Just as Yang Dingtian felt that he was going to be completely finished, that his vision was going to be completely dark, and that his soul was going to be completely destroyed, suddenly a warm energy surged into his body. This energy actually came from Ah Chao's youngling sword. Ah Chao's youngling sword's divine sense had awakened. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that it had awakened. It could not speak, and it could not really communicate with Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian still felt that it had awakened, because within the youngling sword there seemed to be another energy that suddenly trembled, as if it was shivering. Ever since it devoured Qin Huaiju's demonic energy, Ah Chao's youngling sword seemed to have eaten its fill and started to fall into a deep sleep. Now that it was hit by this bone-piercing cold, it actually woke up. After waking up, Ah Chao did not have time to communicate with Yang Dingtian. After shivering, it continuously sent fiery energy into Yang Dingtian's body. The fiery energy inside Ah Chao was extremely shocking. It must be known that other than the fiery energy that it usually devoured, the energy of the best quality earth fire was even greater. When Ah Chao's youngling sword was forged, more than half of the energy of the best quality earth fire was consumed. The best quality earth fire was nurtured in the fire attribute continent for 10 years, and only one best quality earth fire would blossom. It could be seen how shocking this energy was. Now, nearly half of it was in Ah Chow's youngling sword. Therefore, Yang Dingtian immediately felt warm. Of course, this was only in a relative sense. Just like this, relying on the heat of Ah Chow's youngling sword, Yang Dingtian carried Dongfang Bingling on his back and continued to dive. 80 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. This unfreezing water really seemed to be bottomless. At that time, the unfreezing pond in the Banda mine was only 200 meters deep, and the coldest place was 100 meters deep. And in this unfreezing pond, the deeper one went, the colder it got, and the closer it got to absolute zero. When he reached 800 meters, even with Ah Chow's youngling sword, Yang Dingtian's body started to stiffen again. When he reached 900 meters, Yang Dingtian once again lost all senses and instinctively sank down. But Yang Dingtian was still filled with boundless willpower and was looking forward to crossing the threshold of 1,000 meters. This unfreezing pond should not be more than 1,000 meters deep. After 1,000 meters, perhaps he would be safe. 950 meters, 960 meters, 970 meters, 980 meters. At this time, Yang Dingtian's willpower and soul were about to be swallowed and frozen again. He was really relying on his last bit of willpower, waiting to cross the last 1,000 meters. After crossing the last 1,000 meters, he would be victorious. After 1,000 meters, perhaps he would reach the warm zone, which would be the anti-gravity zone. 990 meters, 995 meters, 999 meters. Here, Ah Chow's youngling's sword seemed to have stopped moving, as if it could no longer supply energy. 1,000 meters. Finally, he crossed 1,000 meters. Relying on his supreme willpower, Yang Dingtian crossed 1,000 meters. But what made him disappointed was that after crossing 1,000 meters, there was no warmth, no anti-gravity. He was still sinking, and it was still getting colder and colder, and the energy that Ah Chow could supply was getting weaker and weaker. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's vision turned black. He lost all senses, including his soul and willpower. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Dingtian woke up again and slowly opened his eyes. His soul, life force, and senses gradually began to recover from his body. His surroundings were very warm, and he was lying in a circular arc underground. Below him, there was a fiery red, transparent crystal. The entire crystal was about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. 2 meters above his head, there was a sparkling and translucent, unfreezing water. Just now, after Yang Dingtian completely lost consciousness, he continued to sink and directly fell down from the unfreezing water, and he managed to keep his life. This fiery red crystal was emitting an endless amount of warm energy. That's right, it was only warm and not fiery. But it was enough to resist the unfreezing water that was more than 1,000 meters deep. After climbing up, Yang Dingtian discovered that, except for the circular arc crystal below him, the surroundings were all sparkling and translucent, unfreezing water. In other words, this circular arc crystal was completely wrapped in unfreezing water, but it was not frozen and was still emitting warm energy. It can be seen how miraculous this crystal was. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian constructed a rough structural diagram in his mind. Above this 3 meters long and 2 meters wide red crystal, there was unfreezing water that was 1,000 meters deep and 10,000 meters wide. Above the unfreezing water, there was an ice layer that was more than 1,000 meters thick. Above the ice layer, there was a lake that was a few hundred meters deep. Furthermore, the lake water was constantly freezing. When all the lake water was frozen, it would be the time for the heaven and earth mystic flame to bloom. But it was a pity that the place where the mystic flame bloomed would be guarded by Qin Huaiyu and the others. If Yang Dingtian went there, he would be courting death. However, Yang Dingtian was interested in something else. There was only one heaven and earth mystic flame, but there were 3 people. He didn't know how Qin Huaiyu Dugufengwu, and Gudu Wu Huan would distribute it. Of course, Yang Dingtian should be safe for now. At least, Qin Huaiyu, Gudu Fengwu, and the others wouldn't be able to pass through this 1,000 meters deep, unfreezing pool. After confirming this point, Yang Dingtian then went to check on Dongfang Bingling, who was lying at the side. At this moment, she was still covered in ice, and she wasn't breathing, but Yang Dingtian knew that she shouldn't be dead. Her body seemed to have been preserved by liquid nitrogen, and all life activity stopped, but she didn't die. If he wanted her to come back to life, he just needed to thaw her. As for how to thaw her, he just had to inject fiery energy into her body. After Yang Dingtian made some preparations, he placed his hand on her abdomen and started to inject fiery, mystic qi. Instantly, it was like mud sinking into the sea, and there wasn't any movement. After 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian injected 1/3 of his mystic qi, but it didn't have any effect on Dongfang Bingling. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi said, "Child, don't try anymore. It's useless." Yang Dingtian said, "Master, according to theory, as long as I inject fire attribute energy, I can help her thaw." "The theory is correct." Dongfang Minmi smiled bitterly and said, "But Dongfang Bingling used the sacrifice to devour dozens of times her own ice-cold energy, and her mystic qi energy is 100 times more than yours. That means to say, with your current cultivation, even if you don't eat, drink, or cultivate, you will need 30 years to thaw her." 30 years? Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. According to what his master said, it was really useless. Yang Dingtian was willing to save Dongfang Bingling, but it was impossible to spend 30 years. "Master, what about Ah Cho? Is it enough?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Ah Cho will only provide you with energy. To Dongfang Bingling, it is just an ordinary bloody black gold sword." Dongfang Minmi said, "That means to say Dongfang Bingling can't be thawed and can't be revived?" Yang Dingtian said, "It depends on her luck." Dongfang Minmi said, "Luck?" Dongfang Minmi sighed and said, "That's right, everything depends on her luck. If she is not destined to die, she can naturally revive. Otherwise..." Following that, Dongfang Minmi said, "Child, you should quickly take the opportunity to cultivate mystic qi. I can feel that although the energy in this crystal is not strong, it is very pure. Even though it is fire attribute, there are not many impurities. If you use the transforming qi technique, you can completely refine it in your sea of qi. It will be much faster than cultivating outside." Chapter 255. Then Dongfang Minmi said, "Child, you should take this opportunity to cultivate your celestial qi. I can feel that although the energy in this crystal is not strong, it is very pure. Although it is of the fire attribute, there are not many impurities. You can use the qi transformation art to refine it in your qi sea. It will be much faster than cultivating outside." Then Dongfang Minmi said helplessly, "Even if you can't get the mystic flame in the end, it's not bad to be able to cultivate and break through." "Yes, I can't come here for nothing." Yang Dingtian looked at Dongfang Bingling and said, "Whether you can recover or not will depend on your luck. I'm going to cultivate." Then Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the ground, relaxed his mind, and began to cultivate. First, he used the pig-slaying swordsmanship's mystic absorption formula to absorb the celestial qi into his mystic meridians. Then he used the qi transformation art to refine the fire attribute celestial qi into pure celestial qi and guided it into his qi sea. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised to find that although the celestial qi here was not as strong as outside, its purity was very, very high. After refining the celestial qi outside, only a few tenths of the pure celestial qi would enter his qi sea. But after refining, almost 80% of the celestial qi here could enter his qi sea. In other words, the cultivation speed here was more than 10 times faster than outside. At this time, Yang Dingtian would need at least half a year to break through one level if he cultivated normally. But here, he would only need about 20 days to break through one level. This speed was very shocking. Just like this, Yang Dingtian kept absorbing the celestial qi into his body. Then he used the qi transformation art to guide the pure, celestial qi into his qi si. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 10 hours. This place was different from outside. Outside, only the purity of the celestial qi in the morning was relatively high. There was no need to refine the celestial qi at other times. After 12 hours, Yang Dingtian stopped cultivating. Because he was cultivating continuously, these 12 hours were equivalent to cultivating outside for more than a month. This red crystal was indeed very magical. The reason why he paused his cultivation was because the time for the mystic flame to bloom was getting closer and closer. In the end, his heart was unable to completely calm down. At this moment, Qin Huaiyu's group of 3 had surely returned to the place where the profound flame bloomed, and they'd surely noticed that Dongfang Bingling wasn't dead. They must have been searching everywhere by now. They might have even used the unfreezing water. However, the 3 of them shouldn't be able to pass through 1,000 meters of unfreezing water, because these 3 people did not have the 9 yang profound veins, nor did they have the youngling sword that could transfer energy. The reason why Ah Cho could transfer energy to Yang Dingtian was because it had the primal chaos divine sense. And in this world, there was only Ah Cho who possessed a primal chaotic divine sense. Therefore, Yang Dingtian should be safe here. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and was about to continue cultivating with Ah Cho's youngling sword. Suddenly, he found something strange. He found something strange on Dongfang Bingling. Taking a closer look, the ice on Dongfang Bingling's body had actually faded away. That's right, the ice on her body was originally on her forehead, but now it had reached her eyes. It was about an inch away from her original position. In 12 hours, the ice had faded away by an inch. Yang Dingtian understood that this was because of the red crystal. This crystal was constantly releasing fiery energy. Although it wasn't very strong, it was very pure, and it was completely endless. In 12 hours, it had actually faded away by an inch. At this rate, in another month, her body would be able to completely thaw and recover. Although this speed was still considered slow, it was much better than the original 30 years. Immediately, Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Just like this, time passed by bit. Yang Dingtian's cultivation increased bit by bit, and the ice on Dongfang Bingling's body faded away bit by bit. Just when he thought that there was nothing to worry about, a sneer suddenly broke everything. "Shenlang, Miss Dongfang, you guys are really lucky." Guru Wuhuan's unique voice rang in Yang Dingtian's ears. Yang Dingtian instantly opened his eyes. His body trembled as he quickly looked around. Could this Guru Wuhuan be so powerful that he could actually pass through 1,000 meters of unfreezing water? The space around Yang Dingtian was very small. It was only a few square meters. Other than Dongfang Bingling, there was no one else. However, Guru Wuhuan's voice really seemed to be beside his ears. Above his head was 1,000 meters deep unfreezing water. The entire unfreezing water was pure and flawless. It even emitted a natural fluorescent light. The visibility was very high, and there was no one in the water. "Shenlang, Miss Dongfang, I know that you guys are under the unfreezing water." Guru Wuhuan sneered, "You guys can't leave the lake. We have already searched every corner of the lake. Therefore, your only hiding place is under the unfreezing water." Yang Dingtian held his breath and didn't make any sound. "Mr. Shenlang, as everyone knows, once the second chapter of sacrifice is activated, it can't be interrupted. However, you actually interrupted it and saved Dongfang Bingling. Furthermore, you successfully passed through the unfreezing water." Guru Wuhuan said, "In this world, I really can't imagine anyone who can do this." Yang Dingtian ignored him. Guru Wuhuan continued, "Once the sacrifice is activated, one's entire soul will be offered to the icy cold energy. One can condense energy that is 10 times stronger than one's body. If you want to stop the sacrifice, you have to penetrate the energy barrier on the sacrificer's body. Dongfang Bingling's cultivation is already close to the master level. Therefore, it is easy to imagine the level of energy that is 10 times stronger than her body. Even when Qin Huaiyu, Miss Gudu, and I worked together, we were still unable to penetrate her energy barrier. Even a master-level expert would find it hard to do this. However, only you were able to do it. Why is that so? Yang Dingtian still ignored him. However, there was already some uneasiness in his heart. The reason is very simple. Guru Wuhuan said, because you used the lightning attribute mystic skill to knock out Dongfang Bingling. No matter if it's the fire attribute or ice attribute, they are unable to penetrate the sacrificer's energy barrier. Only the lightning attribute can. The lightning attribute mystic skill completely ignores any defense. Yang Dingtian's breathing instantly became hurried. Guru Wuhuan continued, as everyone knows, who in this world knows the lightning attribute mystic skill? Of course, it's the hidden sect successor, Wu Ming. However, the hidden sect successor, Wu Ming, is a fake. Then, Mr. Shenlang, it's very clear who you are, isn't it? Mr. Yang Dingtian. Finally, Guru Wuhuan said Yang Dingtian's name. A person called Shenlang actually risked his life to go to the northwest Qin city to cheat the Mystic Flames map. This is indeed somewhat unreasonable. However, if this person is Yang Dingtian, then everything is very reasonable, isn't it? Guru Wuhuan said. Chapter 256. A person called Shenlang actually risked his life to obtain the Mystic Flames map from the northwest Qin city. This is indeed illogical. However, if this person is Shenlang, then everything makes sense, isn't it? Guru Wuhuan said. Mr. Yang Dingtian, although we have never met, your reputation is like thunder to my ears. Uncle Dugu, Xiao has never praised anyone but you. He said that you are the #1 genius among the young people in the world. I didn't believe it at first, but now I really believe it, because you are only a martial mystic realm expert, and you are able to pass through thousands of meters of unfreezing water. This is completely unimaginable. Yang Dingtian still didn't reply. Don't be like this. Say something. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu said, Mr. Yang Dingtian, you are really a sentimental person. Dongfang Bingling treated you so badly, but you are still so devoted to her. Aren't you afraid that my aunt will be sad? To be honest, Yang Dingtian, when you were in the Qin city, I really didn't recognize you. If it wasn't for Guru Wuhuan's bold guess, I really wouldn't know that Shenlang is Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. It turned out that they weren't completely sure that he was Yang Dingtian. It was only because he interrupted Dongfang Bingling's sacrifice that they made a series of conjectures. Yang Dingtian, don't try to hide it anymore. Qin Huaiyu said, now that this piece of paper has been poked open, I can recall some of the things that happened before. Now I know how you know that the other half of the Mystic Flames map is in my hands. Because when you were in the Cloud Heaven City, you pretended to be the young master of the hidden sect. When I was chatting with you, I showed you a few words from the Foxman race. These words happened to be on my half of the Mystic Flames map. At that time, you happened to have the other half of the Mystic Flames map. Therefore, you immediately confirmed that the other half of the Mystic Flames map was in my hands. Therefore, you went to the western Zhou city and seduced my aunt, Qin Mingli, into the northwest Qin city to obtain my half of the Mystic Flames map. I have to say, your courage is really big, and your plan is really ingenious. Yang Dingtian, I've never taken you seriously before, but today I'm really going to have a whole new level of respect for you. Whether it's talent or scheming, you're extremely amazing. It's a pity that you're too naive. So in the end, you were still played in the palm of my and my father's hands. Although you obtained the complete map of the Mystic Flame, you were used by us instead. You allowed us to successfully obtain the Mystic Flame while you still have to die. Qin Huaiyu said, but I want to ask you a question. If you're Yang Dingtian, Then how did you get the other half of the Mystic Flames map? I really can't think of anything. Yang Dingtian still didn't answer him. If the Mystic Flame map was obtained from Ning Ro, then she would be in danger. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that Qin Huaiyu loved Ning Ro a lot, but now Qin Huaiyu was far more sinister than he imagined. Yang Dingtian, if you can answer my question, I'll repay you. I'll bury you and Dongfang Bingling in the same coffin. The two of you can't be together when you're alive, but you can be together forever after you die. Qin Huaiyu said, but if you don't tell me, then I'm very sorry. Dongfang Bingling is the #1 beauty among geniuses, and she's also the fairy of the 9 heavens. I'm completely drooling over her. After killing her, I don't mind having this #1 beauty in the world again, even if it's already torn apart. When these words came out, Yang Dingtian was instantly filled with endless anger. He really couldn't imagine that Qin Huaiyu could be so devilish that he had no bottom line. Do you think you'll be safe and sound if you hide under the unfreezing pool? Qin Huaiyu sneered. That's right, it's indeed very difficult for us to pass through the unfreezing pool with our profound veins. But do you know that there's something that can release an incomparably powerful heat in a short period of time that can help us pass through the unfreezing pool? That's a fire-type demon core that's over 1,000 years old. The heat it releases is enough for us to pass through the unfreezing pool. Right now, Dongfang Bingling's entire body should be frozen. Although she's alive, she's still dead. Once any one of us passes through the unfreezing pool, killing all of you will be as easy as flipping our hands. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart jumped. That's right, a fire-type demon core that's over 1,000 years old might not be comparable to Yang Dingtian's youngling sword in terms of pure energy. But after using a special technique, it could release an extremely powerful fiery energy in a short period of time. It could indeed help Qin Huaiyu pass through the unfreezing pool. Of course, Yang Dingtian's spatial ring also had the fire Qilin's demon core, and the energy it released was enough for a person to pass through the unfreezing pool. But while Qin Huaiyu could use it, Yang Dingtian couldn't. The reason was simple. The energy released by a 1,000-year demon core was extremely shocking. With Qin Huaiyu's cultivation, she could withstand it, but Yang Dingtian couldn't. The result would be similar to the backlash from the brutal sword spirit in the Cloud Heaven City. A 1,000-year fire-type demon core was obviously extremely precious. But no matter if it was the Qin City, the Temple of Blood, or the Joyless Palace, they definitely didn't lack it. But be it Qin Huaiyu, Dugu Fengwu, or Gudu Huan, none of them would bring a 1,000-year demon core with them. That's right. No one would bring a 1,000-year fire-type demon core with them for no reason. Qin Huaiyu said. Therefore, young Lady Dugu Fengwu left this place and went to the Foxman race to make a deal. The massive Foxman race shouldn't lack a 1,000-year fire-type demon core. Furthermore, the value of the treasure she used to make the deal far exceeds a 1,000-year fire-type demon core. Therefore, the Foxman race shouldn't have any reason to reject her. Soon enough, she will bring back a 1,000-year fire-type demon core. When that time comes, it will be the time of death for you and Dongfang Bingling. At this moment, Yang Dingtian understood why he didn't hear Dugu Fengwu's voice. It was because she went to the Foxman race to make a deal for a 1,000-year fire-type demon core. During this period of time, Yang Dingtian didn't think about Dugu Fengwu's matters. For example, why did she tell Qin Huaiyu that Yang Dingtian was the hidden sex disciple Wu Ming? Did she recognize that Shen Lang was Yang Dingtian? Wait a minute. But from the looks of it, Dugu Fengwu was far more heartless to Yang Dingtian than he imagined. Putting aside the fact that Dugu Fengwu killed Yang Dingtian in the 5 Elements Hall Hidden Realm, she was already heartless. Now that even Qin Huaiyu had guessed that Shen Lang was Yang Dingtian, Dugu Fengwu naturally knew as well. She actually went to the Foxman race to make a deal for a 1,000-year fire-type demon core. Her goal was to cross the unfreezing pool and kill Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling. This woman was indeed callous and decisive to the extreme. Things have already come to this point, and you are still not willing to speak? Are you still holding on to hope? Qin Huaiyu sneered and said, "All right then. There are still 23 hours before the mystic flame blooms. I believe young Lady Dugu will be back with a 1,000-year fire-type demon core very soon. When that time comes, we will meet again and have a good chat." After that, Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan didn't speak anymore. There were still 25 hours before the mystic flame blooms, and Dugu Fengwu might be back with a 1,000-year fire-type demon core at any moment. At this moment, Yang Dingtian naturally didn't have any thoughts of cultivating. He had to immediately think of a way to resolve this crisis. Right at this moment, there was a sudden sound from the unfreezing pool above. The pool then shook as though someone had jumped in. Yang Dingtian instantly focused his eyes and tried his best to look up through the thick layer of unfreezing water. Of course, the unfreezing water might be sparkling and translucent, and had a faint fluorescent glow. However, it was 1,000 meters deep, and the visibility was at most 200 meters. If he looked any further, he wouldn't be able to see anything. However, the sound could still be heard clearly. It was the sound of a person diving down, and he was getting closer and closer to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's heart was beating faster and faster. He instantly gripped his artifact, sword tightly, and was prepared to fight at any moment, even though this battle might be like an egg striking a rock. That sound was getting closer and closer to Yang Dingtian. 800 meters. Soon enough, this person had passed through the limit that Yang Dingtian's physical body could endure. 700 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters. Finally, when he was 500 meters away from Yang Dingtian, the sound paused for a moment. After that, the sound of swimming continued, but it was getting further and further away. It was obvious that, to that person, 500 meters was already his limit. Therefore, he didn't dare to dive any further and could only float upwards. Yang Dingtian didn't know who this person was, but to be able to dive 500 meters, that person had already surpassed Yang Dingtian. Not long later, another person jumped into the unfreezing pool. Even though Yang Dingtian knew that without the 1,000-year fire attribute demon core, they wouldn't be able to pass through the unfreezing water, he couldn't help but feel nervous. As expected, at the same depth of 500 meters, that person had already stopped diving and started to float upwards. It was obvious that Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan had both tried at once. Both of their cultivations were about the same, and they both stopped at around 500 meters. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. "I can't let this continue. I can't sit here and wait for death." Once that demonic woman, Dugu Fengwu, brought the 1,000-year fire attribute demon core, Yang Dingtian would be dead. Previously, when it was still Xinlang, they weren't even prepared to let him go. Now that they knew that it was Yang Dingtian, they were even more determined to kill him. Whether it was Qin Huaiyu or Gudu Wuhuan, Yang Dingtian might be second only to Dongfang Bingling on the list of people they had to kill. They might even be on par with her. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to save himself. Yang Dingtian reported the matter to Dongfang Minmi and said, "Master, Dugu Fengwu should have only obtained a 1,000-year fire attribute demon core. That means that only one person can pass through the unfreezing water. However, no matter which of the three of them come down, they can easily kill me. The only way now is to let Dongfang Bingling recover in advance. This way, no matter which one of them comes down, not only will they not be able to kill us, they will also die under the sword of Dongfang Bingling." That's right, Qin Huaiyu, Dugu Fengwu, and Gudu Wuhuan weren't a match for Dongfang Bingling. Note: Brothers, please give me some monthly votes. Chapter 257. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian did not want to die, the only way was to wake up Dongfang Bingling. This world was really bizarre. Previously, for Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Bingling was his enemy, who competed with him for the heaven and earth level mysterious fire. Now, for Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Bingling was his big savior. "Master, is there any way to thaw Dongfang Bingling in the shortest time possible?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Minmi fell into silence. Master, can we use holy water? Yang Dingtian asked. Holy water is useless. Dongfang Minmi said, Holy water can almost bring the dead back to life, but Dongfang Bingling is not dead. She is not even seriously injured. She is just frozen. Is there any other way, no matter what it is? Yang Dingtian said, whether it is righteous or evil, it will work. If we don't wake up Dongfang Bingling in advance, the two of us will definitely die. Dongfang Minmi was still silent. However, this silence gave Yang Dingtian a glimmer of hope. Master, you still have a way, right? Yang Dingtian said, no matter what it is, you should tell me first. Dongfang Minmi sighed and said, there is a way, but I don't know if it will work because I have never encountered such a situation. I just thought of a way, theoretically. Then Dongfang Minmi said tirelessly, inputting qi or lying on the crystal stone to receive the fiery energy are external effects. We have estimated that it will take about a month to use this crystal stone. Dongfang Minmi said, then if we thaw it from the inside to the outside, it may be faster. How do you go from inside to outside? Yang Dingtian asked. Child, you have the 9 yang profound veins. Your terrifying body itself carries a very special energy. Therefore, my method is to directly transfuse your blood into Dongfang Bingling's body. This might work. Dongfang Minmi said, do you still remember Horror Mountain Villa? Zhao Mu was poisoned by the frost poison, and his cultivation was destroyed. You only used a little bit of your blood to completely cure the cold poison in his body. This is because you have 9 yang profound veins. Therefore, your blood contains a very special kind of energy. Just a little bit is enough to transform Zhao Mu's blood. It's like a seed. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, and in the end, Zhao Mu's blood is completely transformed, filling it with fiery energy. That way, Zhao Mu can use his own blood to expel the cold poison from his body. But Dongfang Minmi continued, Dongfang Bingling and Zhao Mu are completely different. Zhao Mu himself has the fire attribute talent. When your 9 yang blood enters his body, it will be twice the result with half the effort. And Dongfang Bingling has the ice attribute, profound veins talent. Moreover, compared to Zhao Mu, who knows how much higher her talent is, in this world, her talent might be second only to you. Therefore, after your blood enters her body, it will inevitably cause a violent rejection. I don't dare to imagine what kind of consequences this rejection will cause. And most importantly, Dongfang Bingling's talent is second only to you. So, how much blood do you need to pay to revive her? Also, after your 9 sons' blood enters her body, will it wantonly melt away her cultivation? All of this is unknown. After saying that, Dongfang Minmi fell into silence again. Yang Dingtian also fell into silence. That's right, Dongfang Minmi did not say this method just now. It is completely reasonable. Not to mention, this method has never been tried before, and it is completely theoretical. Moreover, the consequences would be very shocking. Most importantly, it is still unknown if it is useful. Time continued to elapse by the minute and second. Yang Dingtian sat beside Dongfang Bingling. Right now, there are only 20 hours before the mystic flame blooms. But Dugu Fingwu should not be back yet, but she will eventually come back. Therefore, with every second that elapsed, Yang Dingtian was 1 second closer to death. The method to revive Dongfang Bingling was very simple. He just needed to directly transfuse his blood, but the consequences were too shocking and the success rate was too low. There might not even be a 10% chance of success. At this moment, Yang Dingtian fell into a struggle of life and death. He needed to gamble again. Even though he didn't like to gamble, reality often forced him to gamble. On the left, he didn't do anything and just sat there waiting. He bet that Dugu Fingwu wouldn't be able to get the 1,000-year fire attribute demon core. As long as they didn't get the 1,000-year fire attribute demon core, they wouldn't be able to pass through the unfreezing water. Yang Dingtian wouldn't die for now. But since Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan were so confident, the possibility of Dugu Fengwu not getting the 1,000-year fire attribute demon core was very small. Even if they couldn't get the 1,000-year fire attribute demon core, Yang Dingtian might still be killed by them. When the mystic flame blooms, it is hard to say if the 1,000-year unfreezing water will still exist. According to Ba Bai, when the mystic flame blooms, a tall mountain will grow out from the lake. It will be half fire and half ice. Even if the unfreezing water still exists, Qin Huaiyu and the other two just need to refine the heaven and earth mystic flame and have no fear of the unfreezing water. They will be able to pass through the unfreezing water easily. By then, Yang Dingtian will still be killed. On the right side, Yang Dingtian transfused his blood into Dongfang Bingling's body. But according to Yang Dingtian's estimation, the success rate wouldn't be more than 10%, and the consequences would be unimaginable. But ever since he came to this world, Yang Dingtian had lost count of how many times he gambled. Basically, the success rate wouldn't be more than 10%, and he had narrowly escaped death countless times. Every time he gambled, it was with his own life. Once he lost, he would die. It was unknown if Yang Dingtian was blessed by the heavens, or if he wasn't afraid of death. Yang Dingtian had never lost in such life-and-death gambles because he was still alive. In fact, in every previous gamble, Yang Dingtian's success rate wouldn't be more than 10%, but Yang Dingtian won every single time. Then, what about this time? Time continued to elapse. There were still 19 hours before the mystic flame blooms. 18 hours. 17 hours. There wasn't much time left for Yang Dingtian. Dugu Fengwu would be back at any time. Yang Dingtian stared at Dongfang Bingling's beautiful face. At this moment, the ice had already retreated to her nose. This speed was even slower than a snail. Yang Dingtian's breathing became more and more rapid, and his heart beat faster and faster. If it was in the past, he might have already made a decision. But now, almost 10 hours had passed, and he still hadn't made a decision. Because this decision wasn't just about him, but also about him and Dongfang Bingling. Dongfang Minmi didn't say a word, and left all the decision-making power to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's heart was beating so fast that it started to hurt. His breathing was so rapid that he couldn't breathe. "I'm going all out." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian smashed out a fist. Then he stared at Dongfang Bingling and said, "Junior sister, this is the first time I call you junior sister after falling out with you. This time, I will make the decision for you." "Master, I have decided." Yang Dingtian said, "Use my blood to wake Dongfang Bingling up. No matter what the consequences are, I will accept it. Even if Dongfang Bingling kills me the moment she wakes up, I will accept it." Dongfang Minmi said, "No matter what decision you make, Master will support you." Once the decision was made, Yang Dingtian started to prepare everything. No matter what the consequences were, he would accept it. The preparation was very simple. A jade tube would do. He helped Dongfang Bingling up and sat cross-legged. Then he sat opposite of Dongfang Bingling. He pierced one end of the jade tube into the vein on Dongfang Bingling's wrist. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling's blood was confined and didn't flow at all. In fact, it was completely frozen. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's hope was lowered by a little. But since the decision had been made, no matter what, he had to continue. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and pierced the other end of the jade tube into the vein on his wrist. Yang Dingtian's blood was no doubt surging. After piercing the vein, the blood rushed directly into the jade tube and poured into Dongfang Bingling's blood. Chapter 258. Thump. Attached to Dongfang Bingling's chest, Yang Dingtian heard her heartbeat. At the same time, the icy energy wrapped around Dongfang Bingling's delicate body seemed to silently shatter. Fortunately, the third electric shock was successful, and Dongfang Bingling's heartbeat finally recovered. Yang Dingtian, who was ecstatic, almost burst into tears. However, the person who dived into the unfreezing water was getting closer and closer. Yang Dingtian had no time to be happy. First, he used his body to cover Dongfang Bingling, and then he used the fastest speed to put on Dongfang Bingling's clothes, so that the person who came would not see any inch of her snow-white skin below her neck. Then he pinched her nose and began to perform artificial respiration on Dongfang Bingling. Yes, Dongfang Bingling's heartbeat had recovered, but her breathing had not. Without breathing, she would soon die for real. Although he knew that the timing was not right, his heart still jumped the moment he touched Dongfang Bingling's lips. But in less than half a second, Yang Dingtian quickly inhaled. Once, twice. Then he pressed her chest. Then again, inhaling. Bang! There was a gust of wind behind him, and a figure suddenly rushed out of the unfreezing water. At the same time, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes suddenly opened. There was a trace of surprise, disbelief, anger, and soaring murderous intent. Yang Dingtian did not hesitate at all, and without any explanation, he used his fastest speed to dodge. He saw Dongfang Bingling lying on the ground, raising her jade palm and slamming it into the air. Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to dodge to the corner. It was not that he was afraid of death, but for him, a confrontation between martial venerables was really not something he could participate in. After dodging to a corner, Yang Dingtian saw that at the same time as Dongfang Bingling's palm strike, that person had just jumped out of the unfreezing pool. His face was pale, although he had a 1,000-year fire-type demon core. Crossing the 1,000-meter unfreezing pool was still an extremely terrifying test for him. The moment he jumped out of the unfreezing pool, he saw the awakened Dongfang Bingling's palm strike coming at him. Instantly, his handsome face revealed an inconceivable shock, and he instinctively struck out with his palm to fight back against Dongfang Bingling. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's face was also filled with shock. The one who jumped out of the unfreezing pool wasn't Qin Huaiyu, Gudu Huan, or Dugu Fengwu. However, he was also one of Yang Dingtian's acquaintances and an enemy. Why would Yan Biaqin appear here? However, Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Huan weren't a match for Dongfang Bingling, let alone Yan Biaqin. If both parties were to clash this time, there would only be one outcome, and that would be Yan Biaqin's death. Bang! There was a sudden loud sound. The enormous energy from the palm strike burst out. Yang Dingtian's chest was shaken by the aftershock, and he vomited a mouthful of blood while his entire body was sent flying. However, the space here was too small, and he couldn't fly anywhere. He immediately made a spin in the air and fell back to the corner. However, Yang Dingtian was completely stupefied by the battle in front of him. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body was sent flying while she vomited a mouthful of blood in the air. Her soft body then smashed onto Yang Dingtian's body. How could this be? Dongfang Bingling was so powerful. How could she be sent flying? Yang Dingtian didn't have time to think as he quickly hugged onto Dongfang Bingling's delicate body and couldn't help but get smashed again. After Dongfang Bingling was hugged by Yang Dingtian, she vomited another mouthful of blood and immediately fainted. It was unknown if she was dead or alive. Looking at Yan Biaqin, his face was filled with shock after he landed on the ground. But he wasn't injured at all. Not only Yang Dingtian, but even Yan Biaqin was stupefied. To be honest, when he jumped down and saw Dongfang Bingling's palm strike, he only had one thought in his mind. My life is over. That palm strike of his was completely instinctive. However, the result was something he never expected. Yan Biaqin's palm strike sent Dongfang Bingling flying while she vomited blood. It was unknown if she was dead or alive. As for Yan Biaqin, he was perfectly fine and wasn't injured at all. Looking at Dongfang Bingling, who was in his embrace, Yang Dingtian recalled that Dongfang Bingling's palm strike didn't seem to have any energy. That's right, his blood transfusion had thawed Dongfang Bingling and allowed her to wake up in a short period of time. However, His tyrannical nine-yang blood had also caused Dongfang Bingling's cultivation to vanish without a trace. Therefore, that palm strike of hers didn't have any energy and didn't cause any harm to Yan Biaqin. Therefore, Dongfang Bingling didn't even wake up for 2 to 3 seconds before she fainted again. Yan Biaqin first took a glance at Dongfang Bingling before looking at his own palm. His face, which had been absolutely pale, gradually regained its color. Yang Dingtian placed Dongfang Bingling on the ground and took out his Sky Devil battle saber. He stood up and asked, Yan Biaqin, why is it you? Why can't it be me? Yan Biaqin said, I am young lord's absolute confidant. Is it strange for me to come to the Dongli grassland with you? Yang Dingtian said, even if that's the case, you can come to the Dongli grassland. However, there's no reason for you to come here. This place is Qin Huaiyu's top secret. That's right. So that's the case, Yan Biaqin said. However, I coincidentally encountered young Lady Dugo Fengwu, who was being pursued by the Foxman race's experts. I joined the battle and helped her escape. As a result, I followed her to the central lake of the burial ground. Yang Dingtian said, you shouldn't be the one to kill me and Dongfang Bingling. Why isn't it Qin Huaiyu or Guda Wuhuan? Yan Biaqin said, because that Foxman race's absolute expert had also chased after us. This person is extremely powerful. Even 2 Martial Supreme experts had to fight against him. Therefore, young Lord Qin, young Lady Dugu, and Mr. Gudu had to work together to not be defeated. Among the 4 of them, my cultivation was the weakest. Of course, I was sent to kill you. No wonder. Yang Dingtian asked, who is that Foxman race's absolute expert? Yan Biaqin said, the Foxman race's patriarch. Because Dugu Fengwu had snatched away their race's 1,000-year-old fire attribute demon core, he chased after us. Yang Dingtian's eyes shrunk. Then who are you? Why are you Qin Huaiyu's trusted aide? I am Yan Biaqin. Yan Biaqin laughed. As for why I am his trusted aide, I have been with him for more than 10 years. Is this reason enough? Yang Dingtian asked. Then why didn't Qin City know of your existence before this? Yan Biaqin said, because I am Lord's most important chess piece. Therefore, almost no one knew of my existence before this. Of course, you will soon see the use of this chess piece. Then, what are your intentions for getting close to Qin Mingli? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Biaqin said, Lord dotes on his younger sister. Therefore, he gave her an astonishing amount of wealth. However, young Lord wants to grasp this portion of wealth in his own hands. Is this reason enough? Yang Dingtian nodded. This reason was definitely sufficient. What is your cultivation level? Yang Dingtian asked. 1 star revered martial artist. Yan Biaqin replied. In an instant, Yang Dingtian was appalled. He didn't expect this person to be so powerful. With regards to this mysterious Yan Biaqin, Yang Dingtian had some guesses about his cultivation level. However, he only guessed that he was a martial ancestor realm expert. He didn't expect this person to be a 1-star, revered martial artist. This person might not be comparable to Dongfang Bingling, but killing Yang Dingtian was as easy as blowing off dust. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian had already exhausted a large portion of his mystic qi and lost 1/3 of his blood. Even if the other party was a 9-star martial mystic, Yang Dingtian wasn't a match for him. Moreover, this person was a 1-star revered martial artist. His cultivation was more than 10 times that of Yang Dingtian. There was no way he could put up a fight. To be honest, even if Yang Dingtian risked being annihilated and controlled the brutal sword spirit to attack him, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to him. Of course, Yang Dingtian could use the evil soul art. However, he couldn't find any powerful puppet battle soul within the soul tool. Therefore, Yang Dingtian only had one method to deal with this person. Yang Dingtian had once used this method on Wu Xingwen. How about we make a deal? Yang Dingtian said slowly. Yang Dingtian was almost certain that there shouldn't be any evil person in this world who could resist the temptation of the evil soul art. At that time, Wu Xingwen was turned into an idiot by the modified soul burst art. Now, it could be used on Yan Biaqin. Even though he claimed to be Qin Huaiyu's trusted aide, Yang Dingtian could feel his wild ambition. However, there weren't any powerful puppet battle souls within the soul tool ring. Therefore, Yang Dingtian needed to modify the soul assimilating art. He needed Yan Biaqin to extract his soul spirit. Of course, this was a very, very difficult task. It wasn't like when he was dealing with Wu Xingwen. Yan Biaqin had to let Wu Xingwen see the power of the soul assimilating art before he could gain Wu Xingwen's trust and make him use the modified soul burst art. Now, it would be extremely difficult to make Yan Biaqin use the modified evil soul art to extract his soul spirit. Yan Biaqin was probably much more cunning than Wu Xingwen. After Yang Dingtian finished talking about the deal, Yan Biaqin didn't reply. Yang Dingtian repeated, Yan Biaqin, how about we make a deal? Deal. Yan Biaqin sneered. Use the soul tool ring and the evil soul art to seduce me. Use the same method you used on Wu Xingwen to deal with me? Let me beat myself into an idiot? Do you think I'm that stupid? Yang Dingtian. For a moment, Yang Dingtian was speechless. Before he could say his plan, it was seen through by Yan Biaqin, and he was forced to retreat. Yang Dingtian had never encountered such a situation before. It seemed like this Yan Biaqin was indeed Qin Huaiyu's trusted aide. He even knew about Wu Xingwen's top secret. Furthermore, it seemed like Dugu Fengwu and Qin Huaiyu's relationship had reached a certain level. Only Dugu Fengwu knew about Wu Xingwen and Yang Dingtian's evil soul art. She actually told Qin Huaiyu about such top secrets. For a moment, Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly and said, It seems like young Lord Qin and Demon Lady Dugu's relationship is much closer than I imagined. Note, requesting for a few monthly votes. Chapter 259. Immediately, Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly. It seems like young Lord Qin and Demon Lady Dugu's relationship is much closer than I imagined. Of course, Yan Biaqin said. For the sake of Qin City, young Lord has given the heaven and earth mystic flame that only appears once every 200 years to Lady Dugu. How can they not be close? Indeed generous, Yang Dingtian said. Originally, Yang Dingtian was hoping that the three of them would have internal strife because of the mystic flame. Now, it was impossible because they had already decided on the ownership of the mystic flame. Qin Huaiyu wasn't the only generous one. Gudu Wuhuan was also willing to give up a treasure like the mystic flame. However, it was obvious that Qin City would never do business that incurred a loss. Since they gave up the mystic flame, it was obvious that they had obtained something incomparably precious. All right, we are done with the small talk. It's time for proper business, Yan Biaqin said. You and I might be rivals in love, but we are still acquaintances. Let me give you a choice. Should I kill you first before killing Dongfang Bingling? Or should I kill Dongfang Bingling first before killing you? Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly. Then you should kill me first. You are indeed a hero. Yan Biaqin smiled and slowly drew his sword. Oh, right. Before you make your move, I have a request. Yang Dingtian said. Please speak. Yan Biaqin said. Please don't profane Dongfang Bingling's body. Let her die innocently. Yang Dingtian said. Yan Biaqin said, Don't worry. Even though I am drooling over Fairy Dongfang's body, I value my life more than anything else. But I value my life even more. If the young master finds out that I ate Dongfang Bingling, then I'll be dead. You should know about young Lord's possessiveness. Then I am relieved. Yang Dingtian slowly raised the Sky Devil Battle Saber and circulated the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. The other party was a 1-star Martial Honorable, while Yang Dingtian was only a 1-star Martial Profound. There was absolutely no need for this battle. However, even if Yang Dingtian were to die, he was unwilling to be killed in such a cowardly manner. Even if he were to die, he would die in battle. Come then, Yan Biaqin, Yang Dingtian yelled out. Suddenly, the sky demon battle blade in his hand burned. He circulated all the profound qi in his body. The whole heavenly demon battle blade suddenly burst out with a bright light. Yan Biaqin clenched his fist lightly, and the sharp sword in his hand suddenly turned blood red and transparent. It burst forth with an energy suppression that was as heavy as Mount Tai. That's right, he was a martial honorable. Just the energy pressure from holding the sword was like the weight of Mount Tai, causing Yang Dingtian's heavenly demon saber to be unable to breathe. 8th grade Devil Flame Saber Arts, 3rd saber move. Devil Flame Prison Splitting Saber. Yang Dingtian had never tried this move before, but this time, Yang Dingtian did not hold back at all. He poured all the profound qi in his body into the heavenly devil saber. Even if he were to die in battle, he had to give it his all. Come on, kill! Yang Dingtian suddenly yelled out and cleaved with the sky devil flame saber in his hand. Roar! Suddenly, the entire space turned blood red and dark. The entire space seemed to have turned into hell. The enormous, dark, blood red flaming blade was aimed at Yan Biaqin's head and cleaved down. This was the limit of Yang Dingtian's profound qi, the limit of his energy. If the opponent was a 5-star martial mystic, even if he was 4 levels higher than Yang Dingtian, he would still be able to withstand the heavenly devil saber's attack. Yang Dingtian could say that the opponent would definitely be injured, if not dead, when facing the Devil Calamity Prison Splitting Blade. Just as Yang Dingtian cleaved down with all his strength, Yan Biaqin's sword also cleaved down lightly. His sword burst out with purplish red radiance. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's enormous dark red flaming blade struck against Yan Biaqin's purplish radiance. From the looks of it, Yang Dingtian's flaming blade was so astonishing that it seemed to have engulfed the entire space. It was like hell that wanted to devour everything. On the other hand, Yan Biaqin's purplish sword radiance was only as thick as a finger and 2 to 3 feet long. However, when that terrifying dark red flaming blade met the purplish sword radiance, it was like snow that was poured over with boiling water. It instantly melted without a trace. Yang Dingtian had used all his strength in this saber attack. It was the strongest move of the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. However, it had been dissolved by Yan Biaqin's light sword and melted into nothingness. Yang Dingtian had already expected this outcome. However, when he saw it for himself, he couldn't help but feel shocked. At this moment, the difference between Yan Biaqin and Yang Dingtian was like the difference between heaven and earth. After that blue sword radiance destroyed Yang Dingtian's mystic skill, Flaming Blade, it didn't seem to have any damage and cleaved down towards Yang Dingtian's head. Even though Yang Dingtian didn't have much profound qi left, he still desperately circulated all his profound qi and circulated the fire transformation art of the Yin Yang Qi transformation art. He wanted to dissolve Yan Biaqin's sword radiance. Of course, by relying on Yang Dingtian's current fire transformation art, he should be able to dissolve 10% of Yan Biaqin's sword radiance. Yan Biaqin's sword radiance could be said to be completely undamaged. There would only be one outcome if it slashed onto Yang Dingtian's body, which was to turn him into ashes and shatter his bones into pieces. Of course, there might be people who were wondering why Yang Dingtian didn't use the thunder attribute mystic skill. The reason was that the thunder attribute mystic skill could shock and deceive people, but its power of injuring people was inferior to the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. It was almost instantaneous. Yan Biaqin's sword radiance cleaved onto Yang Dingtian's head. Yang Dingtian widened his eyes and circulated the qi transformation art before slashing out. Farewell, Yan Yan. Farewell, Ning Ning. Farewell, everyone who cares about me. I have disappointed you. Am I unresigned? Or am I liberated? Instantly, countless thoughts surged in his mind. He was about to turn into ashes and shatter his bones into pieces. It was as though there were countless thoughts in his mind. It was as though he wasn't thinking about anything and was waiting for the final moment to arrive. The sword radiance cleaved onto Yang Dingtian's head, causing a radiance to explode. The entire narrow space was filled with a glaring radiance. Yang Dingtian didn't die. After that fatal sword radiance cleaved onto Yang Dingtian's head, it immediately vanished without a trace. After that, the entire space fell into silence. Yang Dingtian escaped from death, but there wasn't any joy on his face. Why? Yang Dingtian asked slowly. Yan Biaqin shrugged his shoulders. Why didn't you kill me? Yang Dingtian continued asking. Yan Biaqin said, It's not time yet. I can't kill you now. When? Yang Dingtian asked. You will know when the time comes. Yan Biaqin said, When the time comes, you will also know who my true identity is. Yang Dingtian said, But if you don't kill me, your master won't let you off. Yan Biaqin said, He didn't intend to let me live in the first place. Do you know that I only brought a fire-type demon core of 500 years? It can allow me to cross 1,000 meters of the unfreezing pond to kill you. However, its energy has been completely exhausted. I can't leave this place and can't get out. Yang Dingtian was startled before he nodded. That's right. This is indeed Qin Huaiyu's style. Even though Yan Biaqin was Qin Huaiyu's trusted aide, whether it was killing Dongfang Bingling or colluding with evil ways, they were all Qin Huaiyu's greatest secrets. Now that Yan Biaqin knew of the secret, he could only die. Therefore, Yan Biaqin could only bring along a 500-year-old fire attribute demon core. After killing Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling, he would be trapped here forever, unable to leave. Even if he were to leave, there would only be one outcome, death. Even though he was Qin Huaiyu's trusted aide and had followed Qin Huaiyu for more than 10 years, Qin Huaiyu obviously wouldn't trust anyone. Yan Biaqin said, I was hiding by Qin Huaiyu's side. Originally, I intended to do this until I was strong enough, until I could do everything that I wanted to do, until I could truly take back everything that belonged to me. Only then would I reveal my true self. But now I don't need to. He wants me to die so I can be myself in advance. Therefore, I let you off. I won't kill you today. Yan Biaqin laughed. Therefore, Yang Dingtian, you owe me a favor. Yang Dingtian asked, What about Dongfang Bingling? Her? Yan Biaqin said, If you didn't kill her, then she wouldn't. Leaving her alive would allow her to kill everyone in Qin City. Wouldn't that be better? Even though Yan Biaqin's tone was indifferent, Yang Dingtian could still hear the bone-deep hatred towards Qin City. For a moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel even more curious. Who exactly was this Yan Biaqin? Why was he a servant by Qin Huaiyu's side for more than 10 years? Why did he hate Qin City to the bone? There was also that sentence he said, Wait until I have the ability to take back everything that belonged to me. All of this meant that Yan Biaqin had a very special identity. Then who was he? That's right. I owe you a favor, Yang Dingtian said solemnly. Yan Biaqin smiled faintly. When the time comes, I want you to return it. Furthermore, I will make you return a lot and a lot. Yang Dingtian said, When the time comes, I will return it. However, if you don't kill me, what are you going to do next? How are you going to escape? You have to give me something. Yan Biaqin said. What is it? Yang Dingtian asked. Demon Core, the Fire Qilin's Demon Core. Yan Biaqin said. Terror Mountain Villages. Zhao Mu gave his father's failed soul sword to you. There is a brutal sword spirit inside. That sword is embedded with the Fire Qilin's Demon Core. Although the Demon Core was damaged during the battle between you and Qin Huaiyu, it can still be used. It can allow me to pass through 1,000 meters of unfreezing water and leave this place. Yang Dingtian's eyes instantly shrunk. This Yan Biaqin really knew a lot. However, after Yang Dingtian handed over the revolving fire Qilin's demon core, would he immediately kill Yang Dingtian? Previously, he let Yang Dingtian go because he wanted to obtain the fire Qilin's demon core. All right, I will give it to you. Yang Dingtian didn't even hesitate and immediately agreed. Many thanks, Yan Biaqin said. Can I ask you to turn around? I need to take out this fire Qilin's demon core. Yang Dingtian said. All right. Yan Biaqin immediately turned around and closed his eyes. Yang Dingtian also turned around and took out the night owl giant sword from the spatial displacement. On the hilt of the giant sword, there were 2 demon cores stuck together. They were the 1,000-year owl's demon core and the fire Qilin's demon core. Yang Dingtian took out his youngling sword and slashed down at the night owl giant sword. Chapter 260. Yang Dingtian took out his youngling sword and aimed at the night owl huge sword and slashed down. The night owl huge sword was completely indestructible. There might not be any weapon in this world that could damage it. However, the youngling sword was an exception. It might be the only youngling sword that was above the absolute grade in this world. With a loud sound, the 2 demon cores were slashed down by the youngling's sword and fell to the ground. Ayo! Instantly, the night owl huge sword let out a strange cry. It sounded like a monster or a malicious spirit. Within the spatial zone, there was a burst of energy. This was because the demon core and the sword body had been completely separated. This brutal sword spirit had been completely destroyed and dissipated. Originally, Yang Dingtian planned to use this brutal sword spirit to nurture the sword spirit after forging a true sword spirit. However, it was impossible now. Yang Dingtian had directly destroyed this sword spirit. After that, Yang Dingtian placed the night owl huge sword into the spatial zone. However, it was a little troublesome now. Yang Dingtian could separate the demon core and the huge sword. However, the 2 demon cores were intertwined with each other. It was impossible to separate them with Chao's youngling sword. If Yang Dingtian slashed down, there was no need to talk about whether he could split the demon core. Even if he could, the demon core would be completely shattered. A shattered demonic core was useless. Master, how do I separate the 2 demon cores that are intertwined with each other? Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfeng Minmi replied, very simple. Just place it in the unfreezing pool. Yang Dingtian was startled. He then threw the strangely intertwined demon cores into the unfreezing pool. This was the deepest part of the unfreezing pool. It was also the place with the lowest temperature. It was almost close to absolute zero. After the 2 demon cores entered the unfreezing pool, they trembled and shrunk before separating. It was indeed very simple. Without using any strength, the 2 demon cores that were tightly intertwined immediately separated. He placed the portion of the Millennium Owl's demon core into the spatial ring. He took the portion of the fire Qilin's demon core and handed it to Yan Biaqin. Take it. Yan Biaqin turned around and received the fire Qilin's demon core. He nodded and said, Many thanks. Yang Dingtian said, But this demon core has lost a lot of energy. Not even half of it is left now. It's completely sufficient. Yan Biaqin replied. After that, Yan Biaqin placed the fire Qilin's demon core in his bosom and said, I need to wait until the heaven and earth mystic flame is about to bloom before I leave. Only then can I successfully escape. You don't mind staying with me for another 8 hours, right? Yang Dingtian shook his head. I don't mind. Many thanks then. Yan Biaqin slowly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged to regulate his breath. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from above his head. The unfreezing pool shook violently, and even the crystal under him shook. Above, it was as if the heavens and earth were shaking. They have finally started fighting, Yan Biaqin said. Naturally, he was referring to the Foxman clan's clan chief, Qin Huaiyu, and the other two. After finishing his statement, Yen Biaqin sneered. He then continued to absorb the mystic qi and cultivate. This was the best place to cultivate. After Yen Biaqin cultivated, his eyebrows twitched and revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He then continued to maintain his composure and didn't say anything else. Boom, boom, boom. Above, loud noises kept coming. The entire underground shook violently as the unfreezing pool surged violently. It was obvious that the battle above was extremely intense. As expected, the Foxman clan's clan chief had left and was actually fighting 1 against 3. Around 10 minutes later, all the loud noises came to a stop and the shaking stopped. The battle had stopped, and it wasn't known who had won. However, after the battle ended, Yen Biaqin still didn't open his eyes and continued to absorb the mystic qi. Yang Dingtian carried Dongfang Bingling horizontally on his thighs and fed her a mouthful of holy water with his back facing Yen Biaqin. He then fed her a wonder spirit elixir. Finally, her heartbeat and blood vessels gradually returned to normal. Her breathing also gradually returned to normal. This holy water was indeed formidable. It had pulled Dongfang Bingling back from the gates of hell. It was just that she was still unconscious at this moment. After confirming that Dongfang Bingling was fine, Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing while absorbing the mystic qi. At this moment, there were still 8 hours before the mystic flame bloomed. Time continued to elapse by the minute and second. Yang Dingtian, the unconscious Dongfang Bingling, and Yen Biaqin were squeezed in a narrow space. She really didn't know if Yang Dingtian was living with a wolf or a human. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 7 hours passed. 7.5 hours passed. At this moment, there was less than half an hour before the heaven and earth mystic flame bloomed. Boom, boom, boom! Suddenly, loud noises came from above again. It turned out that the battle just now hadn't ended and was just paused. Now that the mystic flame was about to bloom, the battle had started again. Furthermore, it seemed like the battle was even more intense than before. Just when the battle was at its most intense and the noises were the loudest and the most chaotic, suddenly, Yen Biaqin opened his eyes. Yang Dingtian followed suit and opened his eyes while his heart tightened. Whether Yen Biaqin would go back on his word and kill would depend on this moment. I'll take my leave now. See you again. Yen Biaqin stood up and took out the fire Qilin's demon core. He poured in a strand of mystic qi and circulated some kind of technique. In an instant, the demon core suddenly burst out with a resplendent light, and then fine cracks appeared on the demon core. Yang Dingtian felt the air around him suddenly heated up. It was as though the temperature had risen by a few hundred degrees and was getting higher and higher. It was as though the air was going to be burned. Without a doubt, Yen Biaqin had used some kind of technique to cause the fiery energy in the demon core to erupt abnormally. Remember, Yang Dingtian, you didn't give me this demon core as a favor. You still owe me a huge favor. Then, Yen Biaqin held the erupting demon core and rushed into the unfreezing pool. He borrowed the energy of the fire Qilin's demon core and floated up quickly. As expected, he kept his promise and didn't kill Yang Dingtian. In the transparent, unfreezing pool, Yang Dingtian saw Yen Biaqin swimming further and further away. Finally, he couldn't be seen anymore. The battle above still didn't stop. Even though the loud sounds weren't as concentrated, the intensity of the battle was even more shocking. After Yen Biaqin left, it was Yang Dingtian's turn to struggle. The battle above had turned into a mess. Without a doubt, Yen Biaqin didn't just want to escape. He wanted to fish in troubled waters and obtain the mystic flame. Even though Yen Biaqin didn't kill Yang Dingtian, there was no doubt that he had huge ambitions. If there was an opportunity to obtain the mystic flame, he would definitely not let it go. In that case, should Yang Dingtian take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters? From the looks of it, All the fights for the mystic flame had nothing to do with Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian had sacrificed so much for this heaven and earth mystic flame. He was really unwilling to give it up now. However, with Yan Biaqin's one-star martial supreme cultivation, it was still possible for him to fish in troubled waters. Yang Dingtian was just a one-star martial mystic. It was just wishful thinking for him to fish in troubled waters. Most importantly, even if he succeeded in fishing in troubled waters and obtained the mystic flame, how was he going to escape after obtaining it? How was he going to escape the pursuit of a few martial supreme experts or even master experts? Yang Dingtian was sure that if he obtained the mystic flame, no matter if it was Qin Huaiyu or the Foxman Patriarch, they would definitely give up on the battle and turn to pursue Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian wasn't willing to back off just like this. He had to look on helplessly as the mystic flame was being devoured and refined by others. After taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian made a decision. He was going to stake it all. That's right. Yang Dingtian had staked it all and used his blood to transfuse into Dongfang Bingling's body in exchange for her awakening. Yang Dingtian had lost, but fortunately he didn't lose his life. The probability of winning earlier was less than 10%. Now, the probability of fishing in troubled waters to obtain the mystic flame was even lower. However, Yang Dingtian still decided to stake it all. He was truly unwilling to watch as the mystic flame left. Among everyone, Yang Dingtian was the one who had sacrificed the most for this mystic flame. After deciding to stake it all, Yang Dingtian gradually calmed down. Since he had decided to stake it all and planned to fish in troubled waters, the next problem was how to plan it. Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and continued to meditate. If he wanted to fish in troubled waters, he just had to fill his entire body with mystic qi. Yang Dingtian had almost exhausted all of his mystic qi in the final slash against Yan Biaqin. However, in the following mystic qi absorption, Yang Dingtian filled his qi vessel and mystic meridians with battle mystic qi. Chapter 261. He was different from Yan Biaqin. Yan Biaqin was a martial supreme expert and could fish in troubled waters half an hour before the mystic flame blossomed. Yang Dingtian decided to take advantage of the situation when the mystic flame was the closest to blossoming. As such, Yang Dingtian waited quietly. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. There was still 10 minutes before the mystic flame blossomed. It was time. Yang Dingtian stood up abruptly and came to Dongfang Bingling's side. If I survive, I will definitely come down again and bring you away. If I don't survive, then I'm sorry, but you will have to stay here alone. Yang Dingtian naturally couldn't bring Dongfang Bingling up this time to fish in troubled waters. Dongfang Bingling was extremely weak now. Even with the heat provided by Yang Dingtian, it would be hard for her to pass through the 1,000-meter unfreezing pool. After taking a deep look at the unconscious Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian hugged Ah Cho and rushed into the unfreezing pool. So cold, as though my soul spirit is being imprisoned. For the next 1,000 meters of unfreezing pool, Yang Dingtian had once again suffered a hellish torment. However, it was slightly better than the previous time. The higher he floated, the higher the temperature. Therefore, as long as he could endure the extreme cold, the higher he went, the better it would be. Yang Dingtian took a total of 5 minutes to reach the 1,000-meter unfreezing pool. He rushed out of the unfreezing pool and arrived above the ice. There were less than 5 minutes before the heaven and earth mystic flame blossomed. Just as he stood above the ice, there was a violent tremor. There was a loud sound that was like a thunderclap or a bomb explosion. There was no doubt that the battle above had already reached its climax. Therefore, the heavens shook and the earth shook as if there was a great earthquake. The ice that was originally intact was now in a mess. It was broken and flying everywhere. Yang Dingtian broke through the ice layer according to the approximate location where the mystic flame blossomed and gradually sneaked over. Advancing in the ice layer, Yang Dingtian was getting closer and closer to the place where the mystic flame bloomed. The battle over there was still intense, so the loud noises became clearer and clearer, and the shaking of the heavens and earth became more and more intense. Closer and closer. Yang Dingtian was getting closer and closer to the room where the mystic flame was blooming, and the time for the mystic flame to bloom was getting closer and closer. Yang Dingtian did not directly go to the place where he and Dongfang Bingling were waiting for the mystic flame to bloom. Instead, he took a detour and went to the back of the small room where the mystic flame bloomed. Finally, the flame-shaped space was right in front of him, only a short distance away from Yang Dingtian. The entire ice layer was in a mess. Only the place where the mystic flame was about to bloom was undamaged. It seemed that the two parties who were fighting had deliberately protected this place. At this moment, there was only about a minute left before the mystic flame bloomed. Meanwhile, the sounds of intense fighting had already stopped. No one knew what had happened. Rumble! Suddenly there was a loud bang. Then, the thick layer of ice suddenly burst open. The entire earth cracked open. Boom! The ice-cold ice suddenly burned fiercely. Yang Dingtian felt a huge force pushing upwards. The time for the mystic flame to bloom had arrived. This was because Yang Dingtian was inside the ice lake. If he was outside now, he could clearly see a mountain rapidly growing in the lake. At first, it was just the tip of a small mountain. Then it grew taller and taller. The lake that was originally completely frozen was suddenly torn apart from the middle. A mountain came out alive from the lake. Half of the mountain was covered in blue ice, while the other half was covered in raging flames. This mountain really appeared. The Yin-Yang mountain in the mystic flame map really appeared. It came out alive from the center of the lake. While the Yin-Yang mountain was growing, the ice around Yang Dingtian was cracking and falling inch by inch. Yang Dingtian could clearly see that he and the others were completely inside the mountain. As the Yin-Yang mountain grew taller and taller, the surrounding ice started to fall and reach the slope of the mountain. Through the transparent ice, Yang Dingtian could already see the scenery outside. Right now, they were already above the surface of the lake. Huff! Then, in that flame-shaped room, an incomparably beautiful blue flame suddenly blossomed. It was as quiet as a virgin and was charming and beautiful. This was the mystic flame. The moment the mystic flame blossomed, the giant piece of ice in front of them instantly melted. In an instant, the barrier between Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, and Dugu Bingyun disappeared as they looked at each other directly. When he saw Qin Huaiyu and the others, Yang Dingtian was first shocked before he was delighted. He was shocked because they were only a few dozen meters away from Yang Dingtian. He was delighted because they and the Foxman race patriarch had already entered the most dangerous moment of internal strength competition. It was no wonder that the four of them had been fighting silently during this period of time. Qin Huaiyu, Dugu Fengwu, and Gudu Wuhuan formed a triangle and surrounded the Foxman race patriarch. Day by day Bella. Dugu Fengwu's sharp sword shot out a blood-red sword light and stabbed at Day by day Bella. Qin Huaiyu's sharp sword shot out a black-red sword light, while Gudu Wuhuan's sharp sword shot out a purple-red sword light. Day by day Bella's giant dragon-patterned sword burst out with a thick golden sword light. It split into three and blocked the attacks of the three at the same time. Even though Day by day Bella was fighting 1 against 3, she still had the upper hand. On the contrary, Qin Huaiyu's side seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Yang Dingtian didn't know why they had entered the mystic qi competition mode, but it was undoubtedly the most dangerous. Once they entered this mode, unless one of them had completely exhausted their mystic qi, they wouldn't be able to stop. If one of them took the initiative to stop, they would lose, and the consequence of losing would be death. The opponent's powerful mystic qi would enter your body and instantly shatter your mystic meridians and organs. But according to the current situation, Qin Huaiyu's side was probably going to lose. Even if Day by day Bella won, she wouldn't have much mystic qi left. Therefore, the current situation was actually the most advantageous for Yang Dingtian. When Qin Huaiyu and the others noticed Yang Dingtian, they were first shocked, but they immediately acted as though nothing had happened. Mr. Xinlang is truly blessed. Guru Wuhuan suddenly said, "You have already seen the current situation. Why don't we make a deal?" This person actually called him Xinlang and not Yang Dingtian. "What deal? Tell me about it." Yang Dingtian said, "Now, both of us have entered the most dangerous moment, and the three of us are at a disadvantage. But it's very simple to reverse this situation. You just need to walk to the back of this Foxman patriarch and stab him with your sword, and he will die." Guru Wuhuan said, "You can rest assured. If you stab him with your sword now, he won't resist at all. He can only watch as you stab him to death. After I stab him to death, you guys will come and kill me. Do you think I'm that stupid?" Yang Dingtian sneered. "It's fine if you don't stab him to death." Guru Wuhuan said, "You just need to stab a wound on his back. This way his blood will continue to flow, and his mystic qi will flow away. This way, he who originally had the upper hand will lose. But that will be at least 15 minutes later. You will still be very safe. You can devour and refine the mystic flame before leaving." "What benefits will that bring me?" Yang Dingtian sneered. "Mr. Xinlang, even if you successfully devour the mystic flame and escape from this place, so what? Can you escape the joint pursuit of Qin City, Temple of Blood and Joyless Palace?" Guru Wuhuan said, "If you help us this time, we promise to write off all the previous conflicts. Before the martial contest, we won't send anyone to kill you. We won't harm any of your people, and we won't divulge any of your secrets. How about it? Why should I believe you?" Yang Dingtian said. Guru Wuhuan said, "I can swear on the Temple of Annihilation, on the Supreme Evil Emperor, and on the ancestors of Joyless Palace." The oaths in this world were very serious. Guru Wuhuan only needed to swear on the ancestors of Joyless Palace, and this oath was more important than his life itself. Not to mention that he was swearing on the Joyless Palace, the Supreme Evil Emperor, and the Temple of Annihilation. Qin Huaiyu said, "Xinlang, since you are able to come out alive, it proves that Yan Bieqin has betrayed you. However, I don't care about all this. As long as you agree to Guru Wuhuan's request, I can promise you that I won't do anything to Ningro other than what he promised you. Otherwise," once Qin Huaiyu said this, Yang Dingtian's heart instantly turned cold. It was unknown if Dugu Fengwu told him, or if Qin Huaiyu guessed it himself. In short, Qin Huaiyu knew that Yang Dingtian and Ningro had some interactions before. In fact, Ningro was the one who gave Yang Dingtian half of the Mystic Flames map. Therefore, Qin Huaiyu issued a threat here. If Yang Dingtian didn't agree to Guru Wuhuan's request, Ningro would be in an extremely miserable state. This Qin Huaiyu was definitely a beast. He actually used his woman's life to threaten Yang Dingtian. Ningro was his woman and not Yang Dingtian's woman. Furthermore, she was the mother of Qin Huaiyu's daughter. "Xinlang, you have to make a choice." Guru Wuhuan said coldly. To be honest, the other party's conditions were very tempting and were extremely important to Yang Dingtian. According to Guru Wuhuan's method, Qin Huaiyu would stab day by day Bella in the back and make him bleed continuously. Then, Qin Huaiyu's side would be able to obtain victory and their lives. After Yang Dingtian did all this, he would still be able to devour and refine the mystic flame calmly before leaving. They agreed that before the martial contest for the city lord's position, they wouldn't make a move on Yang Dingtian or the people of Cloud Heaven City. Among them, Yang Dingtian still had a fatal weakness in their hands. He was impersonating the hidden sect's disciple, Wu Ming. Once this matter was exposed, Yang Dingtian wouldn't have any foothold in this world. Therefore, the other party's conditions were very tempting. It was a typical case of paying less but receiving more in return. Chapter 262. At this moment, the Yinyang mountain was still growing, but the speed was getting slower and slower. Right now, The Yinyang mountain had already grown over 3,000 meters. Yang Dingtian and the others were now over 2,000 meters above the ground. They could see the azure blue sky from the outside. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Huaiyu and the others. He had to make a choice. At the start, his gaze was still on Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan. Eventually, his gaze landed on Dugu Fengwu's face. This woman's absolutely beautiful face was already pale, and cold sweat was constantly seeping out from her forehead. The mystic qi in her body was gradually depleting. Once it was completely depleted, only death would await her in such a direct contest of mystic qi. If Yang Dingtian rejected Gudu Wuhuan's conditions, it would mean that he was sending Dugu Fengwu to her death. The world's most beautiful woman had once had an extremely intimate relationship with Yang Dingtian that was beyond friendship. This woman was also the most cold-hearted and heartless woman to Yang Dingtian in this world. Yang Dingtian had saved her life more than once, but she still killed Yang Dingtian in the Five Elements Hall secret realm. If it wasn't for the stone giant and the holy water, Yang Dingtian's corpse would have already rotted. Your conditions are very tempting. Yang Dingtian spoke slowly and resolutely, but I still choose to reject. Compared to making a deal with you, I am more willing to see you die here. Yang Dingtian chose to reject. Once he said this, Qin Huaiyu and the others had a change in expression. Dugu Fengwu's absolutely beautiful face trembled as she looked at Yang Dingtian. Very good. Gudu Wuhuan said, Shenlang, everyone has to be responsible for their own decisions. After that, they didn't say anything else. Their eyes were filled with absolute coldness and killing intent. After making his decision, Yang Dingtian guarded by the side of the mystic flame and waited for it to fully mature and bloom. At this moment, the mystic flame was already 1 foot tall and had become even more absolutely beautiful. This was the heaven and earth mystic flame, a flame with life. Only one flame could be nurtured within 10,000 miles of fire elemental land. This was a true treasure of heaven and earth, something that could change Yang Dingtian's fate. Once he possessed the mystic flame, he could become the most powerful person in the world. With the mystic flame, Yang Dingtian would be able to forge a true soul sword, cultivate a sword soul, and improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds. Compared to the top-grade earth fire, it was filled with more spiritual energy, as if it had a life of its own. It was even curious enough to sense the entire world. When Yang Dingtian approached it, its flame even slightly tilted to the side, as if it was turning its head towards Yang Dingtian, approaching Yang Dingtian slightly. Soon, it would enter its most resplendent stage. When that time came, it would be time for Yang Dingtian to devour and refine it. Refining an occult flame was not very difficult. Unlike the supreme-grade earth fire, the mystic fire possessed life and soul. However, it was just like a newborn baby. Its soul and divine sense were completely blank. As long as the divine sense and mystic qi were injected into the mystic fire, the martial artist and it would build a bridge. Just like a newborn baby bird, a chick, or a duckling, the mystic fire would be filled with uneasiness towards the outside world. It would instinctively seek protection, even though it was incomparably powerful and there was nothing in the world that could harm it. However, it would still instinctively look for a safe place. It would instinctively go back to find its mother. At this time, using the soul and mystic qi to build a bridge. It would follow this familiar scent, transform into countless strands of energy, and enter the martial artist's mystic meridians. Finally, like the mystic qi, it would reside in the martial artist's sea of qi. During the entire process, the mystic fire would not harm anyone. Unlike the supreme-grade earth fire, the earth fire would release terrifying energy all the time. It could destroy anything that touched it. However, the mystic fire was different. It had its own consciousness, and it would choose whether to attack or not. Of course, if someone dared to touch the mystic fire at this time, the restless mystic fire would explode and burn him into ashes. However, During the process of the mystic fire entering the mystic meridians and sea of qi, it would not harm or attack anyone. Once it completely entered the sea of qi, the mystic fire would become a part of the martial artist's life and would never be separated. Therefore, what Yang Dingtian had to do now was to wait for it to fully blossom before injecting his divine senses and mystic qi into the mystic fire. At that time, the mystic fire would be like a baby that was looking for its mother. It would obediently transform into countless strands of energy and enter Yang Dingtian's body. Since Yang Dingtian had already decided to reject Guru Wuhuan's request, he would completely ignore the other party and focus all his attention on the mystic fire. As long as it matured, Yang Dingtian would immediately inject his mystic qi and divine senses. The mystic fire was getting more and more beautiful and moving. It was like a flower that was gradually blooming to the extreme. It was like a lady that was getting more and more beautiful. The final moment of blooming was about to arrive. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was already extremely nervous, and his breathing had almost stopped. In fact, there was a sense of uneasiness in his heart because the other person had yet to appear. That person was Yan Biqin. After leaving the unfreezing pond, he had yet to appear. Could he have really given up on the mystic fire and escaped? Right at this moment, a familiar voice resounded. Young Lord Guru, young Lady Dugu, is your deal still valid? Yan Biaqin's voice finally resounded. Afterward, a piece of ice cracked open, and Yan Biaqin drilled out from the ice. With a violent shake, he shook off the unfreezing water on his body. Earlier on, he had actually wrapped the unfreezing water on his body before wrapping himself in the ice to conceal his energy presence. Yes, of course it's still valid. Qin Huaiyu replied. Yan Biaqin slowly walked behind Day by Day Bella and said, Then I will have to trouble the three of you to make an oath. Guru Wuhuan said, I swear that I will not pursue any wrongdoings of Yan Biaqin. I will treat him as a lifelong friend and will not harm him in any way. If I were to violate this oath, I will let the ancestors of the Joyless Palace never rest in peace. I will let the spirits of the leaders of the evil ways exterminate me. I will let the evil ways sink forever and never rise again. Qin Huaiyu said, I swear that I will not pursue any wrongdoings of Yan Biaqin. I will still treat him as a trusted aide and will still unconditionally support his future endeavors. I will treat him as a lifelong friend and will not harm him in any way. If I were to violate this oath, I will let the ancestors of Qin City never reincarnate. I will let my Qin City perish completely. Dugu Fengwu said, I swear that I will not pursue any wrongdoings of Yan Biaqin. I will treat him as a lifelong friend and will not harm him in any way. If I were to violate this oath, I will let the deceased ancestors of the Temple of Blood turn into vengeful spirits to kill me and destroy me. Chapter 263. Many thanks to the three of you. Yan Biaqin will forever remember your kindness. Yan Biaqin spoke slowly. After that, he looked at Yang Dingtian. My apologies, Mr. Xinlang. This mystic flame doesn't belong to you anymore. I believe you won't put up any unnecessary resistance, right? You wouldn't want us to shed all pretenses of cordiality now, right? Yang Dingtian immediately let out a bitter laugh. Yan Biaqin walked to the back of Day by Day Bella and suddenly drew his sharp sword. Qin Huaiyu and the others' eyes instantly lit up. They couldn't wait for Yan Biaqin to slash Day by Day Bella into two. During the entire process, Day by Day Bella didn't beg for mercy at all. Her face was still filled with arrogance and indifference. I have one more condition. Yan Biaqin suddenly said, I want the three of you to let Mr. Xinlang off, regardless of his true identity. No matter what weakness he has in your hands, you must not harm him before the martial contest. How about it? When he said this, not only did Qin Huaiyu's expression change, even Yang Dingtian revealed an inconceivable expression. Why did Yan Biaqin do this? It wasn't enough for him to ask Qin Huaiyu and the others to let him off. He actually wanted them to let Yang Dingtian off as well. Biaqin, are you sure? Qin Huayu asked. I'm sure. Yan Biaqin replied. All right, I agree. Furthermore, I will incorporate this into the vow earlier. Qin Huayu said, I agree. I will incorporate this into the vow earlier as well. Gudu Wuhuan said, I agree. Dugu Fengwu said indifferently, Many thanks. Yan Biaqin said. He then thrust the sharp sword in his hand. In an instant, it pierced through Day by Day Bella's chest, causing fresh blood to spurt out violently. As for Zuri Bela, who was currently competing with Qin Huayu and the other two, he could only look on helplessly as his body was pierced through. He didn't have the slightest bit of strength to resist, and could only look on helplessly as his blood continued to gush out. As the blood spurted out, energy gradually flowed out from Day by Day Bella's body. If it was any other time, he could easily stop the bleeding. But now, not only was he unable to stop the bleeding, because they were competing with profound energy, the profound veins in his body were circulating rapidly. His blood was also circulating rapidly, and the speed at which the blood flowed out did not slow down in the slightest. With the loss of blood, Day by Day Bella was at a disadvantage. Yang Dingtian didn't know how much Xian Qi Day by Day Bella had left, but he knew that at this rate, half of the blood in Day by Day Bella's body would be drained in half an hour. Losing half of her blood meant that the arrogant Fox clan leader would die for sure. Originally, Yang Dingtian didn't have any favorable impression of this Foxman chieftain, Zuri Bela. However, his heart couldn't help but be filled with respect and pity. Even at this moment, this proud chieftain still didn't open his mouth to beg for forgiveness. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian was indebted to his daughter, Xiang Bella. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't do anything. So this is what you humans are like. Day by Day Bella finally spoke her first sentence, and her voice was filled with complicated emotions. From this sentence, Yang Dingtian could tell that this Foxman patriarch was actually willing to get close to humans and form an alliance with them. But it was obvious that the humans' performance had disappointed him. Shenlang, I want to pass on a message to you. Please pass it on to my clansmen. Day by Day Bella suddenly said, Yes, please speak. Yang Dingtian said, This young Lady Dugu Fengwu proposed to trade the 1,000-year fire attribute demon core with us. We asked her the reason for the trade, but she wasn't willing to tell us, so we rejected the trade. But instead, she entered our sacrificial altar, killed the priest who was guarding it, and snatched the sacred core on the altar. Day by Day Bella said, If it was only the demon core, we wouldn't have pursued her. But what she snatched was our ancestors' sacred core. Our ancestor was half human and half demon, with a lifespan of 800 years. Our Foxman race had flourished in his hands. Now that she snatched our sacred core, do you think I have a reason to chase after her? Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Day by Day Bella said, I now know that there is a mystic flame here. Please pass this message to my clansmen. I will die for the sake of snatching back the sacred core, and not for the mystic flame. I will remember it, Patriarch. Yang Dingtian said. At this moment, the mystic flame had already bloomed to the extreme. The confrontation of mystic chi was still ongoing, and Day by Day Bella was filled with the determination to die. Yan Biaqin walked to Yang Dingtian's side and patted on his shoulder. Sorry, brother Yang Dingtian. I want this mystic flame. Finishing his statement, an incomparably powerful energy completely confined Yang Dingtian's body. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's body couldn't move at all. Even his spirit couldn't flow out, and the mystic chi in his body couldn't circulate. Yan Biaqin was a one-star revered martial artist. Although he was slightly weaker than Qin Huayu, they were still on the same level. Facing a revered martial artist, the current Yang Dingtian didn't have the slightest ability to resist. After that, Yang Dingtian was confined and couldn't move at all. He couldn't even close his eyes. He could only look on helplessly as everything happened. Inyang Mountain stopped growing. This mystic flame was temporarily at the extreme. It was extremely beautiful and charming. After it bloomed to the extreme, the flame started to change into various shapes. It let others see its uneasiness and timidity. It desperately wanted to find a safe place and someone to protect it. Although it was the strongest existence in this world, once it went berserk, everyone present would be turned into ashes. It was the strongest energy that was nurtured by the earth. However, it didn't know this and treated itself as the weakest baby. Of course, it was indeed the weakest because its lifespan was extremely short. It only lasted for a few minutes. Once it couldn't find a place to stay, its beautiful and powerful life would rapidly wither. It would have to wait for 200 years before it bloomed again. A martial artist's chi vessel was its best home. Therefore, a martial artist would always think of finding the mystic flame. The mystic flame also yearned to find a martial artist's chi vessel. Of course, this martial artist had to be at least at the martial mystic realm. Otherwise, when the mystic flame turned into thousands of strands of energy and entered the body, it wouldn't cause any harm to the body. However, if the martial artist's cultivation was below the martial mystic realm, they wouldn't be able to refine the mystic flame's energy into their chi vessel and turn it into their heart flame. Yen Biaqin's gaze condensed on this extremely powerful mystic flame that was like a newborn baby. A wisp of divine sense and a wisp of Xian Qi were slowly approaching the Xian flame. At this moment, even if Qin Huaiyu and the others were fighting with their lives on the line, they still widened their eyes and watched everything that was happening. Their eyes were filled with uneasiness, hatred, and jealousy. This was a heaven and earth mystic flame. No matter if it was Qin Huaiyu, Gudu Huan, or Dugu Fengwu, as long as they devoured and refined this mystic flame, it would be equivalent to taking half a step into the master class. It meant that they would definitely have a place among the grandmaster class experts in the future. To Dugu Fengwu, this mystic flame had an even greater significance. As long as she refined this mystic flame, her cultivation would be able to surpass Dongfang Bingling. She would be able to forge a true soul sword in the shortest amount of time and cultivate a sword soul in the shortest amount of time. She would then be able to become the true #1 expert in the world. There were less than 5 or 6 people in the world who possessed a heaven and earth mystic flame. For this mystic flame, Dugu Fengwu had sacrificed a lot and made a huge deal with the northwest Qin city. Right now, the Temple of Blood and Dugu Fengwu had already paid the price and successfully made Gudu Wu Huan and Qin Huaiyu hand over the mystic flame. However, who would have thought that this mystic flame would end up in Yen Biaqin's stomach? How could she not hate him? Meanwhile, Qin Huaiyu's heart was even more complicated. This Yen Biaqin was his trusted aide and the most important chess piece of the Qin city. He had betrayed Yen Biaqin first, and Yen Biaqin had also betrayed him. Right now, this heaven and earth mystic flame had actually ended up in Yen Biaqin's stomach. This originally outstanding subordinate was about to soar into the sky and transform into a dragon. As for Yang Dingtian, he was the one who was the most unresigned. For this mystic flame, he had sacrificed the most. This mystic flame was his only hope for victory in the martial contest for the city lord position. However, Yang Dingtian found it hard to have any deep-rooted hatred towards Yen Biaqin, who had snatched the mystic flame away. Based on the current situation, Yen Biaqin didn't owe Yang Dingtian anything. No matter who saw the mystic flame, they would think of ways to take it for themselves. Yen Biaqin's divine senses were gradually getting closer to the mystic flame. The beautiful mystic flame was like a child that was filled with anticipation and fear. It smelled Yen Biaqin's mystic qi and urgently wanted to find a relative, a home. However, it was extremely afraid. Thus, it carefully probed and approached. Perhaps everyone here was hoping for an accident to happen when Yen Biaqin was devouring the mystic flame. No matter what kind of accident it would be the mystic flame going berserk, the sudden change in the battle situation, or a person suddenly rushing in. However, nothing unexpected happened. The mystic flame and Yan Biaqin's mystic qi carefully approached each other and finally came into contact. The moment they came into contact, the mystic flame suddenly jumped. All the uneasiness and timidity had completely vanished. The mystic flame started to cheer, dance, and jump in joy because it had found a home. The outcome had been decided. Once the mystic qi was successfully poured into the mystic flame, no one would be able to snatch it away. Even if someone came in and killed Yan Biaqin, they wouldn't be able to snatch the mystic flame away. Once the mystic flame recognized its master, it would never change. Currently, Yan Biaqin's mystic flame aura was deeply engraved in the mystic flame's divine senses. If Yan Biaqin was killed now, there would only be one outcome, and that was the mystic flame going berserk. Once the mystic flame went berserk, everyone present would be turned into ashes. These 1,000-meter-tall mountains would instantly shatter. This 100-meter-long lake would instantly dry up. These 100-meter-long burial grounds would instantly turn into hell. This was the power of the mystic flame. Chapter 264. This was the might of the mystic flame. Therefore, the outcome was already decided. Yang Dingtian could even hear the sighs of Qin Huaiyu and the rest. Afterward, he saw them shifting their gazes away and no longer looking at Yan Biaqin. Bang! The beautiful mystic flame suddenly exploded. Instantly, it was as resplendent as the most beautiful fireworks. This mystic flame suddenly turned into countless strands. Every strand was like a beautiful ray of light. Countless red rays of light curved, danced, released, and drifted. The surrounding few hundred meters were filled with the mystic flame's strands. It was extremely breathtaking and beautiful. Afterward, these mystic flame strands began to revolve and dance around Yan Biaqin. It was like a lover or a naughty child, completely wrapping Yan Biaqin within. Finally, these countless mystic flame strands began to drill into Yan Biaqin's body. This speed was extremely fast, like a swallow returning to its nest as it drilled into Yan Biaqin's body. Suddenly, Yan Biaqin's entire body blossomed with dazzling red light. In just a few minutes, countless mystic flames' energy turned into strands and completely entered Yan Biaqin's body, circulating within his mystic meridians. Next, Yan Biaqin needed to guide the mystic flame's energy into his qi vessel bit by bit, forming a complete heart flame. Yan Biaqin sat cross-legged on the ground and began refining. At this moment, his entire body was filled with red light. Following the refining process, the red light on his body gradually dimmed. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. During this process, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel the eruption of energy within Yan Biaqin's body. Every eruption was a breakthrough. After refining the mystic flame, one's cultivation would have a huge breakthrough. No one knew how many levels Yan Biaqin had broken through. However, it was definitely a huge breakthrough. 20 minutes later, the red light in Yan Biaqin's body had almost completely dimmed. At this moment, day by day Bella was already at the end of his rope due to the loss of blood. He was like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. His death was about to arrive. Qin Huaiyu's battle was about to end. At this moment, Yan Biaqin suddenly opened his eyes. He had yet to finish refining the mystic flame. Once he stopped, he could still continue, but there would be a huge loss of energy. However, he still stopped and stood up. His eyes were filled with wariness. Just from his gaze, Yang Dingtian could tell that his cultivation had improved greatly, and the energy in his body was many times stronger. Shenlang, young Lord Guru, young Lady Dugu, farewell, Yan Biaqin said. In the end, he glanced at Yang Dingtian. We shall meet again. Bang! After that, Yan Biaqin suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the sky. He flew out of the Yinyang mountain through the thick layer of ice and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. The refinement of the mystic flame had not ended. and he actually left just like that. What was the reason that he was willing to stop this priceless refinement and leave? When Yen Biaqin disappeared from Yang Dingtian's vision, all the shackles on his body had disappeared. Yang Dingtian's profound energy, hands and feet, had completely recovered. When Yen Biaqin left, he didn't forget to undo the shackles on him. This person is rather smart. After knowing that I was here, he actually ran away quickly. After that, a familiar voice echoed in Yang Dingtian's ears. This was a voice that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. It was the grand elder of the Foxman race, a 200 years old white-haired beauty, Ba Bai. As expected, it was her. Ba Bai carried her son and slowly descended from the gap on the mountain peak. She stuck close to the blazing flames. Her face was still as beautiful as before. Her body was still full and compact, and her hair was still as white as snow. Her son's complexion was rosy, and he was already much better. However, as compared to a few days ago when Yang Dingtian gave him the sacred water, he had already aged by more than 10 years. His aging speed was extremely fast. According to this speed, he would return to his old and feeble state in half a month's time. Ba Bai landed beside Yang Dingtian. Her gaze landed on the face of the Foxman race's patriarch. Day by day, Bella, this moment, the arrogant Foxman race's patriarch was already at the end of his life. A pool of blood slowly flowed down his body, and his entire body was drenched in his own blood. His handsome face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. He was already relying on his last bit of willpower to fight. He could collapse and die at any moment. Seeing Grand Elder Ba Bai's appearance, Qin Huayu and the rest's expression changed. Everyone, even though this jury Bela is very stupid and can't get along with me, he's still my junior and also the patriarch of my Foxman race. How about letting him off? Ba Bai looked at Qin Huayu and the others and said unhurriedly. She even coughed twice in between. Qin Huayu said, "Senior, if we let him go, we will definitely die. If I were to make a move now, all of you will definitely die." Ba Bai said slowly, "But I know that all of you have great backgrounds. One is from the Temple of Blood, one is from the Joyless Palace, and one is from the Northwest Qin City. I don't dare to offend any of these 3 factions, so I didn't make a move. I'm not as stupid as Day by Day Bella. If any one of you were to die here, it would be a calamity for my Foxman race." Ba Bai said, "Now the mystic flame is also gone. How about this old woman? Give me some face and let this disappointing junior go." Qin Huayu said, humble, "I'm afraid that even if we let him go, you won't be willing to let me go. I swear by my dead husband, and I swear by my ancestors. How about that?" Ba Bai said, "I swear that if young Lord Qin Huayu and the rest let Day by Day Bella race's patriarch off, my Foxman race will definitely not treat the 3 of them as enemies. We are even willing to form an alliance with the 3 factions and advance together. If I were to violate this oath, let my ancestors be reincarnated in hell and never be reincarnated. Let my husband turn into a malicious spirit and take my life." After swearing the oath, Ba Bai looked at Qin Huayu and waited for his decision. "Before I agree, I want to ask you a question. Who is your husband?" Qin Huayu asked. An incomparably deep and complicated look flashed across Ba Bai's eyes. She said indifferently, "You are very familiar with this person. He is the greatest traitor of the Tiando League, the greatest sinner in human history, the great demon Li Tianxiao." The moment she said that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. This person's husband was actually Li Tianxiao. After the evil ways were defeated in the Doomsday Battle 200 years ago, Li Tianxiao actually hid in the half-human race's Dongli grassland and married the Foxman race's beauty, Ba Bai. No wonder she knew the mystic flame map like the back of her hand. This mystic flame map had been obtained from Li Tianxiao in the first place. Now you can answer me. Do you agree or not? Ba Bai said slowly. Then she coughed a few times. Yes, Qin Huayu said, we are willing to obey. We are even more willing to form an alliance with the Foxman race. Ba Bai walked directly behind Day by Day Bella, grabbed his arm, and said, I will count to 3. The 3 of you withdraw your mystic chi. Yes, Qin Huayu said. 1, 2, 3. Ba Bai counted to 3. Then she grabbed Day by Day Bella's arm and pulled it hard. At the same time, Qin Huayu and the other 2 pulled back their mystic chi. There were no accidents. Both parties successfully separated. After withdrawing their mystic chi, Qin Huayu and the other 2 staggered and almost fell to the ground. At this time they were already completely empty and extremely weak. Day by Day Bella collapsed to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ba Bai placed her palm on Day by Day Bella's back and channeled mystic chi into him, preventing him from dying. Immediately, Day by Day Bella's wound stopped bleeding. Ba Bai asked Day by Day Bella to sit on the ground while she sat behind him. Then she channeled mystic chi into his body. Qin Huayu and the other 2 took a deep breath and quickly consumed an elixir. They then bowed to Ba Bai and asked, Senior, do you have any other instructions? No, you may leave, Ba Bai said. Yes, Qin Huayu said. He then bowed again and was about to leave. But before leaving, Qin Huayu and the others couldn't help but look at Yang Dingtian with a complicated expression. Farewell. After speaking, Qin Huayu, Gudawu Huan, and Dugu Fengwu turned into 3 rays of light and broke through the ice layer and left Yinyang Mountain. In an instant, the entire Yinyang Mountain was left with Yang Dingtian and the others. Qin Huayu and the others had already left. Yang Dingtian took out a Tier 7 Wonder Spirit elixir and placed it in front of Day by Day Bella. He said, Senior, this Tier 7 Wonder Spirit elixir should be useful to Patriarch Bella. This junior shall take his leave as well. After speaking, Yang Dingtian was about to leave and go to the other side of the unfreezing pool. They can leave, but you don't have to, Ba Bai said slowly. Then her palm left Day by Day Bella's back and placed that Tier 7 Wonder Spirit elixir into Day by Day Bella's mouth. This elixir was indeed incredible. Soon, Day by Day Bella's face regained some vitality and color. Then, Ba Bai let Day by Day Bella fall to the ground. She walked to Yang Dingtian's side and grabbed his neck, lifting him up. Yang Dingtian spoke with anger. Senior, why are you doing this? Have you forgotten that I once saved your son? Yes, you did. Ba Bai said, It's a pity that he will return to his old age in a month's time and die. Therefore, I have to settle this once and for all and let him live for another 100 years. Yang Dingtian looked at Day by Day Bella, who was casually tossed aside by Ba Bai, and said, Senior Ba Bai, you're not here to save Patriarch Bella. Of course not. His life and death have nothing to do with me. I can't wait for him to die. If I wanted to save him, I wouldn't have only appeared now. Grand Elder Ba Bai said slowly, I am here to let my son devour and refine the mystic flame. Mystic flame? Yang Dingtian said, but this mystic flame had already been refined into someone's stomach. When Yen Biaqin saw you, he didn't even completely refine the mystic flame and had already escaped. Fool, that was just a mirage mystic flame. It's a void flame, Grand Elder Ba Bai said. Chapter 265. Fool, that is just a mirage mystic flame, a void flame. Grand Elder Ba Bai said. Fake. Yang Dingtian said in disbelief. Yen Biaqin devoured and refined a fake mystic flame? How is that possible? I saw that mystic flame, and it was filled with breathtaking vitality. Did I say that it was fake? Grand Elder Ba Bai said, that mirage mystic flame is also a mystic flame and looks exactly the same as a real mystic flame. It also has divine sense and spirit soul. However, the energy it contains is only 1/10 of a real mystic flame. Will every mystic flame have a mirage? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course not. Ba Bai said, only an extremely small number of mystic flames will have one. However, as long as it has a mirage mystic flame, it will be incomparably powerful and is the king among the mystic flames. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was really stunned. He really didn't expect that Yen Biaqin had devoured and refined a mirage mystic flame and not a real mystic flame. Senior, where is the real mystic flame? Yang Dingtian asked. Ba Bai said, I will bring you to see it now. However, you should know that now that you know the secret, you will definitely not be able to live. I will definitely kill you. After I let you see the real mystic flame, I will kill you. Do you understand? Of course I understand. Yang Dingtian immediately sneered. It's good that you understand. Then let's go. If we go now, the real mystic flame will just mature and bloom. We can just go and pluck it. Son, you can be like your mother and be forever young. Ba Bai grabbed Yang Dingtian with one hand and her son with the other. She immediately sank down and rampaged. Everywhere she passed, the solid cold ice would be turned into fine powder. At this moment, even if he were to die, Yang Dingtian really wanted to know where the real mystic flame was. After breaking through thousands of meters of cold ice, Ba Bai continued to descend. Soon, she arrived at a familiar place. It was actually the unfreezing pond. Afterward, Ba Bai grabbed the two of them and jumped into the unfreezing pond. Senior Ba Bai, this unfreezing pool is too cold. Your son won't be able to withstand it and will freeze to death, Yang Dingtian said. He wasn't lying. Barbie's son was so old and weak that he couldn't resist the cold of the unfreezing water. However, after jumping into the unfreezing pool, Yang Dingtian was surprised to find that the unfreezing pool was no longer cold. The bone-chilling coldness disappeared, and the water turned into water of normal temperature. It was even a little warm, about 10 degrees Celsius. How could this be? Just a moment ago, the unfreezing water was shockingly cold, but now it was not cold at all. Barbie held Yang Dingtian in one hand and her son in the other, and dived quickly. As the depth increased, the water temperature did not drop at all. It was still warm. Yang Dingtian was completely confused. Could it be that this was not the unfreezing pool, but another pool? Impossible, this was an unfreezing pool. However, the cold energy at a depth of over 1,000 meters was astonishing. The unfreezing pool was also shaped like a funnel, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The widest part of it was at least a few thousand meters wide. Therefore, the volume of the unfreezing water was also very astonishing. In the abandoned mine, the volume of the unfreezing pool was only about 1,000th of this one, but it had already bred 999 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. What would this huge, unfreezing pool breed? What was it that could devour so much heat and produce so much unfreezing water? The answer was already very clear. A real mystic fire. Only a real mystic fire would need so much heat. Only a real mystic fire could create such an astonishing volume of unfreezing pool. Then where was the real mystic fire? The answer was already very clear. That's right, it was under the unfreezing pool. It was in that narrow space on the arc-shaped crystal. That was the place where the real heaven and earth mystic fire was born. That warm crystal was the candlestick of the mystic fire. No wonder the mystic chi there was so strong. No wonder that crystal could release an endless amount of energy. No wonder the space on the crystal was still as warm as spring with such an astonishing amount of unfreezing water. The best earth fire had a candlestick. So did the heaven and earth mystic fire. At this moment, Yang Dingtian really had a wry smile. Just now, he had been on the crystal candlestick at the place where the mystic fire was born. However, in order to fish in troubled waters, he had left there to fight for the phantom virtual fire. Yang Dingtian really did not know whether he should cry or laugh. Alas! Everything turned into a sigh. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling was still down there. He did not know if she had woken up. Barbie carried Yang Dingtian and her son and continued to dive down quickly. Soon, the three of them directly passed through the 1,000 meters of water and directly went out, falling onto the fiery red crystal candlestick. However, after rushing out of the water, Yang Dingtian and Barbie were completely stunned by the scene they saw. It was an extremely beautiful flame, completely blue in color, incomparably pure, incomparably enchanting, incomparably shocking. It was completely without the color of the flame, completely like a blue fairy. As it swayed gently, it actually turned into a beautiful figure. That's right, this flame turned into the shape of a person. Graceful, beautiful, and enchanting. That's right, this was the real mystic fire. Although the phantom virtual fire just now had divine consciousness and life, it was too immature. The mystic fire in front of them was truly full of life. This real mystic fire was countless times more beautiful than the phantom virtual fire just now. Seeing such a beautiful mystic fire, Yang Dingtian wanted to cry out in surprise. However, what made him and Barbie cry out in surprise was not this, but Dongfang Bingling at this moment, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding the mystic fire with both hands. She was looking at the beauty formed by the mystic fire and then suddenly inhaled, about to swallow the mystic fire. Yang Dingtian also saw clearly that the appearance of the mystic fire was a small Dongfang Bingling. Whether it was the figure or the face, it was exactly the same as Dongfang Bingling. However, Dongfang Bingling was as cold as ice, and this beauty formed by the mystic fire was enchanting and charming. Moreover, the key was that Dongfang Bingling's face did not show any signs of weakness, and there were no scars. She completely looked as powerful as before. No. Seeing this, Great Elder Ba let out a shrill cry of agony. My mystic fire, my million spirit, demonic fire, my son's immortality, you demoness, how dare you steal my mystic fire? How dare you destroy my son? I'll kill you, I'll kill you! Great Elder Barbie was on the verge of breaking down and going crazy. She had waited for 100 years for this mystic fire. She wanted her son to swallow this mystic fire and live for a few 100 years like her. Now everything was ruined. This mystic fire already belonged to Dongfang Bingling. She clearly saw that Dongfang Bingling had already injected her mystic qi and consciousness into the mystic fire, and only the devouring and refining process was left. At this moment, even if she killed Dongfang Bingling, she would not be able to snatch the mystic fire away. If she killed Dongfang Bingling, there would only be one outcome, and that was the mystic fire going berserk. Just now, Barbie had named this mystic fire as the million spirit, demonic fire. The reason was that this mystic fire soul was formed by the millions of vengeful spirits in the burial ground. Therefore, it was called the million spirit, demonic fire. For thousands of years, the burial ground had been the only battlefield for the half-human tribe. The number of half-human tribe members who had died here was more than 10 million. These thousands of corpses were buried underground, and the millions of vengeful spirits had formed the soul of the mystic fire. Therefore, one could imagine how powerful this million spirit, demonic fire was. Otherwise, it would not have been able to give birth to the mirage void fire. Once such a powerful million spirit, demonic fire, went berserk, there would only be one outcome. The entire burial ground would be destroyed, and the sky would fall, and the earth would split. Of course, all the people here would be turned into ashes instantly. To put it more bluntly, the power of this mystic fire surpassed that of a nuclear bomb. If she killed Dongfang Bingling now, Barbie, her son, and Yang Dingtian would all die with her. Grand Elder Barbie was clearly aware of this point. Therefore, after going berserk, she quickly calmed down. Looking at Dongfang Bingling, who was as beautiful as a fairy, Grand Elder Barbie said slowly, "Miss, let's make a deal." Dongfang Bingling continued to communicate with the mystic fire and did not reply. This million spirit, demonic fire is formed by the fiery energy of the entire Dongli grassland and the millions of vengeful spirits. With this mystic fire, you can become the #1 expert in the world. Grand Elder Barbie said, "If you want this mystic fire, I'll give it to you. What I want is for my son to live another 100 years. Dongfang Bingling continued to devour the million-spirit demonic fire slowly and did not reply. Barbie was furious. She took a deep breath and said, "You should still be a pure and flawless girl. How about this? After you devour and refine this mystic fire, you can immediately combine with my son. Then you can use the yin-yang devouring mystic technique to transfer a portion of the mystic fire's energy into my son's body. You don't need a lot. Just 1% will do. The mirage fire that I devoured earlier allowed me to not age for 200 years. This is a real mystic fire. As long as 1% of its energy enters my son's body, it will be enough for him to live another 100 years." After hearing this, Yang Dingtian was instantly enraged. He looked at Barbie. Barbie continued, "What you've sacrificed is nothing more than an illusory purity. A woman as strong as you shouldn't care about such things at all. However, what you're getting is the chance to become the #1 expert in the world. How about it? Do you agree to this deal?" Then Barbie's face turned cold as she said, "My son is my one and only. In order for him to live forever, I'm willing to do anything. I've already caused the death of his father. Therefore, I want to make it up to him. In order for him to live forever, I'm willing to give up my life. Therefore, miss, if you don't agree to my terms, I'll kill you. Then I'll wait for the mystic fire to go berserk and destroy this place. Everyone will perish together." Chapter 266. I'm going to count down from 5. Either you devour the mystic flame and use the mystic devouring technique with my son and transfer 1% of the mystic flame's energy to my son so that he can live forever. Or I'll kill you and we'll all die together. What do you think? Then Babai started to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended. Bai raised her hand and was about to strike down on Dongfang Bingling's head. Dongfang Bingling, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. She looked at Bai and said slowly, "You have 2 choices. The first one is death. The second one is to use the yin-yang devouring technique with the man beside you to destroy my body and give him 1% of the mystic flame's energy. Is that right?" Speaking of the man beside Bai, Dongfang Bingling quickly glanced at Yang Dingtian. Bai said, "That's right." Dongfang Bingling was in a life or death situation. She could either die, or she could give up her virginity in exchange for being invincible. The million-spirit demonic flame could be said to be the best in the world. After devouring so many mystic flames, Dongfang Bingling was confident that she could become the best in the world in the shortest time possible. However, the price was to give up her body. She had to give up her pure and flawless body. "Okay, I agree," Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian's expression changed drastically. He was not sure if he was disappointed or angry. He felt that he did not have any feelings for Dongfang Bingling. Instead, he was filled with hatred. Of course, there was also a trace of respect. However, when he heard that she had agreed to Bai's request, he was still angry and disappointed. In his heart, Dongfang Bingling should be extremely proud and would rather die than submit. Although she was arrogant, selfish, and cold, she should be pure and flawless. However, now, one should know that Bai's son was an old man on the verge of death. Yang Dingtian didn't know if this was because of a man's possessiveness or because he was disappointed by a beautiful life. Barbie's eyes lit up when she heard the answer. She shrieked, "I don't believe you. Swear it on your sect. Swear it on your father." Dongfang Bingling held the mystic flame that was full of vitality in her hands. Her eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness as she said, "I, Dongfang Bingling, swear that after I devour the million spirits' demonic flame, I will." "What is your name?" "Foxman race, Barbie. Gather with the man beside Bai of the Foxman race and offer him my pure body. Also, use the yin-yang devour Xian great technique to transfer a portion of my Xian qi into his body. If I go back on my words, let my yin-yang schools 100 years of foundation, and Inyang schools, 1,000 years of foundation be destroyed by my hands. Let my Inyang school's ancestors not rest in peace in the afterlife. Dongfang Bingling said word by word as she swore an extremely cold oath. Yang Dingtian's heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard Dongfang Bingling's oath. How cruel was this oath? However, Ba Bai sneered when she heard it. This isn't right, Miss Dongfang. In the oath, you said the man beside me. Right now, I have 2 men beside me. One is my son, and the other is Shen Lang. You're playing tricks. Dongfang Bingling's expression changed when she heard this. It was obvious that Dongfang Bingling had purposely left this flaw behind. However, she didn't expect Ba Bai to see through it. Even Yang Dingtian didn't notice this flaw. If Ba Bai didn't notice this flaw, then when Dongfang Bingling fulfilled her promise, that man could very well be him. Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He didn't know if it was a wave of ripples or a wave of anger. However, it was useless now because Ba Bai had already discovered this flaw. Ba Bai continued. So, I'll have to trouble Miss Dongfang to swear the oath again. You have to clearly state that the man is my son. You have to hurry. There's not much time left. Dongfang Bingling immediately said coldly, Then may I ask if the one on the left is your son or the one on the right? Yang Dingtian was on Ba Bai's left, and the boastful son was on Ba Bai's right. Of course, the one on the right, Ba Bai said. Dongfang Bingling swore the oath again and said word by word, I, Dongfang Bingling, swear that after I devour the 1,000,000-spirit demon fire, I'll copulate with the son standing on the right of Ba Bai of the Foxman race. I'll offer my pure body to him and use the mysterious devouring great art to transfer a portion of my mystic chi into his body. If I go back on my word, then I let my Inyang school's 100 years of foundation and the Inyang school's 1,000 years of foundation be destroyed by my hands. I'll let my Inyang school's ancestors never rest in peace. After she finished speaking, Dongfang Bingling's face was already ice cold. She said coldly, Are you satisfied now? I'm satisfied. Ba Bai laughed and said, Fairy Dongfang, you can start devouring the mystic flame. After she finished speaking, Ba Bai removed her palm from Dongfang Bingling's head and took a few steps back. Dongfang Bingling held the mystic flame with both of her hands and gradually approached it. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on this mystic flame. Suddenly, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes widened. She took a deep breath with her nose and mouth. It was as if she was going to swallow the mystic flame into her stomach. At the same time, the mystic flame suddenly exploded with countless beautiful rays of light. Like a blooming flower, it enveloped Dongfang Bingling completely. Instantly, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful body disappeared from Yang Dingtian's vision. She was completely surrounded by countless rays of mystic flame. Swish, 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 swish. Immediately after, the rays of mystic flame turned into countless illusions. Every illusion was a stunning beauty. They looked exactly the same as Dongfang Bingling. Every illusion of Dongfang Bingling was formed by the rays of mystic flame. For a moment, countless Dongfang Bingling crazily rushed into Dongfang Bingling's body. Yang Dingtian would never forget the scene. Countless shadows of Dongfang Bingling were dancing and revolving in the air. This scene was breathtaking, bewitching, resplendent, and bizarre. This breathtaking scene lasted for 3 minutes. Finally, everything gradually returned to normal. All the lights and shadows dispersed, revealing Dongfang Bingling, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling's exposed skin was similar to the previous sacrificial offering. It was as though it was completely transparent. Her beautiful eyes were originally bright and piercing. Now they were even more piercing. So much so that Yang Dingtian could faintly see a weak flame burning on her lower abdomen. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling had completely devoured the 1,000,000-spirit demon flame. What was left was to refine it. The entire refining process of the mystic flame might take half a month or even longer. Of course, Yen Biaqin only lasted for less than half an hour. Firstly, it was just the mirage void flame. Secondly, even if it was the real mystic flame, the first half of the refining process could be completed in half an hour. After that, it would become slower and slower. Chapter 267. Furthermore, it was impossible to completely refine the mystic flame. A very talented person could only refine 1/10,000th of the mystic flame's energy. An extremely talented person could only refine 1,000th of it. The remaining mystic flame's energy would gradually die down or dissipate in the air. Of course, the percentage of the mystic flame's energy that was refined was not important, because the most important thing to refine the mystic flame was to have a heart flame with life. As long as the heart flame had life, everything could be completed. It could grow and become stronger on its own. Not only could it be used to forge a true soul sword, but it could also be used to refine top-grade pills. If the heart flame was attached to a mystic skill, its power would multiply. Most directly, once one had the mystic flame, one could use the mystic flame at any time. As for others, they could only use the mystic flame for 4 hours a day, because there were too many impurities in ordinary mystic energy. For hours of mystic flame breathing was already the limit of the body. Once one had the mystic flame, one could easily purify the mystic flame that was full of impurities. As long as one was willing, one could use the mystic flame breathing for 24 hours a day. Just based on this point, a martial artist with the mystic flame could cultivate at a speed that was several times faster than others. After completely swallowing the mystic flame, Dongfang Bingling sat aside and closed her eyes to refine the mystic flame's energy in her body. Time ticked by. 3 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently. Then, Yang Dingtian felt that he was slowly descending. Of course, his body would not descend by itself. The Yin-Yang mountain that grew out of the lake was going back underground. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian also saw that the flames of the Yin-Yang mountain were weakening and the ice was fading. Yang Dingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. The entire process was finally coming to an end. He had gone through so much trouble, but in the end it was all for someone else. As for Dongfang Bingling, it was as if she did not hear anything. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, she was still refining the mystic flame in her body. Fairy Dongfang, I know that your time is very precious now. It's not that I want to interrupt you, Ba Bai said, but now that heaven and earth has changed, the Yin-Yang mountain is going back underground. The flames are going to extinguish, and the ice is going to melt. Therefore, it won't be convenient for me to do what I'm about to do. Can I ask you to stop for a moment and fulfill your promise? As soon as he said that, Yang Dingtian's heart instinctively skipped a beat. Fulfill the oath? Dongfang Bingling wasn't the only one who didn't want to face him. Yang Dingtian was probably even more unwilling to face him. Dongfang Bingling was such a high and mighty fairy of the ninth heaven, such a peerless beauty whose beauty could cause the downfall of a city. Was she really going to offer her incomparably precious virginity to a dying old man just to become stronger? No matter what kind of person Dongfang Bingling was, this was definitely the cruelest thing to happen to her. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian did not know how Dongfang Bingling would react. Or perhaps the oath he made just now was just a temporary measure? However, the oaths in this world were very solemn. No one could go against it, especially when Dongfang Bingling made such an oath. If she went against it, the 1,000-year foundation of the Yin-Yang school would be destroyed in her hands. The ancestors of the Yin-Yang school would not be able to rest in peace. Qin Huaiyu was despicable, Dugu Fengwu was impudent, and Gudu Wuhuan was cunning and vicious. However, once they made an oath, they would not dare to go against it. Therefore, an oath of this level was even more precious than one's life in this world. However, if she were to fulfill the oath, it would probably be the most tragic scene in this world. Therefore, Yang Dingtian really didn't know how Dongfang Bingling would react. Perhaps closing her eyes and remaining silent was the best choice. She would pretend that she had forgotten the time and that she didn't hear anything. However, Yang Dingtian was wrong. After Ba Bai finished speaking, Dongfang Bingling immediately opened her beautiful eyes. Fulfill the oath? All right, Dongfang Bingling said. Then she stood up and said indifferently, Come. In that instant, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. He thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that it would be this scene. Not only was Yang Dingtian surprised, but Ba Bai was also very surprised. As for the dying old man, his eyes lit up. He was already so old that he was about to die. His eyes were completely withered, but he was still able to shoot out a burning and greedy gaze. It seemed like in front of a peerless beauty like Dongfang Bingling. No man in this world could resist. Even an old man who was over 100 years old and was about to die. However, in front of a peerless beauty like Dongfang Bingling, Ba Bai's son might have a burning gaze, but it was more of a kind of self-abasement. He might be very tempted, but he didn't dare to make any moves. My son is too honest. I will have to trouble Miss Dongfang to take the initiative. Ba Bai said, If you are not very skilled in this aspect, I can guide you from the side. After hearing this, Dongfang Bingling walked over and pushed a certain man onto the crystal. Then she straddled his waist. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. Dongfang Bingling was the most reserved and aloof fairy. How could she be so bold and unrestrained? Of course, Ba Bai was also incomparably angry and surprised. However, her surprise was far less than Yang Dingtian's, because the person Dongfang Bingling pushed down was Yang Dingtian. That's right, Yang Dingtian was pushed down by Dongfang Bingling. Moreover, she was directly riding on Yang Dingtian's waist. Even through the skirt, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel the softness and smoothness of Dongfang Bingling's beautiful buttocks. Miss Dongfang, what do you mean by this? Ba Bai said coldly. Dongfang Bingling said, Didn't I follow your instructions and take the initiative to fulfill my oath and mate with your son? Ba Bai said, But the man you pushed down is not my son, but Xinlang. The other one is my son. Impossible. Dongfang Bingling said, In terms of age, the man under me is your son. The other man is definitely your grandfather. Ba Bai's gaze turned cold. Miss Dongfang, don't play any tricks. You have to know that you used the 1,000-year foundation of the Yinyang school and your ancestors to make the oath. Moreover, you clearly said that you are the man on my right. That's right. The man I am writing is on your right, Dongfang Bingling said. Nonsense. This Xinlang is clearly on my left, Ba Bai said. Then Ba Bai's expression changed. She said angrily, Dongfang Bingling, you are cheating. That's right. Dongfang Bingling was cheating. When Ba Bai said the man on her right, she was referring to her field of vision. When Dongfang Bingling said the man on her right, she was referring to Dongfang Bingling's field of vision. The two of them were facing each other. Therefore, when they said the man on her right, they were completely opposite. Miss Dongfang, is it fun for you to play this trick? Ba Bai slowly pulled out her sword and said, Don't think that I can't kill people. After saying that, Ba Bai immediately turned hostile and attacked. Dongfang Bingling stood up from Yang Dingtian's body and said, I'm sorry, Senior. I'm misunderstood. Anyone who sees these two men will think that this young man is your son. After saying that, Dongfang Bingling walked in front of Ba Bai's son. At this moment, Ba Bai's expression became better. As Dongfang Bingling came closer, Ba Bai's son's old body started to tremble. It was as if he could die at any time. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He really wanted to faint now. He didn't want to see what was going to happen next. Dongfang Bingling walked to Ba Bai's son's side and sighed softly. It was as if she was filled with endless helplessness and sorrow. Let's begin, Miss Dongfang. Ba Bai smiled proudly and said, "Mate with my son and transfer a portion of the mystic flame's energy into his body. After he regains his youth, he will become a handsome man. It's not a disgrace for him to be with you." Dongfang Bingling smiled. Suddenly, Dongfang Bingling pulled out her sword and placed it on Ba Bai's son's neck. Ba Bai's expression changed drastically. She said coldly, "Dongfang Bingling, what are you doing? Do you want to die? Break your own mystic vein. Otherwise, I will immediately kill your son." Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Ba Bai trembled and said, "Dongfang Bingling, you made a poison oath." Dongfang Bingling said, "That's right. In this world, an oath is more important than one's life. But that's for others. To me, an oath is worthless. 10 years ago, I swore an even more vicious oath, and not long after I broke it." At this moment, Yang Dingtian was also stunned. He didn't expect things to take such a turn. Dongfang Bingling actually used Ba Bai's son as a hostage and threatened Ba Bai to break her own mystic vein. However, no one would be willing to do such a thing. "Break my own mystic vein?" Ba Bai sneered and said, "Do you think I'm that stupid? If you don't do that, your son will die." Dongfang Bingling said coldly, "I love my son as much as my life." Ba Bai said, "But I know that if I break my own mystic vein, both of us will die." Following that, Ba Bai said, "On the contrary, if I don't break my own mystic vein, you won't dare to harm my son." "You think I won't dare?" Dongfang Bingling said. "Of course you won't dare." Ba Bai said, "You still need my son to save your life, so of course you won't dare to harm a single hair on my son." Hiss! Dongfang Bingling's sword flashed and blood burst out. Ba Bai's son's old head was directly cut off and flew straight into the sky. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This Dongfang Bingling's way of doing things was completely unexpected. Yang Dingtian also thought that Dongfang Bingling wouldn't dare to kill because Ba Bai's son was a precious hostage. He would only have value if he was alive. But who knew that Dongfang Bingling would directly cut off his head? Yang Dingtian really didn't think that Dongfang Bingling would do such a thing. As for Ba Bai, it was as if she was struck by lightning. She watched her son's head being cut off without a scream. He died in front of her without any preparation. She suddenly lost all her reaction. Chapter 268. Phoenix Nirvana, just as Ba Bai was in shock. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes turned cold. In an instant, her entire body and the sharp sword in her hand suddenly turned into a blue phoenix. It was bright and sharp as it attacked Ba Bai. Boom! Ba Bai, who was completely stunned, didn't even have time to react and was directly hit by Dongfang Bingling. The blue phoenix light hit Ba Bai's body, and a terrifying blue light burst out. Puff! An arrow of blood spurted out dozens of meters. Ba Bai's body flew out like a straw and crashed into the water. Dongfang Bingling stood up and chased after Ba Bai like a meteor. The sharp sword in her hand flew out like lightning. In an instant, Ba Bai's body was stabbed hundreds of times. Blood gushed out and her flesh was badly mutilated. "You can die now," Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Then, she raised the sharp sword and directly chopped off Ba Bai's head. "Let's die together." At this time, Ba Bai finally reacted from the pain and shock of losing her son. In almost half a second, her beautiful and bright face instantly aged and was full of wrinkles. She looked like 100-year-old woman. Then her lower abdomen suddenly bulged and lit up with a terrifying light. That's right. She was going to explode her sea of qi and perish together with Dongfang Bingling. One had to know that this Ba Bai looked like she was being killed, but she was a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Once she exploded, even if Dongfang Bingling didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Of course, it would take time to explode her sea of qi. So, what Dongfang Bingling should do now was to run away as far as possible and leave the killing range of Ba Bai's self-explosion. If it was Yang Dingtian, he would definitely run away. After all, Babai would be smashed to pieces after the self-explosion. However, Dongfang Bingling's choice once again shocked Yang Dingtian. She didn't dodge or run away. She still held the sword and wanted to cut off Babai's head. As for Barbie, who had turned into an old woman, she rushed towards Dongfang Bingling in a frenzy. She opened her arms, wanting to hug Dongfang Bingling and perish together with her. Swoosh! Dongfang Bingling's sword flashed. In an instant, Barbie's old head was split into two. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Boom! At the same time, Barbie's sea of vital energy suddenly exploded. Suddenly, the unfreezing pool, which was originally 1,000 meters deep, was like a missile that had been thrown into it, causing huge waves to rise. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body, like a flower, was blown by the strong wind and instantly disappeared without a trace. The endless waves completely swallowed Dongfang Bingling's delicate body. While Barbie's body was smashed into pieces, the surrounding water was dyed red. Yang Dingtian was in the crystal space underwater. He was about 100 meters away from Barbie's explosion. However, the strange thing was that the explosion didn't affect Yang Dingtian at all. He couldn't even feel the shockwave. This crystal space was indeed the place where the mysterious fire was born. It could almost block all energy attacks from the outside world. However, at this time, Dongfang Bingling had completely disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight. The entire unfreezing pool seemed to be boiling and surging crazily. At this time, Yang Dingtian was deeply shocked. Dongfang Bingling's temper was far beyond his imagination. One had to know that Barbie was a master-level powerhouse. Her cultivation was higher than Dongfang Bingling's after all. If she fell out with her, it would be absolutely life-threatening. However, Dongfang Bingling was so decisive. She killed her son directly, causing Barbie's mind to be in chaos. Then, without any hesitation, she used her ultimate move to kill Barbie. Dongfang Bingling must have been mentally prepared for Barbie's suicide by exploding her energy reserve. However, she was still so decisive. Moreover, Dongfang Bingling killed Barbie's son directly, causing her to be in chaos. Then, she decisively killed Barbie, who was one level higher than her. The entire process was filled with wisdom, decisiveness, and risk. At least in terms of decisiveness, Dongfang Bingling was almost unparalleled. Perhaps in this world, there was no one who could make Dongfang Bingling yield. Yang Dingtian stared at the unfreezing pool desperately. The self-explosion of a master-level powerhouse was very shocking. Dongfang Bingling was a martial venerable. At such a close distance, Dongfang Bingling was doomed. After all, she was his master's daughter. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was filled with hatred for Dongfang Bingling. For some reason, this hatred was gradually replaced by admiration. Yang Dingtian could not understand this woman's willpower and staunchness. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian plunged into the tumbling pool and began to search for Dongfang Bingling. As soon as he entered the water, Yang Dingtian immediately felt a surge of energy bombarding him. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The self-destruction of a grandmaster was indeed powerful. It had already been a long time, and they were 100 meters away, but the aftermath of the explosion was still so terrifying. It could be seen that Dongfang Bingling had been so close to the explosion, and the explosion was so powerful. More directly, the attack that Dongfang Bingling had been subjected to was far more powerful than a master-level powerhouse's Xian skill attack. As for a martial venerable level powerhouse, if they were subjected to such a powerful attack, they would definitely die. Withstanding the terrifying energy, Yang Dingtian tried his best to swim and search for Dongfang Bingling's figure. After swimming for a few hundred meters and searching many places, he could not find Dongfang Bingling's figure at all. However, there were many pieces of flesh in the water. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Dongfang Bingling had also been blown to pieces? Then, Yang Dingtian searched even more desperately. At this time, the aftermath of the energy in the unfreezing pool gradually dissipated. The entire pool gradually calmed down, and the visibility gradually improved. Yang Dingtian anxiously searched everywhere like a headless fly. However, he still did not see Dongfang Bingling's figure. Could it be that Dongfang Bingling had really died like this? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt as if a large piece of his heart was missing. Of course, this was not heartache. Dongfang Bingling was his biggest rival in this life, and she was his lifelong goal. If she died like this, then Yang Dingtian's desperate struggle would lose half of its meaning. After desperately searching the entire pool, Yang Dingtian spread out his hands and painfully let himself float in the water. In an instant he lost all his emotions, and his entire heart felt as if it was completely empty. At this time, suddenly, someone patted Yang Dingtian's back. "Are you looking for me?" Then, a familiar voice came to his ears. It was Dongfang Bingling's unique voice. It was cold and crisp, like the sound of broken jade, and also like the sound of an icicle shattering. Yang Dingtian turned around abruptly, and his heart skipped a beat. The person behind him was indeed Dongfang Bingling, and it was Dongfang Bingling in perfect condition. There were no wounds or bloodstains, but Chapter 269. However, all the clothes on her body had been destroyed in the battle just now. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was stunned again. This was really a perfect body. This might be the only perfect body that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Every inch of her body looked as if it was carved out of ice and white jade. She would be fat if she gained a little weight, and she would be skinny if she lost a little weight. No matter which angle he looked at it from, it could be said that she was perfect. Yang Dingtian finally knew what the ice jade beauty looked like. Every part of her body looked as if it was carved out of white jade. She was so beautiful and pure that it seemed as if she would melt with a touch. Perhaps as the fairy of the 9 heavens, Dongfang Bingling was the most perfect woman in the world. Facing Yang Dingtian's gaze, Dongfang Bingling did not make any unnecessary reactions. Instead, she flipped her body like a mermaid and swam down. She tried her best to concentrate in the water, and Yang Dingtian swam down as well. Soon, the two of them swam out of the unknown pool and returned to the red crystal space. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body was still naked. Her clothes must have been destroyed when Ba by self-destructed just now. At this moment, the earth was still shaking. The Yin-Yang mountain, which was a few thousand meters tall, was still sinking slowly. The endless ice was still melting slowly. After coming down, Dongfang Bingling stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt uneasy. Perhaps Dongfang Bingling had already recognized his identity. Otherwise, why would she look at him with such a gaze? "Shenlang, can you help me?" After a long while, Dongfang Bingling suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian was stunned. She actually called him Shenlang? Could it be that she still did not know that he was Yang Dingtian? Moreover, she actually asked for his help. What help? Yang Dingtian asked. "I have suffered a very, very serious injury. I need to completely enter the silent and frozen state to recuperate while refining the remaining mystic flame energy in my body. During this period of time, I will be completely unconscious and will have no reaction to the outside world. Anyone can come and kill me." Dongfang Bingling said, "So I need you to protect me and wake me up in a month." "It still needs to be awakened?" Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. "That's right. My injuries are too severe, and I need to enter a completely dormant state. Therefore, I need to be awakened by the outside world," Dongfang Bingling said. "Otherwise, I will never wake up on my own. How do I wake it up?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I have a vital acupoint on my body. As long as you pierce it with a needle, even if I enter the deepest level of meditation, I will still wake up instantly," Dongfang Bingling said. "Won't it be very dangerous if I find out about this?" Yang Dingtian asked. "That's right," Dongfang Bingling said. Where is that vital acupoint? Yang Dingtian asked. Jin Men acupoint. If you don't have a needle, you can also pierce it with a sword, Dongfang Bingling said. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's face turned red, because the acupoint that Dongfang Bingling mentioned was too sensitive. However, when Dongfang Bingling said this, there was not the slightest bit of bashfulness on her face. It was as if that acupoint was no different from the back of her arm. Of course, if I don't wake up by then it means that I'm already dead, Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, Dead? How is that possible? You look completely fine now. Dongfang Bingling glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, The probability of me waking up is probably less than 10%. What? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. How is that possible? You seem to be doing well. Uffed. Before Yang Dingtian finished speaking, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from Dongfang Bingling's small mouth and directly sprayed onto Yang Dingtian's face. That old woman is a master-level expert. Her self-explosion broke 39 parts of my Xian meridians. If it were someone else, they would have been smashed into pieces and completely dead, Dongfang Bingling said. Of course, for me, it was also a narrow escape. Before she finished speaking, Dongfang Bingling directly collapsed to the ground and was unable to get up. Yang Dingtian quickly helped her up and said, When she self-exploded, why didn't you run far away? She was clearly going to die, but you still wanted to chop off her head? Because she threatened me, because she tarnished my reputation, Dongfang Bingling said coldly, so I must take her life with my own hands. In her words, Dongfang Bingling's anger soared to the heavens. Yang Dingtian said in surprise, Your chastity is still there. Barbie's son didn't even touch your little hand. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, That old beggar used words to tarnish my chastity. Not only did I kill her and her son. After I get out, I will exterminate her entire family. Not even a blade of grass will be left alive. At this time, Yang Dingtian really felt Dongfang Bingling's soaring hatred. But just now I saw that you didn't seem to care too much. Yang Dingtian said, When Barbie asked you to give up your chastity, you didn't seem very angry. If I was angry, did I have to show it? Dongfang Bingling said coldly, I am the purest and proudest woman in the world. No one can tarnish my nobility. Although Yang Dingtian knew that he shouldn't say it, he couldn't help but say, Then now I have seen you. Dongfang Bingling looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and sighed. Did you do it on purpose? Did you want to see my body? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, Of course not. Dongfang Bingling continued, Then did you profane my heart? Did you want to defile me while I was unconscious? Of course not. Yang Dingtian said, That's right. Dongfang Bingling said, I cherish my nobility very much, but I am not pedantic. Our current situation is because we have no choice. If you don't defile my heart, my chastity will not be tarnished. Well, I don't have the energy to talk to you anymore. You just need to say, Are you willing to guard me? Are you willing to stab my Jin Men acupoint to wake me up in 30 days? Dongfang Bingling said, I can promise you that. Yang Dingtian said, But please answer me a question. After your sacrificial ritual was interrupted, you originally needed a month to thaw. It was only after I transfused a third of my blood into your body that you were able to thaw. However, after the ice was thawed, your cultivation had completely vanished. You couldn't even defeat Yan Biaqin and fainted after being struck by him. Why did you wake up afterward and even recover your mystic qi? Yang Dingtian's voiceover, when he asked this question, was very clear. That was to ask Dongfang Bingling if she had pretended to be frozen earlier. Was it also a pretense when she vomited blood and fainted from Yan Biaqin's attack after Yang Dingtian's blood transfusion? If that was the case, then Dongfang Bingling's schemes were too deep. Dongfang Bingling looked at Yang Dingtian. Do you know that after entering the sacrificial ritual, you have to give your soul and willpower to the icy cold energy in the surroundings? That was why the sacrificial ritual didn't have any memories or consciousness. That was why until now, I didn't know why the second chapter of my sacrificial ritual was interrupted. Of course, I also didn't want to think about the reason behind it. Dongfang Bingling's last sentence had a deep meaning. Following that, Dongfang Bingling continued, "Also, you transfused your blood into my body and made me weak after I woke up. But why did I suddenly recover after a short while? I can only say that I suddenly woke up and recovered all my mystic chi. That was the moment when the million-spirit demon flames blossomed." After hearing Dongfang Bingling's answer, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Thank you for your answer. I will protect you and wake you up 1 month later. But is the probability of you waking up really only 10%? Look here." Dongfang Bingling pointed at her chi vessel. Yang Dingtian's face immediately turned red. The chi vessel was located in the lower abdomen. For a woman, it was considered a relatively private place. Countless red marks appeared in Dongfang Bingling's chi vessel. They were mottled and split open like a net. Dongfang Bingling's chi vessel was about to split open. Even her chi vessel was slightly damaged. That meant that the probability of her waking up was only 10%. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Perhaps I can wake you up 1 month later." Then Yang Dingtian reached into his bosom and took out a medicinal pill wrapped in holy water. He handed it to Dongfang Bingling and said, "Eat it." Without any hesitation, Dongfang Bingling opened her mouth and swallowed Yang Dingtian's medicinal pill. After swallowing it, a blush quickly appeared on her face. Dongfang Bingling opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. Furthermore, the cracks in her chi vessel were slowly fading. "Don't ask why. Don't ask where it came from," Yang Dingtian said. "Now, do you still need to enter a state of silence and meditation?" Dongfang Bingling nodded and said, "I still need it. No matter if it's a complete cure or refining the most energy of the mystic fire, I still need it." "But if I don't take responsibility, won't you never wake up? Why is it too risky to refine the energy of the mystic fire?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I trust you," Dongfang Bingling said. "Furthermore, this million-spirit demonic fire is extremely rare. It can allow me to become the strongest person in the world in the shortest time possible. I definitely can't miss it." After that, Dongfang Bingling added, "But Shunlang, you have to remember, if you encounter any danger, you must wake me up, no matter when." Chapter 270. Then Dongfang Bingling sat cross-legged on the crystal and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. She entered the deepest level of silence and meditation. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that Dongfang Bingling's heartbeat was getting slower and slower until it stopped completely. His breathing was also getting slower and slower until it stopped completely. There was only the flow of profound qi in his body. At this moment, unless Yang Dingtian woke her up, Dongfang Bingling would not wake up. Furthermore, no matter what Yang Dingtian did to her, she would not stop him or resist him. She would not even know. But of course, Yang Dingtian wouldn't do anything. Furthermore, he had a complicated and absurd feeling in his heart. This Dongfang Bingling was his biggest enemy. Her strength would only make the 4 years of competition even more difficult. However, Yang Dingtian had saved her life again and again. Furthermore, he had created the conditions for her to become even stronger. This was definitely helping the enemy. Originally, when Dongfang Bingling was awake, Yang Dingtian could not resist the temptation to look at her. Now that she was completely unconscious, Yang Dingtian could not look at her because it would make him seem inferior. Thus, he sat cross-legged on the ground with his back facing Dongfang Bingling and began to absorb profound qi. At this moment, the drastic changes in the central lake were coming to an end. The flames on the Yinyang mountain that was a few thousand meters deep had almost completely extinguished. The ice had completely melted. This mountain that appeared out of nowhere had completely disappeared into the central lake. The entire Yinyang mountain lasted for about an hour from its birth to its disappearance. In the bone burial grounds, the the Yinyang mountain should be the tallest mountain. Therefore, in theory, the surrounding half-human tribes should be able to see this mountain. Moreover, this mountain was so strange. It was half fire and half ice. It would definitely attract everyone's attention. However, Yang Dingtian had asked many people before. Almost no one knew about the existence of the Yinyang mountain except for Babai. The reason was simple. Accompanying the rise of the Yinyang mountain was a dense fog that filled the sky. The entire Yinyang mountain was shrouded in fog. If one didn't enter the fog, they wouldn't be able to see anything. As for what happened between Babai and Li Tianxiao, why Babai lived to be over 200 years old, why Li Tianxiao had the mystic flame map, and why Li Tianxiao had left Babai and returned to the dangerous southwest continent alone, all of this was a complete mystery. At this time, the entire central lake had completely thawed, and the clear lake water was restored. In short, everything had returned to normal. Yang Dingtian sighed deeply again. For this mysterious fire, he had sacrificed so much, racked his brain, and risked his life to get the other half of the mysterious fire map from the Qin father and son. After going through untold hardships, he found the place where the mystic flame bloomed. After a few more twists and turns, he escaped from the clutches of Qin Huaiyu and the others and saved Dongfang Bingling. For this mystic flame, Yang Dingtian had sacrificed the most. However, in the end, the mystic flame was obtained by Dongfang Bingling. As for the other mirage void flame, it was also obtained by Yan Biaqin. Could it be that he was destined to not obtain this mystic flame? Then, what should he do in the martial arts competition for the position of the city lord in a few months? What should he do with his soul sword? For your information, in the martial arts competition, his greatest opponent, Shimen Ju, was an elite warrior at the martial honored realm. However, perhaps the heavens had not completely abandoned him. This red crystal was filled with mystic qi. Every day, he could train for 24 hours. Therefore, this way, his training speed would be many times faster than the outside world. In the remaining time, he would probably be able to break through nearly 10 levels. Of course, even if he broke through 10 levels, he would still be an elite warrior at the martial ancestor realm. It would still be far from enough. However, it seemed that he could only take one step at a time. He could not give up completely and lose all hope just because he could not obtain the mysterious fire. In short, the heavens would not seal off all paths. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian was strong and full of willpower. However, what happened next caused his heart to sink into complete coldness, because he discovered that the mystic qi coming from the red crystal was gradually weakening. It was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, it would completely disappear. In this crystal space, if there was no more oxygen, he could still use special elixirs to replace it. However, without mystic qi, he might as well cultivate outside. If he cultivated outside, it would be as slow as a tortoise. In that case, in the martial arts competition for the position of the city lord in a few months, Yang Dingtian could completely forget about it. Yang Dingtian was thoroughly chilled and thoroughly infuriated. He raised his head abruptly and roared furiously, "Heavens, why do you treat me like this? It's fine if I can obtain the mysterious fire, but why do you have to snatch away my last hope?" Of course, the heavens would not give any response to Yang Dingtian. There was even a pool above. Yang Dingtian's voice could only reverberate in this small space. The energy of the red crystal below him became weaker and weaker. It was as if it was placed in the bone-chilling cold air when it was heated up. Very quickly, the heat disappeared without a trace. Finally, the red crystal lost all its mystic qi energy. Yang Dingtian was truly in complete despair. He turned around and looked at the peerlessly beautiful Dongfang Bingling. Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with endless unwillingness and endless sorrow. If he had completely given up on himself, he should have directly pounced on Dongfang Bingling and used the most violent method to possess her. He should have completely vented his anger and unwillingness on her. However, Yang Dingtian was a prideful man. He wouldn't even touch her finger, even though this woman was the most beautiful woman in the world. Even though this woman was his biggest enemy in the world. I'll obey the will of the heavens. However, I still won't give up. Yang Dingtian said slowly. Then he stood up. Suddenly, there was a faint light in front of him. Then, a bright red flame appeared out of nowhere. At first, it was only an inch. Then it gradually grew. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. Staring at this flame, all the thoughts in his mind were completely sluggish. He did not know if he should be shocked or ecstatic. He had just lost all his reactions. What exactly was this flame? Could it be the mystic flame? It shouldn't be. The million-spirit demon flame had already been swallowed by Dongfang Bingling. That flame was definitely the mystic flame. Furthermore, Yinyang Mountain had already disappeared. The next mystic flame would only bloom 200 years later. However, what exactly was this flame? Just as Yang Dingtian was filled with bewilderment, this flame gradually grew. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches. Finally, it grew to 9 inches and stopped. Furthermore, it was different from the flame that Yang Dingtian had seen previously. Note. Chapter 271. Furthermore, it was different from the flames that Yang Dingtian saw previously. This flame didn't have any aura of life and didn't have any vitality. Previously, even the mirage void flame that Yan Biaqin devoured was filled with vitality. However, the flame in front of him didn't seem to have any signs of life. Furthermore, it didn't seem to have any temperature. It was even worse than the top-grade earth fire that Yang Dingtian used to forge the youngling sword. If it didn't have any vitality, it wouldn't be a mystic flame. If it wasn't a mystic flame, then what exactly was this flame? No matter what this flame was, Yang Dingtian wouldn't give up on this final hope. Even though this flame didn't have any vitality, he would know if it was a mystic flame by injecting his consciousness and mystic qi into the flame. If it was a mystic flame, it would immediately respond. Immediately, Yang Dingtian held his breath and mixed his consciousness into the mystic qi. He then slowly approached this mystic flame. Previously, Yang Dingtian saw the mirage void flame. As long as his mystic qi got close, the flame would rush over impatiently. However, this flame didn't have any reaction for the time being. Yang Dingtian's mystic qi and consciousness were still gradually getting closer. 1 foot, 8 inches, 5 inches, 3 inches, 1 inch. Yang Dingtian was almost suffocating. He really hoped that the flame in front of him was a mystic flame, even though he knew that the possibility was extremely small. However, this was really his final hope. I shall leave everything to the heavens. No matter if it is a mystic flame or not, I will accept it. Yang Dingtian thought in his heart. He then injected his mystic qi into the flame. There was no reaction. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. A full half a minute passed. This flame didn't have any reaction. Yang Dingtian's consciousness and mystic qi seemed to have entered an ordinary flame, like entering a piece of wood. Yang Dingtian's body was getting colder, and so was his heart. As expected, a miracle didn't happen. Finally, all the coldness and disappointment turned into a sigh. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? Yang Dingtian almost never cried, nor did he want to cry. He would never cry because of a setback. But now he really wanted to cry, not because of emotions, but because of a setback. Although he had gone through untold hardships in the past, he had finally succeeded in achieving his goal. In fact, he had even reaped greater rewards than his goal. Now, the mystic flame was the most important thing to him, but he was about to fail. Could it be that his luck had run out? This blow was unprecedented for Yang Dingtian. Of course, Yang Dingtian wouldn't cry, but he wanted to. Woo-woo! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian heard a sorrowful sobbing sound. I didn't cry. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Could it be that he was hallucinating because he wanted to cry? But then, the sobbing became louder and louder, stranger, and more terrifying. Then, the flame began to wander around. The space here wasn't big to begin with, but the flame wandered very carefully. Almost every few inches it moved, it would stop, as if it wanted to feel its surroundings, sniff carefully, and then move a few more inches. It moved and cried at the same time. The sobbing became louder and sharper. Then it was as if thousands of people were crying desperately beside his ears. This kind of feeling was completely chilling. Finally, the sobbing became even stranger. Not only did it want to disturb one's mind, it even wanted to seize one's soul. It seemed to drill into the depths of one's spirit and wanted to scatter one's soul. At this moment, the flame floated to Dongfang Bingling's side. As it sobbed, it approached Dongfang Bingling, as if it wanted to sniff her scent. When it approached Dongfang Bingling, the flame suddenly jumped and danced. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Could it be that the flame had also taken a fancy to Dongfang Bingling? But she already had a mystic flame. Moreover, Yang Dingtian faintly felt that it was strange that the flame seemed to be actively looking for something. Its attitude was very serious but also very proud. Could it really be a mystic flame? Just as this thought welled up, the flame suddenly flew to Yang Dingtian, just a few inches in front of his eyes. Then, the tip of the flame suddenly poked its head out and drilled into Yang Dingtian's eyes. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was shocked and almost instinctively retreated, because at this moment the flame was infinitely close. Yang Dingtian could clearly see that there were actually countless human figures inside the flame. All the human figures were painfully struggling and wailing, as if they were being tortured in purgatory. This horrifying sobbing sound was coming from these countless human figures. Moreover, Yang Dingtian shockingly discovered that although the size of the flame did not change, there were more and more human faces on it. They became denser and denser. Finally, it was completely densely packed. In the 9-inch long flame, there were countless distorted faces squeezed together. Moreover, there were more and more, thousands and thousands, countless. In the end, these faces could not be squeezed together. Every face began to change constantly. In the beginning, there were dozens of people, and hundreds of people sharing the same face. It was just that every face was rapidly changing their appearance. Finally, the countless faces formed a huge face. The 9-inch flame formed a face, a ferocious and painful face. Moreover, this face was constantly changing. For a moment, it was a human, for a moment, it was the Foxman race, and for a moment, it was the Wolfman race. At this moment, Yang Dingtian clearly felt that perhaps this flame was the real million-spirit demon flame. This mystic flame was different from Dongfang Bingling's flame. This was the real Emperor's flame. However, there was no reason for it. Previously, the flame that Yan Biaqin devoured could be called the Mirage Void Flame. However, the one that Dongfang Bingling devoured was definitely the real demon flame. There was no reason for two fake flames to appear. However, what exactly was this strange flame in front of him? It was so similar to the million-spirit demon flame. Even if it was the million-spirit demon flame or the mystic flame, Yang Dingtian was completely helpless against it. This was because when he poured in his mystic qi and divine senses, it was like mud sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. Moreover, the sobbing sound by Yang Dingtian's ears was getting louder and more terrifying. Previously, it had only drilled into his ears. Now, it had completely penetrated into his soul. It was an incomparably powerful spiritual explosion. Yang Dingtian was really about to collapse. Countless sinister faces drilled into his mind from his eyes. Countless sobbing sounds drilled into his divine senses from his ears. Yang Dingtian felt that his brain was about to explode. All the blood vessels in his body were about to explode. At this moment, this flame that had transformed into a sinister face was getting closer and closer to Yang Dingtian. Finally, there was a boom. The flame abruptly exploded, shattering into countless faces. In an instant, this narrow space was filled with flaming faces. Not only that, the number of flaming faces that exploded increased. Finally, these countless flaming faces poured into the 1,000-meter pool above. In an instant, the water that was 1,000 meters deep was reduced to ashes inch by inch, disappearing without a trace. The entire space was filled with countless flaming faces. Finally, the entire bottom of the central lake was densely packed with flaming faces. Every face was sinister. Every face was contorted in pain, and every face was wailing. No one had ever seen such a terrifying scene. If they did, they would never be able to forget this terrifying and shocking scene for the rest of their lives. Every face was less than 2 inches long, but they covered hundreds of miles of the lake. Moreover, they were stacked in layers and seemed endless. Who would believe that so many flaming faces were actually split apart by a 9-inch flame? Million spirit demonic fire. As the name implied, this was the million spirit demonic fire. The eastern fence grassland was the source of energy. Tens of millions of vengeful souls that had died in the burial ground were the souls. After thousands of years of nurturing, the incomparably powerful million spirit demonic fire was finally born. However, Yang Dingtian could no longer see this scene. His entire body was surrounded by flames. His mind was completely filled with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more terrifying cries. He could no longer store anything. The million spirit demonic fire had expanded to its limit. It covered the entire central lake and finally stopped. Then, the first resentful spirit demonic fire turned into a stream of light and fiercely drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. Then the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one, countless resentful spirit demonic fire crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's body. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's body seemed to be on fire. It was completely red and transparent. The clothes on his body instantly turned to ashes. At this moment, he and Dongfang Bingling were completely right. However, the two of them were unconscious. It was as if countless shooting stars and countless stars were crazily gathering in Yang Dingtian's body. In just a few minutes, tens of millions of resentful spirit demonic fire crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's body. Now, there was a question. If the flame that was pouring into Yang Dingtian's body was the million spirit demonic fire, then what was the flame that Dongfang Bingling had devoured? Almost no one could answer this question because no one had truly devoured the million spirit demonic fire before. Without a doubt, the flame that was pouring into Yang Dingtian's body was the real million spirit demonic fire. It was a pure fire attribute demonic fire. As for the flame that Dongfang Bingling had devoured, it was also a mystic flame. However, it was not the energy that was condensed from the fire attribute continent of the eastern fence grassland. It was a mystic flame that was condensed from the yin qi of hundreds of millions of vengeful spirits that had died in the burial ground. This flame had nothing to do with the fire attribute. It was completely of the ice attribute. It was an extremely rare ice attribute, mystic flame. If people knew that Dongfang Bingling had obtained an ice attribute mystic flame, the whole world would go crazy. Therefore, there was not only one mystic flame in the center of the Dongli grassland, but two. One was yin and one was yang. Therefore, the yin-yang mountain that grew out of the lake was half flame and half ice. Dongfang Bingling had obtained the yin flame. Yang Dingtian had obtained the supreme mystic flame that was condensed from the resentful spirit demonic fire. Chapter 272. The ice attribute yin flame, formed from the yin energy of billions of vengeful spirits, was the first to bloom. That was why the 1,000-meter deep unfreezing water had appeared and the entire lake had been frozen. The recovery of Dongfang Bingling's profound energy was also due to the blooming of this yin flame. The energy released in that instant was incomparable. After the yin flame bloomed, the ice started to melt and the unfreezing water lost its terrifying coldness. Just when everyone thought that the million spirit demon flame was finished, the real million spirit demon flame bloomed. Dongfang Bingling's million spiritine flame was formed from the yin energy of billions of vengeful spirits. As for the million spirit demon flame, it was formed from the fire tribute energy of the vast Dongli grassland and the consciousness of billions of vengeful spirits. Just how powerful was it? It was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the real million spirit demon flame was different from other profound flames. It was extremely proud, terrifying, and strange. The other mystic flames required martial artists to input their mystic chi and divine sense to attract them. However, the million spirit demon flame found its own master. The real million spirit demon flame was proud, aloof, and cold. It would not be devoured by others. Instead, it would choose martial artists to enter. It first sensed Dongfang Bingling and then left quickly. In the end, it chose Yang Dingtian. The reason was simple. Yang Dingtian had the 9 yang profound veins. It felt that only such profound veins were qualified for it to enter. It could be said that even if Yang Dingtian was unconscious and there were other people present, it would be useless for the million spirit demon flame to devour it. The demon flame would still choose Yang Dingtian and enter Yang Dingtian's body. Therefore, the million spirit demon flame's entry into Yang Dingtian's chi vessel was destined and could not be changed. During the entire process, Yang Dingtian was unconscious. When the million spirit demon flame split into countless vengeful spirits and entered his body, he was unconscious. When the million spirit demon flame was being refined by the profound veins in his body and entered his chi vessel bit by bit, Yang Dingtian was still unconscious. Even when he was breaking through, Yang Dingtian was still unconscious. If he had a pair of eyes, he would be able to see it clearly. Yang Dingtian's body was like a burning flame. Countless strands of red light flowed from all parts of his body into his sea of qi. His entire body was already astonishingly bright, and his sea of qi was even more dazzling. It was like the sun in the sky, making people unable to look at it directly. When Yang Dingtian's sea of qi was so bright that it seemed like it was going to burn his entire body into ashes in an instant. Boom! The light in his sea of qi suddenly exploded. In an instant, like the light of a missile explosion, the entire space was completely plunged into a dazzling white light. The entire space was so bright that nothing could be seen. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's sea of qi had broken through. Of course, he was still unconscious, and Dongfang Bingling was also in deep silence. No one saw the spectacle. Just like that, countless streams of light entered Yang Dingtian's qi sea from all over his body. His sea of qi became brighter and brighter, and finally it was extremely bright. With a boom and a flash of white light, everything fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through again. Just like that, every once in a while, Yang Dingtian's body would suddenly explode with a ray of light. At first, it would explode once an hour. Then, it would explode once every 2 hours. Then it would explode once every half a day. Then it would explode once a day. Then it would explode once every 2 days. Then it would explode once every 4 days. Then it would explode once every 8 days. Then it would explode once every 2 weeks. Then it would explode once every month. In a coma, Yang Dingtian needed more and more time to break through each time. With the continuous breakthrough of his sea of qi, the fire on Yang Dingtian's body became fainter and fainter, because the mystic fire in his mystic meridians would gradually dissipate after entering his sea of qi. When the mystic fire did not have a host, its life was very short, only a few minutes. Even if it entered the human body, it could only circulate in the mystic meridians. And in the human body's mystic meridians, it could only survive for a period of time. The higher the mystic meridian's talent, the longer the mystic fire could survive. The higher the mystic meridian's talent, the shorter the mystic fire could survive. For an 8th grade mystic meridian's martial artist, the mystic fire could survive in his mystic meridians for a little more than a month. And once the mystic fire entered the sea of qi, it could continue to survive and share a life with the martial artist. So, The higher the mystic meridian's talent, the more mystic fire energy would enter the sea of qi in a unit of time. And the longer the mystic meridian's life, the longer it would take to refine the sea of qi. A very talented person could only refine 1,000th of the mystic fire energy. And Yang Dingtian had the 9 yang mystic meridians. Just like that, Yang Dingtian completely fainted and lost consciousness. Countless mystic fire energy crazily surged in his mystic meridians, refining itself and entering his sea of qi. Then he broke through again and again. Time passed day by day, and he did not know how long had passed. Finally, one day, Yang Dingtian woke up. First, he was at a loss, and he could not remember anything. He only remembered that he was surrounded by countless ferocious flaming faces, and his ears were filled with horrifying wails and cries. Next, this flame suddenly split into countless flaming faces, and then countless flaming faces turned into flowing lights and entered his body. It was very blurry, as if it happened in a dream. As for the refining of the mystic fire and the breakthrough of the sea of qi, Yang Dingtian only had a very vague impression. So, the moment he woke up, everything that had happened before seemed to have happened yesterday or even a few minutes ago, because everything happened very quickly, as if he had fainted, and then woke up very quickly. Of course, he instinctively knew that a lot of time should have passed. "Master, how long has it been since I fainted?" Yang Dingtian asked. Master Dongfang Minmi did not answer immediately, but was silent for a moment, and then said, "Half a year. You have been unconscious for half a year." "What?" Yang Dingtian suddenly cried out in shock. The things that happened before he fainted seemed to have happened a few minutes ago. How could half a year have passed? This was too shocking. This was the true meaning of time passing by like water, the years passing by like a shuttle. Moreover, half a year had passed, which meant that the martial arts competition for the position of the city lord was coming soon. "There is another, even more shocking thing to tell you," Dongfang Minmi said. "What is it?" Yang Dingtian asked. "In this half a year, your body has undergone the refining of the mystic fire, and your cultivation has had an unbelievable breakthrough. You can't even guess how many levels you have broken through," Dongfang Minmi said. Chapter 273. How many levels have I broken through? Yang Dingtian asked with a trembling voice. "You have broken through 16 levels." Dongfang Minmi said, "You are now a 6-star martial ancestor realm expert. You are only 4 levels away from becoming a revered martial artist." "What?" Yang Dingtian exclaimed once again. 16 levels. He had been unconscious for half a year and had actually broken through to 16 levels. He could even level up while sleeping. When did such a good thing happen to him? "There is something else that is even more shocking," Dongfang Minmi said. "Within your qi vessel, there is an additional heart flame. It is a mystic flame, the true million spirit demon flame. You possess the mystic flame and have become the strongest expert in this world. From now on, you can cultivate 24 hours a day. You can forge spirit swords and refine martial spirits. You can do almost anything you want because you possess the mystic flame. Next, even if you don't have any fortuitous encounters, you will be able to break through to the master realm in 5 years. In 10 years, you will be able to reach the cultivation level of master. At that time, you will be 20 years younger than master." "I have the mystic flame?" Yang Dingtian's body suddenly shook. Even though he was mentally prepared, after confirming this matter, he was still filled with unbelievable ecstasy. The mystic flame was the symbol of an absolute expert in this world. In the entire world, there were no more than 5 or 6 people who possessed the mystic flame. Those who possessed the mystic flame would eventually break through to the Grandmaster realm. And now, Yang Dingtian possessed the mystic flame. The heavens still favored Yang Dingtian. For this mystic flame, Yang Dingtian had sacrificed the most. He had gone through countless difficulties and countless setbacks. The first fake flame had been devoured by Yen Biqin. The The second ice mystic flame had been devoured by Dongfang Bingling. At that time, Yang Dingtian had sacrificed everything, but it was all given to others. However, he was still not defeated. He wanted to use the energy of the red crystal to break through, but very quickly, the red crystal had lost all its energy. At that time, Yang Dingtian was really in despair and on the verge of breaking down. Just when Yang Dingtian was about to fall into complete despair, the true million spirit demon flame bloomed and entered Yang Dingtian of its own volition. Then it entered his sea of energy and transformed into heart flame. The process ahead was extremely difficult, tortuous, and frustrating. Later on, while Yang Dingtian was sleeping, the mystic flame delivered itself to him. He obtained the mystic flame with his eyes closed and broke through to level 16 with his eyes closed. Was there anything more bizarre in this world? Yang Dingtian really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The heavens still loved Yang Dingtian very much, but they also loved to play tricks on him. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and tried to sense his qi si. Sure enough, an elegant flame was quietly burning there. It didn't look any different, but it was filled with spiritual energy. It was as if there was another life in Yang Dingtian's body, and it was completely at his command. The power of the mystic flame was extremely shocking, and its effects were also extremely shocking. It could be said that as long as time allowed, it was completely indestructible. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel a little restless. He wanted to immediately try it out. Oh no! But very quickly, Yang Dingtian thought of something very important. Half a year had passed, but Dongfang Bingling asked him to wake her up in a month. One had to know that Dongfang Bingling had entered the deepest level of hibernation. A month was almost the limit. Now half a year had passed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian quickly opened his eyes and turned around. At first glance, he saw Dongfang Bingling. She was completely naked, like a statue, sitting cross-legged on the ground. This moment, Dongfang Bingling still seemed to be frozen. There was no heartbeat, no breathing, no pulse. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He directly went forward and put Dongfang Bingling on the ground. Then he directly used his finger to find the Jin Men acupoint. Dongfang Bingling said that piercing her Jin Men acupoint might wake her up. Then he took out a golden needle from his space ring, aimed at the vital acupoint, and pierced it. Suddenly, Dongfang Bingling's delicate body trembled. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt an extremely shocking energy. It came from Dongfang Bingling's body. Her mystic meridians, her qi si, surged with extremely powerful energy. It was much more powerful than Dongfang Bingling's. In this half a year, Dongfang Bingling had been refining the mystic flame. It seemed that her cultivation had also made a shocking breakthrough. Yang Dingtian heaved a long sigh of relief. With such powerful mystic qi energy, it meant that she didn't die. If Dongfang Bingling died because he didn't wake her up in time, his conscience would never be at ease. Then, Yang Dingtian felt that Dongfang Bingling was gradually recovering her vitality. After piercing Dongfang Bingling's vital acupoint, Yang Dingtian helped Dongfang Bingling's delicate body sit up and waited for her to wake up. However, Dongfang Bingling didn't wake up. Yang Dingtian placed his ear on her chest. There was a heartbeat. Then, Yang Dingtian moved closer to her nose. There was breathing. Then, Yang Dingtian touched her pulse. It was also beating normally. All signs of life were normal. No matter if it was her heartbeat, breathing, or pulse, they all showed that Dongfang Bingling's body was unprecedentedly healthy. Half a year ago, because of Babai's self-explosion, she was on the verge of death. Dozens of her mystic meridians were broken, and she could die at any time. Now she was completely healed. There was even a trace of red on her beautiful face, which made her look even more charming. She was unprecedentedly healthy and much stronger than half a year ago. However, she just couldn't wake up. What exactly was going on? Yang Dingtian instantly panicked. Then he pushed Dongfang Bingling to the ground again and pierced the golden needle into her Jin Men acupoint. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body trembled again, but she still didn't wake up. Then Yang Dingtian started to use all kinds of methods. He pinched her philtrum and used electric shocks. Dongfang Bingling still didn't wake up. What exactly was going on? Her body was healthy and her mystic qi was strong, but she just couldn't wake up. From the spatial ring, Yang Dingtian found a long dress and put it on Dongfang Bingling. Then he told the whole story to his master, Dongfang Minmi. Master, what exactly is going on? Dongfang Bingling's body is very healthy and her mystic qi is stronger than before. But why is she completely unconscious? Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Minmi's breathing was filled with worry. He said, Little Tian, Dongfang Bingling has been silent for too long and her consciousness has completely stopped. In your Earth's language, she has become a vegetable. Vegetable, Yang Dingtian said in shock. That's right, a vegetable. Dongfang Minmi said. In order to heal her injuries and refine more mystic fire energy, she let herself enter a silent state. In other words, she used a spiritual technique to forcefully stop her consciousness and brain from thinking. Only the deepest part of her consciousness is left. During this period of time, she won't have any consciousness and won't dream at all. It's completely different from being unconscious. Other than her body being alive, her mind is completely dead. In this situation, cultivation can be twice the result with half the effort. However, the limit of this silent state is 1 month. Once it's exceeded, this person's spirit and consciousness will be completely silent and can't be awakened. She will become what you call a vegetable on earth. How can this be? Yang Dingtian instantly sank into endless guilt. He promised Dongfang Bingling that he would wake her up in a month. But now half a year had passed. Even though Dongfang Bingling was his enemy, Yang Dingtian still sank into incomparable pain. The ecstasy of obtaining the mystic fire and breaking through to level 16 had disappeared without a trace. Child, this isn't your fault. It's the million spirit demon fire that made you completely lose your consciousness. Dongfang Minmi saw Yang Dingtian in so much pain and comforted him. No, this is still my responsibility. Yang Dingtian trembled and said, Master, is there any way to restore her consciousness and wake her up? No matter the method, no matter the cost. Dongfang Minmi sighed and said, I also hope there is. After all, she is my daughter. However, I really don't know of any way to awaken a person whose consciousness has stopped. Her situation is more serious than the vegetative people on Earth. Is there really no way? Yang Dingtian asked. I really don't know of any way. Dongfang Minmi said. What about the holy water? Will it work? Yang Dingtian asked. The holy water may be able to heal any injury. However, Dongfang Bingling is not injured now. Her consciousness has stopped. Dongfang Minmi said. Even though he knew that his master's words made sense, Yang Dingtian still took out a cup of holy water from his space ring and poured it into Dongfang Bingling's mouth. This cup of holy water made Dongfang Bingling's beautiful face blush. However, she still did not wake up. Her eyes were still tightly shut and there were no signs of her eyeballs moving. This meant that she was not even dreaming. Yang Dingtian did not give up. He took out some top-grade elixirs from his space ring and fed them to Dongfang Bingling. However, there was still no effect. Ah! Yang Dingtian roared and smashed his fist on the red crystal floor. Then he lay on the ground and tried to think of various ways. However, his mind was in a mess. How could he come up with any ideas? He could only lie on the ground and look at the pool above. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt wet at the back of his head. There was also a warm feeling. He could not help but be stunned. Could it be that the water from above was flowing down? That was impossible. During this period of time, not even a drop of water from above could enter the space. However, if it was not the water from the pool above, where did the water that wet Yang Dingtian's hair come from? Yang Dingtian reached out and touched his hair. Indeed, it was wet. He turned his head and knew where the water came from. This was because Dongfang Bingling's skirt was also wet at this moment, because her consciousness had stopped, and because she had drunk the holy water before, she could no longer control her body. She was really like a vegetable. Chapter 274. Yang Dingtian looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Dongfang Bingling, the fairy of the ninth heaven, the proudest, most powerful, and most frosty person in the world. She was extremely reserved, extremely graceful, and extremely elegant. Now, she was like a baby, completely unable to control her own body. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to untie the dress she had just put on and wash it in the pool above. He used fire qi to dry the clean dress. Moreover, he had to help Dongfang Bingling clean, dry her body, and dress her again. There was no other way. There was only one dress in her space ring, which was put in by Sister Ningning before. After changing Dongfang Bingling's dress, Yang Dingtian told his master what had just happened to Dongfang Bingling. Master, Bingling peed on her dress. Dongfang Minmi was not surprised. He sighed and said, "This is normal. It will happen often in the future." Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, "Master, how should I take care of her?" "Send her to the Yinyang school and let her mother take care of her. You have important things to do." Dongfang Minmi said, "But on the way to the Yinyang school, you don't need to give her any food. She just needs to take an elixir every half a month. However, she still needs to drink water as usual, so she will often pee in her pants in the future. It may happen several times a day. Also, bathe her often and massage her body. In short, you have to take care of her on the way to the Yinyang school." Yang Dingtian fell into silence again. After a long time, he suddenly said, "Master, I want to wake her up." "No, absolutely not." Dongfang Nimi said, "Send her to her mother's place in the Yinyang sect. Then you go and do your own thing. You have more important things to do. You need to kill that Lord of the Abyss. You need to collect the remaining 9 million pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. You need to forge a true soul sword. You need to break through to the martial honorable rank in a short period of time. Only then will you have a chance of winning in the martial contest for the position of City Lord. Moreover, you need to pick up Yen Yen." Yang Dingtian, "Master, but I really want to wake her up." "No, this is an order." Dongfang Minmi said, "Now leave here and the Dongli grassland. You can send Dongfang Bingling to the Yinyang school or to Yang Pei to take care of her. In short, you have to do your own things." Yang Dingtian continued to be silent. After a long time, he slowly said, "Master, if Dongfang Bingling continues to be like this, then what's the point of me being strong?" "Stupid!" Dongfang Minmi shouted. "Is your strength just to defeat Dongfang Bingling? Wrong. Your strength is to save Cloud Sky City, to save the Yinyang school, and even to save the entire world." Then Dongfang Minmi said, "Child, to tell you the truth, because you are not strong enough, there are still bigger secrets that I have not told you. Your mission is still very important. You can't be divided into two parts. Child, don't disappoint me. Leave now and send Dongfang Bingling back. Then go do your own things." Yang Dingtian still did not reply. Dongfang Minmi's voice suddenly became gentler. "Child, Dongfang Bingling is my daughter. In terms of love and care, I am the person who loves her the most in this world. However, you really have more important things to do. Not only are you Master's hope, you are also Shimin Wuya's hope, Shimin Yanyan's hope, and many others' hope. Go, leave this place now. Sigh." Yang Dingtian did not reply and sighed deeply. Then he carried Dongfang Bingling, circulated his celestial qi, and dived into the pool above, leaving the red crystal space. After entering the water, Yang Dingtian's celestial qi burst forth from his body, so the water could not get close to Yang Dingtian. Their clothes were not wet at all. Yang Dingtian kept floating up. At this time, there was no boundary between the originally 1,000-meter pool and the central lake. It had completely become a part of the lake. A minute later, Yang Dingtian carried Dongfang Bingling and suddenly rushed out of the water. He finally left this place. This mirror-like central lake was a place he had stayed in for more than half a year. After rushing out of the water, Yang Dingtian flapped his empty spirit profound wings and flew towards the sky. The entire central lake was still as clear as a mirror, and the sky was still as clean as before. The entire bone burial ground was no different from half a year ago. After looking at it with slight reluctance, Yang Dingtian carried Dongfang Bingling and flew towards the south. When he reached the border of the bone burial ground and approached the Foxman race's territory, Yang Dingtian descended from the sky. Carrying Dongfang Bingling, he ran on the ground, because if he was still in the sky, he would be too eye-catching. His destination was still the Foxman race. Although his master ordered him not to care about Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian was still very unwilling. No matter how much he hated Dongfang Bingling, she was his master's only daughter after all. Moreover, she became like this because of Yang Dingtian. The most important thing was that Yang Dingtian wanted to defeat her fair and square 4 years later. Therefore, he had to think of a way to wake Dongfang Bingling up. Dongfang Bingling's consciousness had been imprisoned, which caused her to be unable to wake up. Therefore, if he wanted to wake her up, he had to think of a way from the mental aspect. Compared to humans, the half-human race was more mysterious. Their talent, in all aspects, was also higher than humans. Therefore, in terms of waking up Dongfang Bingling, the half-human race might have more surprises. Yang Dingtian carried Dongfang Bingling into the Foxman race's territory. At this moment, he was wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body. This attire was not very strange, because many high priests dressed like this. As for Dongfang Bingling, he directly placed her on the back of a horse. The Foxman race had a total of 3 tribes in the Dongli grasslands. In total, there were more than 1 million people. The 3 tribes were considered to be united on major issues. However, there were also endless internal disputes. Day by Day Bella's tribe was the largest among the 3 tribes. It had about 400,000 to 500,000 people and a territory of nearly 1,000 square kilometers. The reason why the Foxman race was divided into 3 tribes was because the 3 tribes looked very different. Day by Day Bella's tribe was very similar to humans. Only their tail and ears had the characteristics of a fox. As for the other 2 tribes, one of them not only had the tail, ears, eyes, and even the face had the characteristics of a fox. As for the other tribe, in addition to these, even their feet had the characteristics of a fox. They did not look like humans anymore. Therefore, among the 3 tribes of the Foxman race, Day by Day Bella was considered to be the closest to humans. Of course, because Dugu Fengwu came to steal their sacred artifact, this closeness to humans was bound to be severely affected. The central city of Day by Day Bella's Foxman race tribe was called Na Bella. Of course, although it was called a city, it was just a slightly bigger town. Previously, when Yang Dingtian entered, he was immediately placed into a sealed carriage. As it passed by in a hurry, he didn't see it clearly. This time, when he entered Na Bella again, Yang Dingtian took a closer look at this town. The entire Na Bella was built in a giant valley. Apart from the giant city gate at the entrance, there were almost no traces of a city. It was just a slightly bigger village. Densely packed houses were distributed everywhere. Some were made of stone, some were made of wood. Even though they weren't luxurious, they were still elegant. After entering this valley city, there were countless houses that were built along the mountain and extended for dozens of miles. There were many roads that extended to the horizon like ribbons, and it was indeed filled with extraordinary visual impact. However, after entering Na Bella, Yang Dingtian still felt a sense of nervousness. Most of the houses had gold coins for their doors, and there weren't many pedestrians on the road. Most of the shops by the roadside were closed. On the road, there would often be groups of patrolling cavalry passing by. Something seemed to have happened to Day by Day Bella's Foxman race. However, it shouldn't be something as serious as an enemy invasion. The city gate wasn't heavily guarded, and Yang Dingtian didn't encounter any interrogation on the road. Yang Dingtian didn't know where Day by Day Bella's residence was, but he was the chieftain. Therefore, after asking around, he found out that Day by Day Bella lived on the mountain peak. Yang Dingtian was just about to urge his horse to gallop up the mountain peak when a pair of foxman knights suddenly chased after him and asked, "Are you going to the chieftain's castle?" Yang Dingtian was immediately filled with vigilance. He nodded and didn't answer. "We have been waiting for you for a long time, my lord." The leader of the knights said, "We will escort you to see the chieftain." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled. What did this knight mean? They had been waiting for him for a long time? After all, Yang Dingtian was currently in disguise, and no one could recognize him. However, after a moment of hesitation, Yang Dingtian still nodded and followed the knight to Day by Day Bella's residence. Day by Day Bella's chieftain's mansion was a castle that was about a few hundred acres in size. It was built with huge stones and wood, and was the most similar to human buildings in the entire Foxman race. From this, one could see how close she was to humans. The castle didn't appear to be luxurious, but it was beautiful and elegant. Even the stone slabs were a faint white color. However, after entering the castle, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel an oppressive aura. All the warriors' servants and maids were walking cautiously, not daring to make any noise. No one spoke to each other either. However, the whole castle was filled with red banners, as if there was something joyous going on. "Is your chieftain holding a wedding?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes." The leader of the knights said, "In 3 days, our Princess Xiangxiang and Lord Laming will be married." Princess Xiangxiang? Yang Dingtian immediately thought of that beautiful, gentle, and spirited girl. She could be considered the most beautiful girl in the Foxman race. Her beauty was dazzling. Chapter 275. "Oh, then I really have to congratulate you," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. "Princess Xiangxiang is beautiful and kind. Her husband must be very outstanding to be a match for her." The leader of the knights said, "Sir is right. In our entire tribe, the only one who is a match for Princess Xiangxiang is Sir Laming. Sir Laming is our Foxman tribe's chief sacred warrior knight, the youngest elder of the Elder Council, and the #1 youth expert of the Foxman tribe." Before the leader of the knights finished speaking, a pleasantly surprised and respectful voice sounded out. "Sir, our Sir Laming has personally come to welcome you." Immediately after, the entire group of knights got down from their horses and knelt down, shouting in unison, "We pay our respects to Sir Laming." At the same time, the surrounding servants stopped what they were doing, stood in place, and bowed. Moreover, the gazes of this group of people towards Laming were filled with passion and worship. It seems that this Laming not only has a lot of authority in the Foxman tribe, he also has a huge reputation. Foxman tribe's sacred warrior Laming Bela pays his respects to Sir High Priest. Laming took a few steps forward, pulled out his sword, and placed it on the ground, then bowed. Yang Dingtian was startled. He actually called him Sir High Priest. It seems that they have mistaken him for someone else. However, he did not know who this Sir High Priest was. Yang Dingtian raised his head and immediately saw this Laming. As expected, he was handsome and as tall as a mountain. He was 9 meters tall, with deep eyes and a tall nose bridge. His handsome face seemed to be filled with sunlight at all times. Yang Dingtian could also be considered to be quite good-looking. However, when facing this #1 youth expert of the Foxman tribe, regardless of appearance or figure, he could only feel a deep jealousy. At first, Yang Dingtian wanted to deny that he was Sir High Priest. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea and only nodded his head indifferently. "A few days ago, I sent someone to respectfully request High Priest to treat my foster father. Unexpectedly, High Priest has already arrived today. I am truly grateful." Lei Ming continued. Yang Dingtian now understood that the Foxman race had already sent people to invite a high priest to treat Day by Day Bella. However, Yang Dingtian had disguised himself as a high priest, which was why Lei Ming and the others had misunderstood. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to ask about Day by Day Bella's illness, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He was afraid that he would be exposed if he asked. Half a year ago, Day by Day Bella fought against Qin Huaiyu, Dugufengwu, and Gudawu Huan. He wasn't at a disadvantage even when facing 3 martial supreme experts. In the end, Yan Biaqin intervened and pierced Day by Day Bella with his sword, causing him to be on the verge of death. If Ba Bai didn't arrive in time, he would have already died. After that, Yang Dingtian was brought into the underwater, red, crystal space by Ba Bai. After that, he never saw Day by Day Bella again. Furthermore, there was a huge change in heaven and earth. It was unknown how he managed to return to the tribe. After these thoughts flashed past his mind, Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Lead the way." "Yes," Lei Ming replied and led the way alone. Lei Ming brought Yang Dingtian to the most central building. They followed the stairs and walked up to the highest floor. The highest floor was around 30 meters above the ground. When they arrived at a door, Lei Ming pushed it open and said, "Lord High Priest, please enter." This was a very large bedroom, and it was very bright. There were huge windows around the room that were inlaid with natural, transparent glass, allowing the light from the outside to shine in. There were 3 huge cupboards in the room. At this moment, flames were burning fiercely in the cupboards. In the middle of the bedroom, there was a huge bed that was covered with soft fur. There was a person lying on top of it. This person was the Foxman race's matriarch, Day by Day Bella. With a single glance, Yang Dingtian didn't dare to believe that this withered and skinny person was Day by Day Bella. When Yang Dingtian saw Day by Day Bella previously, she was already 40 to 50 years old. She was extremely charming and handsome. In terms of looks, she wasn't inferior to this Lei Ming in front of him. In terms of grace and bearing, she was superior. However, the Day by Day Bella in front of him was really like dry firewood. Her originally glossy and shiny hair was now white and colorless. If not for the fact that Yang Dingtian could sense her aura, he would even think that the person lying on the bed was a dead person. "Lord High Priest, please treat my foster father," Lei Ming said respectfully. Yang Dingtian took a few steps forward and gently pressed on Day by Day Bella's neck artery. Then he pressed on his chest where his heart was and finally felt his wrist for a pulse. He was heavily injured. When he fought with someone, his profound energy was exhausted and he was on the verge of death. Furthermore, his body was heavily injured and he lost too much blood. This caused his profound veins to dry up and his energy to crack. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Just as Yang Dingtian finished speaking, Lei Ming's body trembled and said, "Lord High Priest is truly a deity. You only touched him slightly and you actually knew everything." Of course, Yang Dingtian knew everything clearly. This was because he had seen how Day by Day Bella was injured with his own eyes. Patriarch Zhuri's cultivation is astonishing. It's hard to find an opponent within a radius of 1,000 miles. Who could cause him to be so heavily injured? Yang Dingtian asked. Lei Ming said, "I wasn't in the clan at that time. I heard from the clansmen that a very powerful and beautiful woman had snatched away our clan's Saint Core. When foster father heard about it, he chased after her to take it back. Just when foster father was about to defeat that woman and take back the Saint Core, another human expert suddenly appeared. The 2 of them weren't a match for foster father. Therefore, the 2 of them tried their best to escape towards the center of the burial ground. Foster father chased after them alone. The clan's experts wanted to follow him, but they were stopped by foster father. Everyone felt that foster father alone was more than enough to fight the 2 of them. If it wasn't for foster father's benevolence, the 2 of them would have already died under his sword. Therefore, foster father chased into the depths of the burial ground alone. But who would have thought that he would never come back? Half a day later, the clansmen went to the burial ground to search for him. After 3 days, foster father was found floating on the lake in the center. At that time, he was already at his last gasp and unconscious. Lei Ming continued. However, the two of them definitely weren't a match for foster father. They definitely had other helpers there. Yang Dingtian nodded, but he didn't show any concern. Lord High Priest, can you cure my foster father? Lei Ming asked. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to ask Day by Day Bella about how to save Dongfang Bingling. However, the other party had unexpectedly become like this. Yang Dingtian was confident that the holy water could save him. However, it was difficult for Yang Dingtian to make a decision on whether to save him or not. This was because the person in front of him was undoubtedly a risk. If he could save someone who was at his last gasp, Yang Dingtian would definitely become a rare commodity. At that time, it would be troublesome for him to leave. Of course, Yang Dingtian might feel a little guilty if he tried to remedy the situation. Moreover, the person in front of him was Xiang Xiang, Bella's father. He and Xiang Xiang could be considered friends. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I can save him. Lei Ming's eyes trembled. Then he revealed a trace of joy and said, What materials do you need to prepare? Lord High Priest, please instruct me. I will immediately prepare them. Yang Dingtian said, I don't need any materials. I have everything I need. I don't need any materials. Lei Ming was slightly stunned. Then he said, Then, Lord High Priest, please rest for a while. Tomorrow morning, I will start the treatment for my foster father. No need. I can treat him now, Yang Dingtian said. In an instant, Lei Ming was completely stunned. He revealed an expression of disbelief. Then, the smile on his face disappeared. He walked over and pressed the door that was already tightly shut. After confirming that it was closed, he whispered to Yang Dingtian, Lord High Priest Galu, have you received the gift I sent over? Seeing Lei Ming's slightly strange face and voice, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then he vaguely acknowledged, I believe you have already seen the code words on it. Lei Ming continued, Code words? Can you say it again? Yang Dingtian said. When he said this, Lei Ming's expression changed. He said, Lord Galu, what do you mean? Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. However, his voice became cold as he said, I only asked you to repeat it. What's wrong? Lei Ming's gaze shot over like lightning. Then he said indifferently, You can save my foster father because this will show your abilities. You can also make Xiang Xiang agree to marry me officially. However, you have to make sure that he never wakes up. When he said this, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The handsome and sunny chief knight of the Foxman race in front of him, the foster son of Day by Day Bella, was actually a poisonous snake. A poisonous snake that was filled with wild ambitions. In this way, not only would Day by Day Bella be in danger, even Xiang Xiang would be in danger. No wonder he hadn't seen Xiang Xiang Bella since he came in. By right, as a daughter, she should always be by her father's side and serve him. Suddenly, many thoughts flashed through Yang Dingtian's mind. Then his eyes suddenly became evil. In order to make it easier for Yang Dingtian to move around the Dongli grasslands, he had disguised himself as a middle-aged priest. Now that his eyes were emitting an evil light, there was almost no flaw in his disguise. That's right, you gave me many gifts, but there wasn't anything that I particularly wanted. Yang Dingtian suddenly said indifferently, What do you want? Lei Ming asked. A woman, a beautiful woman. Yang Dingtian said, Can't you see that I have an unconscious woman by my side right now? Wherever I go, I will bring her with me. Moreover, I can wake her up at any time to serve me. When Lei Ming heard Yang Dingtian's condition, his expression immediately relaxed. He said, A beauty, is it? Don't worry. You can have as many as you want. No, I only want one. Yang Dingtian said, "and the most beautiful one in the Foxman race. She is your fiancée, Princess Xiangxiang. Of course, I only want one." When he said this, Lei Ming's expression changed drastically. His eyes were instantly filled with killing intent. Chapter 276. Then she walked out, and Lei Ming followed her out. Then the door slowly closed. Only Yang Dingtian and the unconscious Day by Day Bella were left in the huge bedroom. Yang Dingtian first drew all the curtains, then took out a cup of holy water from his space ring and poured it into an ordinary, nourishing pill. This was because Yang Dingtian realized that the effect of mixing the holy water into the pill was even better. At least, the medicinal effect would spread faster throughout the body. After making the pill, Yang Dingtian was about to feed it to Day by Day Bella. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded from outside. "Lei Ming, I'm coming." This was the voice of an elderly man. It was not loud, but it rang in everyone's ears. Furthermore, after hearing it, one would involuntarily trust the owner of this voice, and even feel a sense of admiration. After listening to it, one would even feel like falling asleep. This was a very advanced spiritual spell. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. Then he hurriedly walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. Instantly, an elderly man wearing a black priest's cloak and riding on a red-crowned crane floated over. The priest's cloak was exactly the same as Yang Dingtian's, and even the fire patterns on it were exactly the same. It was no wonder that Lei Ming and the rest had mistaken him at the beginning. When he was about 10 meters away from the castle, the elderly man on the red-crowned crane lifted his cloak and revealed his true face. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was immediately filled with admiration. What a handsome face! After coming to this world, Yang Dingtian had rarely seen such an otherworldly person. Although this elderly man was very old, and his hair and beard were completely white, his face was as clear as jade. He was extremely charming, and his eyes were deep and full of spirit. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. At first glance, one would feel admiration, and feel that this was a noble and elegant person. If Yang Dingtian had not known about this person's background beforehand, he would have had a good impression of him. Furthermore, this person was completely human, and there were no traces of the half-human race on him. "Who are you?" Lei Ming gripped his sword tightly and asked cautiously. "This old man is Galu. You came all the way here to invite this old man to treat your foster father's illness. Why are you asking me who I am now? You really don't know the situation," the old man said with a smile. Whether it was his temperament or his words, it was like a spring breeze. When Lei Ming heard this voice, his expression immediately changed. Then he suddenly pulled out his sword, kicked open the door, and rushed in. He shouted at Yang Dingtian sternly, "You, who exactly are you?" Yang Dingtian was startled, and he cursed inwardly. Priest Galu, who was invited by Lei Ming, actually came. Of course, Yang Dingtian could still rush over to Day by Day Bella's side and feed her the pill. However, after a moment of hesitation, Yang Dingtian immediately gave up on this plan. He turned to Lei Ming and asked me, "My name is Neru." "Nalu," Thunder said sternly. "You are not Galu? Then why are you pretending to be Galu? You must be harboring evil intentions by coming to my Foxman tribe. I will immediately tear you to pieces." After saying that, Lei Ming's body suddenly burst with powerful Shen Qi, and he rushed over. If the person in front of him was not Galu, then it would be troublesome. Lei Ming had already told him all his evil intentions. As long as Yang Dingtian opened his mouth, Lei Ming would be finished. Therefore, he naturally had to kill him to silence him. Lei Ming's sword instantly slashed in front of him. Yang Dingtian immediately sensed that this person's cultivation was not at the martial honorable level, but he was very close to it. Although he was about 3 levels higher than himself, Yang Dingtian was absolutely certain that this person would not be able to hurt him. If they were to fight, this person would definitely die under his sword. Yang Dingtian did not pull out his sword. Instead, he retreated with lightning speed. He used the flight technique and flew dozens of meters away, dodging Lei Ming's sword. Boom! Lei Ming's sword instantly slashed on the thick stone wall, creating a huge crack in the wall. Seeing that Yang Dingtian could actually fly, Lei Ming's expression immediately changed. Then he ferociously channeled his Xian Qi, wanting to use a Xian skill to kill him. Wait! At this moment, Xiang Bela rushed over and said, "This high priest Nero was invited by me to treat my father." What? Lei Ming was startled and immediately looked at Yang Dingtian. "I only received a heavy gift from two people, saying that the Foxman tribe's patriarch wanted me to treat his injuries. However, I don't know who invited me here," Yang Dingtian said. "So when Lei Ming received me at the beginning, I thought that he was the one who invited me here. I didn't expect that it wasn't you. No wonder you kept calling me Galu. I thought it was just a different pronunciation of different characters." After this explanation, Lei Ming immediately looked at Yang Dingtian in bewilderment. Currently, it seemed that it would be very difficult for him to directly kill Yang Dingtian to silence him. He could only pray that this high priest Nero was indeed a greedy and lecherous person, so he wouldn't reveal his evil intentions. After this crisis passed, he would then find the saint envoy to send experts to kill him. Since it's like this, now that Lord Galu is here, there's no need for you. You can leave. Lei Ming waved his hand and said, "Leave." Yang Dingtian said, "I, Nero, am a person who pays attention to my reputation. Now that I've received the gift and slept with the beauty, how can I leave before my injuries are healed? I can still return the gift to you, but how can I return the beauty that I slept with and the virginity that I took?" When these words came out, Xiang couldn't help but blush. She clearly knew that she shouldn't, but she couldn't help but fiercely glare at him. However, at this moment, she already knew that Lei Ming was harboring evil intentions. Clearly, this Galu wasn't a good person either. Of course, she couldn't let him treat her father's injuries. Immediately, Princess Xiang said he can't leave. Even if he wants to leave, he has to treat my father first. Big brother, this Mr. Galu was invited by you, and this Nero was invited by me. The one who's injured is my father, so it should be up to me to decide who should treat him. Lei Ming's expression changed and said, "Little sister, Lord Galu's resurrection technique is famous for thousands of miles, and this Nero is completely a greedy and lecherous liar. How can you let him treat foster father?" Xiang said, "This Nero is a scoundrel, I know. However, I have absolute confidence in his medical skills. At that time, I was saved by a few powerful humans in the desert. Among them, 2 of them were saved by this Nero when they were on the brink of death. Moreover, now that we've paid such a huge price, it's impossible to let him leave just like that." Lei Ming naturally wouldn't agree. Immediately, the 2 of them were in a deadlock. Xiang directly took out a bone whistle and placed it in her small mouth to blow. Instantly, a distant sound rang out, spreading very far away. "Little sister, what are you doing?" Lei Ming asked. Xiang said, "Since the 2 of us can't make a decision, then let's invite the elders of the tribe to make a decision together." Immediately, Lei Ming's expression became even more unsightly. About half an hour later, more than 10 elders of the Foxman tribe rushed over one after another and gathered in the bedroom on the top floor. After hearing the argument between Princess Xiangbela and Lei Ming, more than a dozen elders fell into a conflict and were divided into 2 factions. One faction supported Xiangbela. They believed that the one who was injured was her father, and that she had the right to decide who should treat her father. The other faction believed that High Priest Lu's reputation was widespread, and this Nero was completely unheard of. It was very likely that he was just a liar. Furthermore, Day by Day Bella was the tribe leader of the Foxman tribe and shouldered the heavy responsibility of the tribe. Therefore, he was no longer completely Princess Xiang's father. Among the two factions, the majority supported Lei Ming. Therefore, everyone was completely inclined to let Galu treat day-by-day Bella. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was already completely aware of Galu's reputation. To say that his reputation was widespread was already an understatement. In many people's hearts, he was practically a living immortal who could bring the dead back to life and was omnipotent. Furthermore, he saved people without asking for any remuneration. He was completely like a living bodhisattva. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was filled with even more vigilance towards Galu. It seemed that this person could really save the dying and heal the injured. Furthermore, this person came from the holy temple. To be able to invest so much in the Donli grassland, his ambitions were probably not small. Seeing that the situation was almost set, Princess Xiangxiang was instantly burning with anxiety. She gritted her teeth and said, "The one who is injured is my father. I have decided to let Neru treat my father. If he can't save my father, I will commit suicide in front of everyone and take the initiative to give up the hereditary rights of the tribe leader." Once these words were spoken, everyone present was instantly shocked. Chapter 277. Firstly, if day-by-day Bella couldn't be cured, Xiangxiang would commit suicide in front of everyone. Giving up the hereditary rights of the clan leader would be shocking enough. For thousands of years, the clan leader of this branch of the Foxman race had been passed down from generation to generation in the family of day-by-day Bella. The hereditary rights of the clan leader were indisputable. If the clan leader didn't have a son, then the position would be passed down to a daughter, and a son-in-law would marry into the family. Their son would still have the surname Bella and would inherit the position of the clan leader. If a clan leader didn't have a son or daughter, then they would adopt a son from their own race to inherit the position of the clan leader. Therefore, when Princess Xiangxiang said that she would give up the hereditary rights of the clan leader, it was an earth-shattering matter. It was a huge temptation to all the elders present. All the elders of the Foxman race were the leaders of the various clans. They would never be able to become the clan leader of the Foxman race. Once they became the clan leader of the Foxman race, their clan would instantly expand and strengthen. This was because in the entire half-human race, every clan could own different territories and armies. In order for the clan leader to have great power, the clan leader would own almost half of the territories and armies. In order to save her father, Xiangxiang Bela decided to cut off all means of retreat and proposed this trump card condition. At this moment, Lei Ming's expression changed drastically. Of course, he could tell that something was wrong. Princess Xiangxiang insisted on letting Na Lu treat day-by-day Bella. It was obvious that she was suspicious and wary of Lei Ming and Galu. Furthermore, Na Lu and Xiangxiang's relationship was definitely not ordinary. The hostility from before was definitely an act. This way, Lei Ming would be in danger. In other words, if Na Lu cured day-by-day Bella, Lei Ming's death would come. This was because Xiangxiang might already know about Lei Ming's scheme. At this moment, Yang Dingtian could obviously expose Lei Ming's scheme when they were fighting for the right to treat Bella. Lei Ming wouldn't dare to kill all the elders of the Foxman race present. However, Yang Dingtian didn't have any evidence to prove Lei Ming's conspiracy. It could be said that Yang Dingtian had slandered Lei Ming in order to fight for the treatment rights. Therefore, Yang Dingtian didn't expose him. At this moment, Xiangxiang's trump card was revealed, giving up the hereditary right of the patriarch. These elders immediately changed their tone. That's right. After all, the old patriarch is Princess Xiangxiang's father. He has the right to decide who should be treated. That's right. Moreover, when the old patriarch was unconscious, Princess Xiangxiang was the only successor. She was basically equivalent to the patriarch and had the right to exercise the patriarch's authority. Hearing everyone's words, Xiangxiang finally let out a long sigh of relief. Of course, she had no confidence in Yang Dingtian's ability to cure her father. She didn't have much interaction with Yang Dingtian. Previously, she only had a hazy, favorable impression of him. This favorable impression came from the fact that Yang Dingtian had saved her life before. Also, Yang Dingtian was a human. She had always had a longing for humans in her heart. Moreover, Yang Dingtian could fly, and had once carried her to the sky. All these were still favorable impressions and feelings. It didn't turn into love between a man and a woman. However, just now, the two of them were forced to have an extremely intimate relationship. This caused a qualitative change in Xiang Xiang's mentality. Moreover, after knowing Lei Ming's wild ambition, she could only place all her hopes on Yang Dingtian. Moreover, even if Yang Dingtian couldn't save her father, it would be better for her to give the patriarch's position to another powerful family in the Foxman race than to fall into the hands of the evil Lei Ming. Lei Ming was her sworn brother. Her father also thought highly of him. In fact, day by day Bella took Lei Ming as her adopted son because she wanted to choose a husband for Xiang Xiang. Day by day Bella was an infatuated person. After his wife passed away, even if he only had one daughter, he had no intention of remarrying. Although Xiang Xiang didn't have any romantic feelings for Lei Ming, they were still siblings. However, after discovering Lei Ming's secret by chance, Xiang Xiang was filled with disgust towards Lei Ming. Moreover, after her father was seriously injured and unconscious. During the Elder Assembly, Lei Ming made Xiang Bela go to the temple to pray for blessings. He used moral pressure to drive Xiang Bela away from Jury Bela's side. After that, he completely controlled all the armed forces in the patriarch's castle. At this moment, Xiang Xiang was already very wary of Lei Ming. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian mentioned Lei Ming's wild ambition, Xiang Xiang immediately believed him after being slightly shocked. Therefore, Lei Ming was at his wit's end. He only knew that if he allowed this narrow to cure day by day Bella, only death would await him. In his panic, Lei Ming couldn't help but look at Galu. Galu walked out leisurely and said to Yang Dingtian, "Mister, please." Yang Dingtian took a step forward and sat opposite Galu. "My real name isn't Galu. It's Yin Tianchong. Have you heard of it before?" Galu said slowly. Yang Dingtian quickly asked in his mind, "Master, who is this Yin Tianchong?" Dongfang Minmi exclaimed, "Yin Tianchong? He used to be an elder of Black Heaven sect. He suddenly disappeared over 10 years ago. I didn't expect him to be here. Back then, he had a very high status in Black Heaven sect. He was an alchemist and a beast speaker." Yang Dingtian pretended to look up and said, "Yin Tianchong? Black Heaven sect's elder, alchemist, and beast speaker. His status was only second to Zhu Qingzhu. I didn't expect you to be here after disappearing over 10 years ago." This time, it was Galu's turn to be surprised. Over 10 years ago, his status in Black Heaven sect was very high. However, he kept a low profile and not many people knew about him. In addition, Zhu Qingzhu had wantonly banned the news of him. Therefore, very few people knew about him. However, he didn't expect this narrow to know about him. It seemed like this person's background wasn't simple. Black Heaven sect is the second most powerful sect in the world. I'm the alchemist elder and beast speaker elder of Black Heaven sect. Therefore, I'm afraid that there aren't many people who can surpass me in terms of alchemy or healing." Galu said indifferently, "Patriarch Jury has delayed the rise and fall of the entire Foxman race. Therefore, the treatment should be more reliable. Therefore, Bufan, please show me your name in the human civilization. If you are truly capable, I will naturally decline modestly. Of course, Senior must take note that I know all the outstanding experts in the human civilization, be it spiritual masters or alchemists." Galu's meaning was very clear. If Yang Dingtian tried to impersonate Galu would definitely expose him. Yang Dingtian smiled faintly and said, "Before I reveal my true identity, can Mr. Galu tell me why you suddenly disappeared from Black Heaven sect?" "I offended Zhu Qingzhu and stopped him from practicing a terrifying martial art," Galu said indifferently. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's heart couldn't help but thump. Could the terrifying martial art that Galu mentioned be the soul-devouring mystic qi? Now, Senior should tell me your true identity. Galu said. Yang Dingtian let out a deep sigh. He lifted his cloak and revealed an ugly and sinister face. Then he said slowly, Sea of Hades Miju Tuchuo. Gulu's body trembled when he heard this. The Miju Tuchuo that Yang Dingtian mentioned really existed. He was also the most brilliant alchemist in the Sea of Hades. He was the one who cured Yang Dingtian's terrible injuries. Yang Dingtian didn't see him after he woke up. However, he often interacted with him when he was unconscious. Moreover, he knew what he looked like from the portrait in the Sea of Hades. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's current appearance was a mask made of human skin. Then he put on makeup and disguised himself as Miju Tuchuo. Of course, they weren't exactly the same. However, it was easy for extremely ugly people to resemble each other. Senior Miju? It's really you? Galu said in surprise. I really didn't expect it. In this world, only Senior Miju can surpass me in alchemy and healing skills. However, Senior Miju has an outstanding position in the Sea of Hades. How did you end up here? If I remember correctly, the people of the Sea of Hades can't leave without orders. Yang Dingtian sighed and said faintly, I've obtained a tube of Naga's blood. It's golden in color. Everyone's facial expression changed drastically when they heard this. The blood of Naga was the most precious treasure in the world. Unlike humans, the huge energy of Naga was contained in their blood. Moreover, the blood of Naga was more direct. They used color to differentiate the grades. The golden color of Naga's blood was the highest grade. If one had a tube of Naga's blood, no matter if it was used to concoct elixirs or medicine, it could make one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. I don't think I need to say what's next. Yang Dingtian said. Galu said, if you're really Senior Miju, then the treatment of Patriarch Juri should be done by Senior Miju. However, this is a serious matter. Can Senior Miju find something that can prove your identity? For example, the tube of Naga's blood that you mentioned? Gulu's words were full of ulterior motives. If Yang Dingtian couldn't take out the tube of Naga's blood, then he wouldn't be able to prove his identity. If Yang Dingtian could take out the tube of Naga's blood, then it would arouse the greed of the entire Foxman race. By then, it would be difficult for him to leave the Dongli grassland alive. I have already handed over the tube of Naga's blood. Otherwise, how could I still be alive? Of course, even if I had handed over the tube of Naga's blood, I would never be able to return to the land of humans. Yang Dingtian sighed, sorrowfully. Sigh. The matters of the world always make people sigh. However, the Dongli grassland is a noble and simple place. It's like a paradise. It's best for people like you and me who have no desires to die of old age here. That's true. Yang Dingtian's voice was filled with boundless loneliness. Yang Dingtian's acting was extremely outstanding. Even though Xiang knew that the man in front of her was Yang Dingtian, she couldn't help but treat him as Miju Tucho, who had a home in the Netherworld Sea but couldn't return. Gulu continued, Of course, I believe in Senior Miju. However, this matter is too serious. If Senior Miju can't take out anything else to prove your identity, then let me treat this person. Of course, Senior Miju can also give me some pointers. Patriarch Juri will be saved by the two of us together. At this moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This person was really shrewd and ruthless. Every sentence of his was like a needle hidden in silk floss. It was impossible to refuse. However, the matter at hand was too serious. Of course, he wouldn't be bound by Galu's means. He smiled faintly and said, Actually, there's another method. Let me explain it to Senior Miju. Galu smiled and said, Senior Miju must have a brilliant idea. Tian Chong is all ears. Yang Dingtian said, How about this? Let's have a competition of medical skills. Whoever is more brilliant will save Patriarch Juri. Galu smiled and said, That's a good idea. Everyone nodded their heads. They felt that this suggestion was very good and the fairest. Galoo said, "However, there's no first place in literature and no second place in medicine. Medical skills aren't like martial arts that can be competed. It's not easy to determine who is better." Yang Dingtian said, "How about this? We'll find 10 people who are on the verge of death. Some of them are seriously injured, some of them are seriously ill, and so on. Then, each of us will pick 5 people to treat. We'll see who can save more people in the shortest amount of time. 2 hours will be the limit. How about it?" Galoo hadn't expressed his opinion yet. Everyone nodded their heads and expressed that this was a good idea. At this moment, Princess Yang Xiang looked at Yang Dingtian with worry. She was the clearest about Yang Dingtian's background. She knew that he wasn't Miju, Tuchuo, who had brilliant medical skills. His opponent was the genuine mystic sky sect's master alchemist, Yin Tianchong. After this comparison, she was afraid that Yang Dingtian had no chance of winning. Senior Brother Miju's idea is indeed impressive. "Let's do it this way," Galoo said. Immediately, both sides agreed to a medical competition. Whoever won would treat day by day Bella. Half an hour later, they found 10 people who were on the verge of death. These 10 people's conditions were different. Some were seriously injured, some were old, some were seriously ill, some are poisoned, and some are dying. In short, it was impossible for either side to have a left arm under such circumstances. The 10 people who were on the verge of death were lying on the ground. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room was filled with a sense of decay. However, there were no wails because they didn't even have the strength to scream. "Senior Brother Miju, you're a sage. You can choose first." Galoo appeared to be very gentlemanly. Yang Dingtian didn't stand on ceremony. He directly picked 5 people who were on the verge of death. Moreover, the 5 people he chose were considered to be in very serious condition. They looked as if they could die at any time. Galoo also chose the other 5 people. Next, both sides began to treat them. They treated them in front of everyone without any concealment. Galoo's treatment method was as smooth as flowing water. He did it as he pleased without any difficulty or sluggishness. He was completely calm, and there was almost no smoke or fire in his actions. He looked extremely comfortable, and at a glance, one could tell that he was an expert. His treatment method was similar to that of a master alchemist in this world. He inserted his celestial qi to sense the medicine and consumed it. However, compared to other high priests, Galoo's method was more impressive. He melted the medicine in his palm and directly delivered it to the patient's vital parts. The first person was completely unconscious. His entire face was green, and he was so skinny that he didn't even look human anymore. Moreover, he couldn't even feel his breathing or heartbeat. However, under Galoo's treatment, his face gradually became rosy. Moreover, his chest rose and fell as he started to breathe. Only a quarter of an hour later, the dying man opened his eyes and sat up in a daze. Instantly, everyone present widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. "Godly skill! It's godly skill!" Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Lei Ming's face immediately had a trace of pride, while Xiang Xiang had a trace of worry. After treating the first person, Galoo came to the second person. This was a handsome young man. Currently, his eyes were open and he wasn't unconscious. However, he was completely unable to move. Moreover, his face wasn't pale. Instead, it was surging with a strange redness. Immediately after, an elder suddenly walked out and bowed in front of Galoo. "Sir Galoo, this person is my son. During the battle with the Wolf Clan, he was hit by the Wolf Clan's 10,000 cavalry with a giant hammer. His internal organs have already been shattered. Now he's completely relying on his celestial qi and treasures to stay alive. Even so, he won't be able to hold on for more than 3 days. Sir Galoo, please save my son." Galoo hurriedly went forward to help him up. He inserted his celestial qi to sense the young man's injuries and frowned slightly. "What? Is there no hope?" that elder exclaimed. If it was someone else, there might be no hope. However, Since I'm here, there might be hope. At this moment, arrogance finally appeared in Gulu's tone. Then he took out a jade tube from his bosom and opened it. He poured out a red object from it. After that object fell into Gulu's palm, it started to squirm. Everyone could clearly see that it was a red worm. It was similar to the leeches on Earth. This is a 10,000 lives worm. It has an almost undying body and can split into countless lives. It can grow and fuse with any place. Gulu said, "This thing can be considered a treasure between heaven and earth. Your son was lucky to have met me and obtained this worm. Otherwise, even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him." Then, celestial chi gushed out from Gulu's palm. His entire palm turned red and started to tremble at an extremely high speed. Instantly, the 10,000 lives worm in his palm shattered into countless strands, from dozens to hundreds to thousands to tens of thousands. In the end, it was so fine that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. After splitting the 10,000 lives worm to the extreme, Yang Dingtian's palm suddenly slapped the young man's back. Immediately, the countless tiny 10,000 lives worm drilled into the young man's body. Gulu circulated his celestial chi and started to control the 10,000 lives worm to repair his damaged internal organs. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 18 minutes passed. A miracle happened. The bewitching red on the dying young man's face gradually dissipated. The light in his eyes also gradually condensed. Then he who was completely unable to move his hands tried to move. Then he tried to move his legs. Finally, his eyeballs started to move. His face had an expression of disbelief and ecstasy. Just as Gulu's palm left his back, the young man immediately stood up and rushed towards his father. "Father, I'm fine. I've been cured." The young man cried out in ecstasy. He was indeed fine. Although he was still weak, there was no lack of strength in his cries. Immediately, everyone looked at Gulu as if they had seen a god. The injured father and son immediately knelt in front of Gulu and kowtowed. "Mr. Gulu is really a god. There's no need for this competition." Chapter 278. Mr. Gulu is really a god. There's no need for this competition. That's right, Gulu was really a god. He could actually save people whose internal organs were shattered. He was really too powerful. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian again. They really felt that there was no more suspense in this competition. Less than 3/4 of an hour later, High Priest Gulu had already saved 2 people, and Yang Dingtian still couldn't save a single person. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian's treatment methods and shook their heads. Yang Dingtian's treatment methods were completely unseen. He actually opened the patient's eyes, looked at his tongue, felt the blood vessels on his wrist, and even took out a few needles to poke around. From start to end, they didn't see any specific treatment process. Moreover, he didn't treat the first one, so he directly threw the second one down. Before the second one was cured, he went to save the third one. Just like that, a full 45 minutes passed. The 5 patients were all tormented by Yang Dingtian, but no one could understand what he was doing. Moreover, it didn't seem to have any effect. One had to know that Gulu had already saved 2 people, and this Gulu was running around like a headless fly. Instantly, everyone's gaze towards Yang Dingtian became more and more unfriendly. They felt more and more that he was here to cheat. Laming's face became colder and colder, but his gaze became more and more proud. He originally thought that this Gulu would at least have some skills, but he didn't expect him to be completely ignorant and a pure liar. But even so, his dream lover, Princess Yangxiang, was still cheated and lost her body. Thinking of this, Laming was filled with killing intent. He held his great sword and decided that as soon as the competition ended, he would completely dismember this Gulu in front of him into 1,000 pieces. And towards Yang Dingtian's expression, Gulu completely ignored it. He didn't show any pride on his face. After treating 2 people, Gulu went to the third person. This third person seemed to be in the best condition. His complexion wasn't too bad, and he could still move his limbs. There were no obvious injuries, and he could even speak. No matter who saw it, they would think that the third patient was the easiest to treat. However, Galoo walked in front of him, lifted his shirt, and glanced at his lower abdomen. Then he inserted a strand of profound energy into his back to sense his body. After doing all this, Galoo shook his head and said, "This person's profound veins are completely broken, and his energy sea is cracked. His entire body's vitality is leaking out along with his profound energy. Even if a god descends to the mortal world, he won't be able to save him." As soon as he said this, the third injured person was in complete despair. Everyone present nodded, indicating that they completely agreed and obeyed Na Lu's words. Then, Gru walked to the fourth patient. At this moment, Yang Dingtian actually stopped all treatment and found a chair to sit on. Immediately, everyone snorted coldly and looked at Yang Dingtian with even more disdain and hostility. When this swindler saw that he couldn't continue lying, he decided to stop acting. He didn't even bother to put on an act and just sat there to play. However, it would not be that easy. Since he dared to deceive the Foxman race, he would definitely make him pay the price later. At this moment, Princess Xiangxiang's beautiful face was completely filled with despair. Lei Ming walked to her side and said indifferently, "This is the genius doctor you found? You actually found him to treat foster father. Now, I suspect that you have ulterior motives. In order to sit on the patriarch's seat earlier, you planned to kill foster father. You're slandering me." Princess Xiangxiang immediately shouted in anger. After scolding, she couldn't say anything else. Lei Ming laughed coldly, pulled out his sword, and said loudly, "Elders, it's very clear that this Na Lu is a swindler. If we don't kill him now, when will we? Kill him." Immediately, a few experts pulled out their huge swords and were about to surround and kill Yang Dingtian with Lei Ming. At this moment, the first person Yang Dingtian treated suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, saying, What's going on? Did I die and come to hell?" Everyone was stunned. The first person was actually so good. One had to know that he was poisoned, a poison that couldn't be treated at all. He was supposed to die without a doubt, but now he woke up just like that. Instantly, everyone stopped their encirclement and looked at each other. Princess Xiangxiang's face suddenly revealed an expression of disbelief and ecstasy. On the other hand, Lei Ming's complexion changed as he said, "This is completely accidental. Perhaps the poison in Neru's first patient's body suddenly disappeared. He suddenly got better and wasn't saved by Neru. He's still a liar. There's no time to lose. Everyone, kill this thief." After saying that, Lei Ming raised his sword and was about to rush over. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's second patient also opened his eyes and sat up, saying, How did I get better? Where is this?" This was an old man who was at the end of his life. He was more than 130 years old. There was no treatment at all. But who would have thought that he actually came back to life? Everyone's surprise was not over yet. Immediately after, the third person directly sat up. Then it was the fourth, the fifth, these three people at the back. One was more serious than the other. One was more on the verge of death than the other. But who would have thought that they actually all came back to life? One might still be a coincidence, but now that all 5 people were well, it could only prove that it was Na Lu who cured them. One had to know that the serious injuries and illness of the 5 people on Yang Dingtian's side were more serious than the 5 people on Galoo's side. Now, all of them were actually saved. How could everyone present not be shocked? How could they not be shocked? So all of a sudden, there was silence in the field. Everyone really looked at Yang Dingtian like looking at a god. This Na Lu was seriously too shocking. No one could understand his treatment movements. They did not know what he was doing at all. Originally, they thought that after messing around like a headless fly, they would directly give up and shake their hands. Who knew that he had already cured them? So at this moment, everyone present looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes full of reverence. Previously, they thought that he was ridiculously taking pulses, looking at pupils and inserting needles. But now, they all became profound and unfathomable. Gulu, who had always been elegant and calm, also had a complete change in expression at this moment. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. It was really a miraculous skill. He, Gulu, had always thought that his medical skills were invincible. Who would have thought that he could not even see the tail of Miju Tuchuo in front of him? He could not even understand his treatment methods. It was really a world of difference. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yang Dingtian stood up and went to the third person that Gulu treated. It was this person whose meridians were all severed and his energy ocean was split open. Gulu had already determined his ending. Senior brother Ian, this person's meridians are all severed and his energy ocean is split open. Do you think there is no saving him? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, there is no saving him. Even the gods can't save him. Gulu was still full of confidence. Then let me give it a try, Yang Dingtian said. Then he went directly to the youth whose meridians were severed and his energy ocean was split open. Like before, he pinched everywhere to check his pulse. Finally, he took out a golden needle and pierced a small pill. Then, this small pill instantly melted and completely dissolved on the surface of the golden needle. After rubbing the needle on his palm a few times, Yang Dingtian pierced the golden needle into various acupuncture points on the injured person's body. Merely 10 minutes later, a miracle happened. The youth's hands started to move. Then he stood up with both his legs. Wave your fist, Yang Dingtian said. This youth was overjoyed at this moment. He lost his reaction and even forgot to thank Yang Dingtian. He was so immersed in ecstasy and shock that he could not wake up. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, it was as if he had heard an imperial edict. He used all his strength and punched out. Instantly, the sound of air being torn apart was heard. This man's fist was very vigorous and powerful. It was definitely not something that a person with severed meridians could do. Everyone present was already stunned. At this moment, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. Some of them even knelt on the ground. Everything that was happening before their eyes was absolutely impossible to happen in reality. It was a miracle. It was a miracle from the heavens. Yang Dingtian smiled at Gulu and said, Mr. Gulu, do you still want to compete? Gulu's expression was lifeless. He bowed and said no need. Senior brother is a world-shaking talent. Yin Tianchong is far inferior. Of course, Yang Dingtian was definitely not a world-shaking medical expert. Everything was because of the sacred water that came from the 5 elements Hull's secret realm. Today, he used the sacred water to save 6 people. In reality, the amount of sacred water he used was less than half a cup. First, he poured the sacred water into the pill. Then he inserted the golden needle into the pill and let the sacred water adhere to it. After the needle was inserted into the human body, the sacred water began to take effect inside the human body. The reason why the sacred water was used so little was because the cultivation of this group of people was not high. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian only saved their lives. He did not let them recover their profound energy. Furthermore, almost 80% of the profound energy was used on the young man whose Xian meridians were shattered. Mister, I really didn't expect. Xiang rushed up and grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand. Mister, please save my father. At this moment, Gulu bowed again and said, Senior brother Miju, I shall leave everything here to you. I shall take my leave first. Laming's expression also trembled as he said, I shall send Mr. Gulu off. After finishing his words, the 2 of them were about to leave. Senior brother Ian, please wait for a moment. If you are not in a hurry, please wait for a moment. I still have some matters to consult you about, Yang Dingtian said. Gulu's expression changed slightly. He swept his gaze across the crowd and nodded his head. The reason why he stayed behind was not because of his friendship with Yang Dingtian. Instead, it was because he had great confidence. He had already advanced to the Master Realm over 10 years ago. He felt that even if he stayed behind, no one here would be a match for him. Many thanks, Yang Dingtian said. Now, I shall start the treatment for Patriarch Zhuri. Everyone, please keep quiet. Instantly, the entire place was silent. Yang Dingtian's words were like an imperial edict. When he asked everyone to keep quiet, everyone present didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Chapter 279. Yang Dingtian came to day by day Bella's bed and lifted the blanket, revealing his emaciated body. Xiang Xiang's eyes reddened, and she almost cried out loud. Her father used to be as handsome as a god, but now he had become like this. Yang Dingtian stood at the head of the bed and carefully stared at day by day Bella's body. Now, it was time for him to perform. He had to completely blind everyone and leave an indelible impression on the Foxman tribe. He had to make them worship him as if he was a god. Therefore, not only did he have to cure day by day Bella, he had to make it look stunning. Therefore, Yang Dingtian secretly fastened an ice talisman on his wrist and sucked a cup of holy water into his palm. Then, Yang Dingtian raised his left hand and released a surge of mystical energy. Suddenly, a gorgeous flame rose from his palm. It was filled with spiritual energy and beauty. Then he raised his right hand and pointed at day by day Bella's body through the flame. Suddenly, an incomparably stunning and shocking scene appeared. A needle condensed from ice shot out from Yang Dingtian's finger. After piercing through the flame, the ice needle started to burn without any signs of melting. Whoosh! After that, the flaming icy Xian needle shot into Zhuri Bela's left wrist. That chilling ice needle was inserted into Zhuri Bela's left wrist. Half of it was exposed, and it was still burning. It looked incomparably gorgeous and mysterious. Whoosh! Then the second ice needle shot out and pierced through the flame and into day by day Bella's right wrist. Whoosh! The third needle shot into day by day Bella's left leg. Whoosh! The fourth needle shot into day by day Bella's right leg. Whoosh! The fifth needle pierced through the flame and took it away. The fifth needle was half a foot long, and it burned with a flame that was almost a foot long. It directly pierced into day by day Bella's vitals. Instantly, the rootless, frigid ice needles pierced Zhuri Bela's body and started burning. Everyone present could no longer describe their feelings. It was as if they were in a dream. How could a person have innate talent for fire and ice at the same time? How could the frost needles not melt when they came into contact with flames? Moreover, they were still burning. All of this was not something that could be done by human strength. Of course, the principle was actually very simple. Yang Dingtian used the energy of the ice attribute Xian talisman to condense the holy water into ice. It passed through the flames without melting because Yang Dingtian had refined the mystic flame. The mystic flame was alive, so it was completely possible to control the heat of the mystic flame. A mystic flame could have a terrifying amount of heat, or it could have no heat at all. On the other hand, the flames that Yang Dingtian summoned did not have any heat. Therefore, the frost needles did not melt after passing through them. Even if the flames were attached to the needles, they would not melt. However, no one knew the reason behind this. Everyone only knew that they had seen a miracle, a god. When the 5 frost needles burned day by day Bella's body to its peak, Yang Dingtian gently waved his hand. Instantly, the rootless, frigid ice needles turned into countless lights and entered day by day Bella's body. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly raised his hands. Instantly, day by day Bella's entire body started burning. The beautiful flames instantly engulfed her body. Ah! Everyone could not help but cry out in alarm. Their patriarch's body was actually burning. If not for the fact that they worshipped Yang Dingtian in their hearts, they would have already charged forward and dismembered Yang Dingtian. Then, a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives happened. In the raging flames, not only was day by day Bella safe and sound, she even sat up on the bed and stood up again. Through the flames, Everyone could see that day by day Bella's body was rapidly changing. She was originally skinny and old, but her muscles were now regaining their youthfulness. All the wrinkles were quickly disappearing. All the dried-up white hair gradually regained its luster. He quickly regained his youthful appearance and regained his handsome and elegant appearance. After a short while, the old and withered man disappeared and turned into a dignified and handsome middle-aged man. He looked at most 30 years old. Day by day Bella became exactly the same as before she was injured. Yang Dingtian smiled and retracted his hand. Immediately, the flames on day by day Bella's body were extinguished. The spirited and handsome Juri Bela stood in front of everyone. "Father." Xiang Xiang sobbed and rushed into her father's arms. Everyone present could no longer withstand the pressure of this miracle and knelt on the ground in unison. "Greetings, Master. Greetings, Chief." The first to kneel was Yang Dingtian, followed by Day Bella. At this moment, Laming's face was completely filled with fear. Gru, on the other hand, stood at the side calmly, as if he was not worried about the situation at all. Day Bella, who had completely recovered, came in front of Yang Dingtian and bowed. "Thank you, Master, for saving my life. The Fox clan is eternally grateful." Yang Dingtian hurriedly helped him up and said, "You're welcome, Chief." Day Bella continued to bow deeply and then stood up. She looked at Laming with a lightning-like gaze and said coldly, "Laming, you're really my good adopted son." Laming's expression changed, and he said in fear, "Adoptive father, don't listen to this human's slanderous words. This human saved you because he wanted to usurp the position of chief of the Fox clan. Just a few hours ago, he even used your life to threaten Xiang Xiang to give up her virginity." At this point, Laming's train of thought suddenly became smoother, and he said, "The purpose of this human in front of us is very clear. First, he forced Xiang Xiang to give up her virginity, and then he saved the patriarch's adoptive father. Next, he wants to marry Xiang Xiang and use his unfathomable methods to kill my adoptive father. This way, he will completely control the Fox clan." Laming then pointed at Yang Dingtian and said, "Everyone can see that this human's ability is completely unfathomable. Are you willing to accept such a human as the chief of the Fox clan?" Once these words were said, the expressions of the Fox clan elders changed drastically. This group of people was indeed full of worship for Yang Dingtian, but there was also a trace of fear. Most importantly, Laming's words hit the nail on the head. They could not accept letting a human become the ruler of the Fox clan. No matter how great the favor was, they could not accept it,